There's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset National Fours. It's day 2, using 13 clubs around the region. And Alex Reid, the commentator and expert as well. Alex, tell me, which teams did really well on the day 1?
Yeah, so we're on to day 2 now, as you said, Dave. So they've all played 3 games. We've got teams skipped by Mandy Board in the women's side, 3 out of 3 wins. Team skipped by Sharon Sims here today, 3 out of 3 wins. And if we look across to the men, Sheldon Baggery-Halley, the New Zealand singles champion, his skipped team, 3 out of 3. And also teams Gary Lawson, everyone knows, 3 out of 3 as well. So lots of teams going in today feeling pretty confident.
All right, some of the big names there coming through in the fine weather as well. Alex, what about what do they have to do to make it to post-section play and maybe even the finals on Sunday?
Yeah, so the way it works for the Summerset National Fours is the teams play 6 games of section play, 3 games a day. You need to win 4 games or more to qualify for post-section. So some teams coming in today need 1 win, some need 2, some need 3, and others, they're just here to spoil someone else's day.
All right, well, we're going to come back with a live commentary very shortly. Welcome into the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Summerset Open National Fours, and some very exciting contests coming up this afternoon. Of course, we are using 13 clubs around the central Otago region, and it's going to be good action today because you can see this particular game, Alex Reid, coming up, and I think it's going to be something very interesting and quite aggressive in the sense that we're going to see some attacking bowls.
Yes, we should do, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. So obviously, as you can see on your screen there, folks, we've got Craig Merrilees, David Motu, Craig Tika and Gavin Hamlin, which is sort of a thrown together team. It was very much a last-minute gathering of 4.
They're from all around the country, aren't they?
Certainly playing Darren Morrow, Murray West, Clinton Smith and Stu Parker for this game, which will take place, of course, over 18 ends.
Now that second team of Morrow, West, Smith and Parker from Hobsonville in, I guess, West Auckland, top of the harbour, you might say. The other team, though, with, Merrilee and Tinker, Craig Merrilee and Craig Tinker from Invercargill. Then we've got David Motu from Auckland.
Yes.
And then Gavin Hamlin from the Wairarapa, who quite well known in other sports, in fact, in golf in particular. And he's a sports psych, working with some of the best golfers around the world at times and around New Zealand.
You'd imagine that would help your bowls game.
Well, it should do under pressure. I'm not sure if the rest of his team actually consults with him or not. So let's have a look now, as we've just got our first bowl underway, and probably can't quite see it on the background, but there is a little bit of snow, a touch of snow at the top of the mountains, and we're in, of course, late February. And let's just check here with this first bowl from the Hobsonville team. How are we looking there, Alex?
Well, I think it's the second one. His first one went into the ditch, and the second one, I think, may have taken... He's put the jack in the ditch with the second bowl. That's an aggressive start from a Hobsonville team, from Stu Parker. Probably not what he was planning to do. And this here is Gavin Hamlin on his backhand side. The orange bowls. A lot of golfers come to lawn bowls later on in their careers, Dave. It's not uncommon to see. I suppose there's a similarity if you think about the putting game in golf, reading the lines and when your golf ball's going to break.
Reading the greens
Yeah.
and the smooth green. Now that one stops fairly short. What are they going to be aiming for here? What's now that the after just a couple of bowls, that the it's in the ditch already. The jack's in the ditch.
Yes.
What are they aiming for?
Yeah, well and truly. So there'll be a little marker that will have been put on the ditch end that you'll be able to see from a player's point of view to indicate where the jack is, and there'll be another little mark to indicate where the bowl is. So you can see there the jack at the bottom of your screen, sort of in the left third, and there's a little white ball. So ironically it's the golf ball, so Gavin will be happy enough. And then there's a marker for the bowl, so the players will be able to see where the jack is lying in the ditch, and it's just about getting as close to the ditch as possible without falling in, because of course if you do fall into the ditch, your bowl is dead and doesn't count.
And quite difficult in a way, more difficult when you're looking at it this way, when you don't see the jack physically.
Yeah, really challenging start, I think, on this first end, because I think we spoke about it yesterday. Your opportunities are reduced because the jack is already in one place. You can't move the jack; it's stuck in the ditch. And if your ball goes in the ditch, it's dead. So there's literally just one shot to try and play. So it is more difficult. And although we like to talk a big game, a lot of bowlers don't actually practice drawing to the ditch.
You got this meter on your last.
It's not a shot that's played often.
All right, you're hearing the comments there from some of the bowlers, and that should be the skips in the background that we're going to be hearing at the moment.
Yeah, I think we've got them both, Craig and Darren, mic'd up. So with a bit of luck as the game goes on, we'll be able to listen into some of the conversations that they have.
Mate, she's coming across quite a bit, mate. So just into here.
All right, the nod of the head.
Yeah, so Darren essentially just saying, it's a nice way of saying take your green. And I think we might be being watched in the background. I think I'm pretty sure it's either Clinton or Stu watching himself on the live broadcast, of course, brought to you on the pop-up channel on Sky and on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel.
Good effort, David, keep it on the centre line, mate. Just beat the tee, you'll go close.
And this is one of the things that we've noticed as well there, Alex, is that we hear a lot more chat from the skips and from all of the players when it comes to when they're mic'd up as well. A lot more chat.
Davey, keep it on, buddy, and you're number one.
From the male teams than probably from the female teams.
Shot,
might be surprising for some.
Yeah, in general. And look at that there from David Motu, his first bowl.
No, possibly
just
have a little bit more grass, mate.
That's Murray West on his backhand side. Resplendent in the Hobsonville colours there, I think. He's taken a nice green here. I'm not sure if he's got the weight though, Dave.
That's just pulling up. We've got very fine conditions. Certainly better than yesterday around the Alexandra Bowling Club. And of course, bowling club just down the road as well. That's the Alexandra District Club.
And I saw there's a croquet club there too, Dave.
Yes.
Near the district one.
And we've got Petanque here as well, just next door, and we've got
curling
Park.
So Alexandra, all the similar family of sports they seem to have.
Right.
I'm always amazed that the world force in croquet at the moment is Egypt. I think that's fantastic.
Well, it's that and squash they seem to dominate. And as we get the end, and the two skips walking down the other end, let's see if there's a little chatter on the way down.
No, they know what they're doing, marching purposefully down. Craig Merrilees and Darren Morrow. So Craig's team holding one through virtue of David Motu's bowl. And here we have Darren Morrow from the Hobsonville Bowling Club lining up on his, it's hard to tell, on his backhand, I think. Yeah, we can see the bias side of the bowl there.
Let's look at his stance here. Quite a long follow through.
Yeah.
Took his arm quite a way back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch again. Of course, a million different types of way to play a bowl. Now look at this. When's it going to stop? He needs to stop. Needs to stop on the ditch end. Oh, good effort. Was heading in the right direction, wasn't it, Dave?
It was good direction, in fact. Just a little bit too much power. But I mean, that is his first bowl of the competition, or of this particular contest.
Craig Merrilees, very good bowler. He's had a lot of success in the Southland area. Won a multitude of club and Southland titles. And of course, when the Southland team was successful in winning the National Intercentre, as we watch this bowl just fly
And
into the
very
ditch.
similar as well.
Yeah, same
Just
thing.
had a little bit too much juice, a little bit too
Yeah,
much
go, mate.
power.
As a player, you just think, well, I don't want to fall short. I want to give myself a chance.
Well, how are they going to adjust now for this second bowl?
Probably more green, give your bowl a chance to turn back in. And he looks on the tight side already, this bowl. Let's just see where it finishes. Might not be far away, I tell you. How's the weight now from Darren?
Just too much again.
Played to it. Just essentially giving yourself a chance because you know you're not going to drop more than one.
Let's have a look at the swing through of the arm. Holds it steady. Nice and smooth.
Yeah, got a pretty classic delivery. Craig Merrillees.
Almost connecting with the second rink there. Too
Very
fast?
accurate. Yeah, I think it's too quick here. So he'll be disappointed with that as a start, Craig. He's taken a good green twice and just gave himself a chance twice, but too much of one.
So we're looking at just 1 point. Yes, just the one. And interesting start. Probably not the start that either team really wanted. To put it in the ditch so quickly, maybe you want to do that a little bit later, not so early.
Yeah, it was I think it was an accidental. I think it would be fair to say that the ditch was that Jack was accidentally put into the ditch.
Yeah.
There by the lead of the Hobsonville team, Stu Parker. As we see Gavin Hamlin deliver the Jack, and he might have overthrown this.
And
So
yes.
now what happens, Dave, just for those watching, is if the Jack is either thrown into the ditch or out of bounds, the opposition team gets the right to deliver the Jack to their length. If they do the same thing, the Jack gets placed on the 2 metre mark and the original team can place them at wherever they want.
So would it be a matter of these teams just adjusting to the speed of this particular green, because they weren't here yesterday? They were at different clubs, because we are using 13 different clubs around the region. Far north is Wanaka, far south as Roxburgh. To the west, what we got? We got Queenstown, probably the most
over half,
western
mate.
club. And to the east, Waipiata as well. And Omakau, Patearoa, Ranfilly. Just about every club in between, actually.
Bowls everywhere.
So this one's a lot shorter, probably about midway, do you think?
Yeah, it
Midway
looks
for the
like
Jack?
a much
Right,
shorter
spot on.
Jack, and it would have been thrown there on purpose. You know, you always want to.
Just
if you
over
get,
half, Stu.
just listen to the skips there, just telling the lead where the Jack was. If your opposition misthrows the Jack, you
I think
really
the boys
want to
there
throw
from
it
the next
somewhere
ring
quite
have just got to
different.
move away a little bit.
How's this one?
Like it, mate.
It's not a bad first bowl.
Just rolling past.
Yeah, beat you last month.
It's an okay start, really. See Gavin. You'd imagine he'll have I think we'll see a very consistent, pre-shot routine there we saw with his placement of the bowl.
He sort of flips it from one side and then turns it over again.
He's on the tight side.
No, that weight's good again, Gav. Good effort, mate.
Bit more grass, mate.
We're going to hear these skips
Probably
be
about a metre off.
quite
Just in
vocal.
Quite descriptive.
Quite vocal, I think,
believe.
Dave, which is good because it means they do half of our job for us. As we see Stu Parker deliver his bowl. The man who put the Jack in the ditch on the first end. Looks like a really nicely running rink, to be honest,
Sure,
Dave.
sure, mate.
The bowl's turned nicely. And Stu probably has made the shot there. Craig Tinker out on his forehand. Made the quarterfinals of the national singles this year, Dave. Played.
Was that Browns Bay? Was the headquarters?
That's
Or
right,
All
yeah.
around Auckland, I believe. Well, this is coming around nicely at the moment. He's judged that very
Good
well.
effort.
Is it going to stop?
And I think
Just draw it in, mate.
Craig Tinker won the Southland Champion of Champions singles about a week ago. So a man in good form. The two for the Hobsonville team now. Clinton
Like it.
Smith with a magnificent hat on his forehand side.
Exactly. Well, it is quite sunny. It's not necessarily too warm at the moment.
Nice
There's still a
float.
little, I
Good
wouldn't
work,
call it a
mate.
bite in the air, but it's certainly there. But enjoying the fine conditions as well.
And a beautiful shot there from Clinton Smith, just drawing the shot.
All the best to those around the country who have been suffering from tough weather. This one a little bit short.
Second shot, it's good.
Same again.
So just asking for the same again, Darren Morrow. That was a great hat. I approve of it, Clinton. I think the man who was having a look at his phone earlier on. Nice delivery.
Like it to there. Come on, swing. Doesn't want to, does it?
Have a look and see what that ditch hand's like, Davey.
So there we go, the instructions as David Motu comes forward for his bowl.
It was interesting to watch Clinton's bowl because
Speed doesn't look bad, mate. Get back. On to tanks is enough.
I think it's
Yeah, mate, very good, number one.
Job. I think the descriptions that we're getting, we're going to get put out of a job.
yeah, I'm feeling largely redundant at this point.
Exactly.
I'll just try add to what they're saying, but
it is very informative as to how they're seeing it from on the ground.
I've played this man at indoor bowls. That's how I know him. Just popped into my brain, Dave.
Okay.
At the Royal Oak Bowling Club, the social league they had that ran for 7 weeks. A nice guy. Played well and on his forehand.
So that is Murray West, is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Nice subtle touch that we've seen on this particular end, their second end.
Get onto theirs, it's all good.
The players will take a lot from this. If we look, I mean, I understand that a lot of the bowls have been narrow, but the weight-wise, the majority of the bowls you can see on screen are within, well, they're within a foot weight-wise, aren't they, of each other? So the players have found the weight really good. Here comes Davey Motu looking to square through that. Good bowl, playing well.
Well, particularly compared to the first end when we were in the ditch and everybody was trying to play very long, this one's a little bit shorter and really condensed.
Yeah, and a more conventional head to play to, so I think that's what we expect to see is those nice tight heads, and that'll continue as the game goes on, I suspect. Very smooth delivery from Murray West on his forehand side. This is close here.
You got a chance, mate.
Good bowl. Lovely bowl.
Hard luck.
Just out of the count.
So at the moment, who is in the lead? Who we got?
The bowl at 12 o'clock, which I think is of Craig Merrilees' team, was one of David Motu's bowls. I think it's holding one.
Let's have a look. David Motu just walking down first there. Take a little look.
Yeah, one to him, I think. It is intriguing, though. It'll frighten the players. That bowl you see at the far left of your screen, it didn't come back. So the vast majority of the bowls have been narrow. You can see them to the right of your screen. The one at the far left, he took a little bit more green. It stayed out there.
Those are on the backhand side, the closer ones.
So
everybody here is a right-hander in both teams.
So it'll make players reticent to take too much green on the side away from the clubhouse. So we might see a lot of narrow bowls there because they know if they go too wide, it's just not going to return. As Craig Merrilees here looks to add a bonus. And then look at that swing away. Once it starts, it doesn't stop.
Yeah, that is very interesting, the swing, as you've been saying, from one side to the other. And this time it was such a big swing around.
The foot, the old foot. He's opted for his left foot as the target. Must be better than the right foot.
Well, here we go. This is going to be interesting. Let's just see. It is coming around this time.
Yeah,
but he's done it a lot shorter, though. The swing around is earlier.
So that bowl's finish in the same sort of area as the vast majority. But we know if the players take 3-4 feet more green, they're going to finish wide. So I suspect we'll see players avoid that hand because it seems to be a little bit finicky at this stage.
So pretty much more towards a backhand or a very tight forehand. Would that be the best description?
Yeah, we'd call it maybe a half green or slightly more than a half green on the forehand side, because more than that it's going to turn away. Or hold, sorry. And on the backhand, which we see coming up here from Craig Merrilees, a more consistent turn. It's going to turn away, Dave. Look at it go. Look at it go. Big swing, same bowl twice. Now,
how can Darren Morrow, what can he do here?
That's what they're deciding.
Is he going to be? He's not going to be aggressive on this, though. Not too aggressive.
No, I don't think so. He looked at it like he might be for a second, didn't he, Dave?
He did.
But I think
sizing it up.
Just looking to make his correction on the forehand. That's a nice delivery. That came out good from Darren Morrow.
Let's see.
Now he's taken the wide green, so which shouldn't come back enough.
Well, it's pretty much in the second rank at the moment. They've got to be aware of that.
Yeah. Just an apology there from Darren. You know when you let them go sometimes.
And we're looking at 1 again.
Yes, it'll be 1 to Merrillese and co. 2.
2. Oh. Well,
That's-
David Motu there saying, well, I got 1 very close, and in fact we're going to take a second as well, as they take a 3-0 lead. Remembering it is 18 ends. We're now getting ready for the 3rd end. And Alex, yesterday we had the biggest score that I can recall was actually 35. That was Mandy Boyd in one of her teams. We did have a 33 as well.
Yes, quite impressive scores and hard to get to.
Exactly. When you're getting to 35 out of 18 ends, well, you are effectively scoring 2 an end. I mean, 2 times 18, we're at 36. So that was a pretty impressive effort. Of course, it was Mandy Boyd.
She's not bad at bowls, Mandy Boyd. Comes from that very strong
Runner-up
bowls
in the
family.
singles last month, in fact. Let's just have a look now. We've got the
Gavin,
Jack.
Good here,
Nice
Gav.
position.
look at this. That's a really good bowl. He's
Sure, mate.
It's going to stay there.
yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a great start, isn't it?
It'll be nice for the players to be playing this direction at a normal length head. Remember the first end, the Jack was sort of trailed into the ditch by Stu Parker. This
And-
man here on his forehand.
We will update you, of course, with results around the other clubs shortly, but we'll just get in a couple more ends before we do that. Of course, we have
Same again.
already played, what is it, 1 round already today?
Yes,
we
1
have.
round today, 1 round this morning. And I think I have an answer to a question as well. We were talking off air and trying to figure out how many games were played yesterday. I think it's just about 300 games of bowls were played yesterday.
Well, that comes down to Chris Lander and how he's organising all the scheduling and where they're all at. And, of course, when you have 13 clubs, you have to get those results
Put another
in
meter
as
on
well.
your last one, Stu. Don't worry about that, mate.
Let's watch this bowl, but let's take a listen to the skips and if we get any comments from those skips on this particular one.
So he told Stu not to worry. So it's just about forgetting that orange bowl's on your way.
Come around it. Come around it. Hard luck, buddy.
You're holding a couple. You draw 1 round there, mate.
Well, you heard him there and those comments. And we've got the
Craig Tinker here on the back end.
we've got a bit of a block of the view now. Can't see the Jack
About it,
anymore.
thanks. Get back to it, mate.
Yeah, the player's going to be forced to play
Very
on
good.
that backhand side. This is a great shot here.
Swallow
And a
it.
good start
Ooh.
for the
Lovely ball.
Merrillese team holding 3.
Can you see
Darren.
through there? Stay here. Stay here.
Who's been asked to play. It's hard to see what hand this guy's playing. Clinton Smith. We'll figure it out in a second when he's let the bowl go. On his backhand, 3 down his team. No back bowls. So even if you drew to the 2 metre mark, it'd be quite good just to give your team some position. Warning bells will be ringing in
Yeah, same again, mate.
Darren Morrow's head. It's going to be 4 down.
Well, about the only thing wrong with it, it looks pretty good.
I think it's pretty good. It's very good.
Careless.
Good shot.
Goodbye, mate. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Just give yourself a bit of grass, mate.
Well, looking at this, Alex, the view, I wonder if we can get the view that we have for Clinton Smith, I think it is, with the big hat. We'll swing around for maybe the next shot and have a look from the actual bird's eye view from the bowler.
Like it
Yeah,
there.
it's a stressful time for the Hobsonville team. This could be a good bowl, though. Needs it to run out.
Come on. Come on. Good effort, mate.
Yeah, panic stations, I'm afraid, for Hobsonville.
Big
There's no back
spears.
bowls.
That's right. You're all right there. You get out there and tuck that jack in.
So if we can have a look at that view coming up and seeing what they're seeing as the bowler. We'll wait until this bowl perhaps comes
Hold your
through.
head up for a while, mate.
Davey Motu.
I'll let go now then.
That's good from Craig. Hold up and then swing. And
Gotta
there we
a bit
go.
Wide.
So
Gotta come
from
into here.
the player's point of view, there's just nothing on really for
What
Hobsonville.
can you see?
Landing on those.
How can you get into that jack at the moment? If you're standing there, and you're looking, you're thinking, can't see a thing. Going to have to swing it around.
We're going to need to see a really good bowl from either Murray or Darren to salvage this end. They are 4 down.
I mean, a novice
Three
bowler
down,
would
sorry.
probably look at that and go, I'm just going to try. You just scatter everything
Yeah,
with nothing, eh?
Nothing to hit, and Murray short here as the head continues to
There's a
build
try one
against
down there.
them.
You played that well last time. Got 3.
Oh, this is interesting, going on the forehand around.
Yeah, it's an interesting call. I would have been thinking to keep Davey on the backhand. So he's on the narrow side, so you don't want him to hit anything. It's okay. So no change really. And for Hobsonville, no back bowls.
We're
Just
all shy. Light
Yeah.
one back here.
No back bowls. So if you've got no back bowls, it's hard to play a positive shot, Dave, because there's
It
nowhere
is.
for the jack to go. It's just about drawing as close as you can. Murray West under all sorts of pressure here. He's taken an okay line. It's down to his weight now from Murray West. Not far away here.
Yeah, good.
Good bowl. At least it's past the head, so there's opportunities. We may see Darren Morrow play on his forehand, try and remove some of the opposition bowls.
Yeah,
So Motu just giving a little bit of advice to his skip,
we had nothing
to
else.
Craig Merrilies.
Yeah, might
And
be.
there's the view. I guess it's almost a bird's eye view from what the bowler gets, and it is like a wall of bowls there, Alex.
Yeah, it's not good.
I mean, for a lot of novice bowlers, it would be, I have no idea where I'm going to go. Well, I've got an idea. It's just going to be very difficult to do it. So here is Craig Merrilies up
So the
onto the mat.
team Merrilies has opted to play the forehand side. Must be just the best way to add a bonus shot. They're holding 3 already. Draw around that bowl, that blue bowl you see at 11 o'clock to the jack. May even be opting to play a block based on the way this bowl is now. It's been across. So the 2 shots for Hobsonville are either you did draw on the backhand side as close as you can, or
I
you're
can
playing
see
your
them.
forehand, go the orange and white bowls. And he said, I can see them. So we're going to see weight here, Dave.
From Darren Morrow. The skip for Hobsonville.
On the forehand with weight. Anything could happen here. He's not far away. Even that plant might be very interesting.
Not quite.
Nearly worked
What happened
brilliantly.
there, mate? Jack move or not? So, is it worth trying to get to that one of theirs at the back? Is it worth any more? Only one more.
So just got Craig working out the situation. We saw it. Darren slightly narrow, played a 5-bowl plant, and his own team's bowl went between a gap between the bowl and the jack, but still I think they're 4 down now. So Craig just ascertaining that and saying, look, if it's not worth me drawing one to the back, I'll just try and add a bonus. So he's just trying to add a bonus bowl here, and you can see the bowls without the stickers on them are the bowls of Craig Merrilies and team, and holding 4, maybe 5 if this bowl turns enough. It'll be 5. This is a big end in the context of the game. Be tempting to go it again if you're Darren.
So where is Darren going to go? What are his options here?
He has to try and pick the gap and remove as many bowls as possible. The way he played, his collision bowl would stay around if he gets something square. So he'll just be thinking, take a little bit more green. Good picture-in-picture there, team.
Thank you very much there to Colin and Sarah.
Here we go. Darren on the forehand.
Too narrow.
A little bit of aggression here.
This is big stuff early on.
Gonna have to
Hoping
get
for luck
lucky here.
now. Praying for luck. Had luck and then went away. He nearly picked the jack up
So
there.
what have we got there? We're going to have 1, 2, 3 removed and a potential 4th.
Yeah, it's at least 3. This is a big end for the Craig Merrilies team. And early on, that's what they'll be wanting to do. You know, if you can score as many points as possible on the first 5 ends of a game. Four.
4. There's the indication there, David Motto putting up the 4 fingers. And that's a nice take on the 3rd end. They had a 1, 2, and now a 4.
Yeah. A very good start for the Craig Merrilies team. They'll be feeling confident.
The composite team, which is 2 players from Invercargill, one from the Wairarapa and one from Auckland as well, up against the Hobsonville club. Hobsonville just at the end of the harbour as such, into the Waitemata harbour. And the motorway at the top of the harbour. You can actually catch the ferry in from Hobsonville into Auckland City if you'd like. And who have we got starting off here for
Gavin Hamlin. Now, this is the hand we see when you go that wide, the ball doesn't come back in. It's a very fine line. Very fine line. I think if you took a foot less green, he would have found himself on the jack there.
Yeah.
I think it's just a little idiosyncrasy in the green there, Dave.
And Stu Parker now stays down low on his left leg. He didn't take quite as wide, and yet he's got the turns too early.
So that's the danger when you have a hand where it's a bit finicky, is that you can see bowlers be wide and narrow and wide and narrow. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, as this, we've got 18 ends to go, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the lead switch to the other hand. They'll play the clubhouse side, because otherwise you just start trying to find it. So Gavin's taking less green with this one. This might be the right line. Good correction. That's a very good bowl by Gavin Hamlin. So he's found the green there.
More green, mate, and a couple more.
So Stu Parker just looking for the instructions, listening to the instructions there from his skip. Last time he turned too early. This time he's taken a little bit more green. Or maybe not. Maybe not. What do you think, Alex?
Bit of weight, mate.
That was just underneath here. Good weight, though.
Yeah, draw a shot, mate. Good to that, thanks. Good ball,
that's a
mate.
beautiful ball.
Well done.
Great shot.
Gets the well done from his skip.
Follow that down, mate. It's just about one ball low.
So if we look at the results for these two teams, Darren Morrow's teams had 1 win and 3 losses out of 4, which means they're out of contention for post-section.
So that's the Hobsonville team.
Whereas Craig Merrilees has lost 1 game. They lost, as we see this beautiful bowl here. What a great shot there from Hobsonville.
Great bowl, mate.
Yeah, that was Clinton Smith, I think.
Yeah, just put another 2 feet on it and set the bowl.
Craig Merrilees needs to win this one to qualify, but gets another chance with his next game.
Yeah, pretty much level, yep.
They were defeated by Scott McGavin, Dean Gilshan, Phil Scogland and Matt Pearson, 14 points to 13 yesterday at the 3:30 game. So
we've been talking about 35s and 33s, and then we get a 14-13.
A close game they had, so they need to, if they win this one, they're through.
And that's where the pressure comes on the skip, doesn't it? With the last bowl of each end.
Yes.
Hey, hang on 1 second. Team next door took our Gav's bowl off. Do you know where it was?
We do. It was wide.
Whitish.
Yeah, they took the bowl off.
Use the VAR,
to the left. You can see there, they've just put it back now.
Didn't even notice.
Yeah, they took it off, and so he requested it be put back on.
Yeah.
So why would that have been taken off? Was it interfering with the second ring?
It would have been because it was a very wide bowl from our perspective. So when the end was finished on the rink next to us, the team probably just thought it was one of their bowls. You can see there's an orange bowl by rank 2.
And that's fair
I suspect they just thought it was one of theirs and kicked it away.
So quite tight, because on this front green, how many rinks were you using?
Just play to me,
7.
mate. You're just over the draw.
7 on this front one, 4 on the front one and 3 on the back, I think it is.
7 on this rink and 7 on this green and 7 on the other green. So there's men and women playing today. And Davey Motu here on the forehand side. They're 1 down to the stickered bowls.
That's a track, mate. You'll get into the next one.
That's good skipping there from Craig Merrilees. A lot of skipping you might not appreciate as sort of managing your team, so you hear a lot of skips. And I think Gavin Hamlin would appreciate it, but the sports psychology aspect of it,
Exactly.
you hear them, you try talking a positive way. So if you don't want a player to be narrow, instead of saying don't be narrow, you might say wide is good. You know, it's just always interesting to listen to the way that the skips talk, as we see. Mazza.
That's actually
2 metres on your last, mate. You go close.
Yeah, close to the right green. It's a finicky hand.
It's a great little challenge, though. I am surprised they haven't come across on the backhand.
Yeah, it's a good challenge if you're
Come on,
practicing,
Davey.
but if you're playing a game of bowls, you sort of
Hold.
want to find the easiest way to the jack.
Oh,
It's
mate,
worked. Oh,
Just about.
Oh,
Great
how's
ball.
she measuring here on your sight line?
I think 1 to Hobsonville.
So which bowl is that for people watching?
The one at 6 o'clock on your screen in a second. Although, we'll
The
just wait.
left danger there. This is
So which
up,
one, the yellow or are we
this is
going
up.
blue?
The blue bowl at 6 o'clock,
Okay.
7 o'clock.
So you can definitely
So that is
use
the
this one.
Hobsonville bowl. And it's the blue bowl just to the left of the jack. The yellow one there is to the composite team, skippered by Craig Merrily.
Murray West on the back end. Lovely delivery, Murray West. Very nice out of his hand.
Just as we change,
Come on in.
well, not change ends just yet, but the skips come down, we'll let you know about the clubs. Well, there's 13 of them around the Central Otago region. We have, of course, Alexandra Bowling Club, where we are at the moment. Down the road, the Alexandra District Club. There's also Arrowtown Bowling Club, Bannockburn Bowling Club, Clyde, Cromwell, Omakau, Patearoa, Queenstown, Ranfurly, Roxburgh, Waipiata, and, of course, Wanaka Bowling Club to the north. So 13 clubs around the Central Otago region and 800 competitors, around about 800 competitors all throughout the Central Otago region, which we were working out over dinner the other night has got to be bringing in something good for the economy
if it's
of
not
the
7
region.
figures, I'd be very surprised, Dave. And lots of bowlers all around. You can't really walk around Alexandra
Alexandra,
without
that's
bumping
for
into
sure.
a bowler. I did see Mike Galloway's team sporting some very good Mexican hats the other day, and I suspect, I think that'd be brilliant to use at the bowls. Craig Merrilies just underneath the line. That was a great effort there.
It missed everything and went into the ditch, but gee, it was close to,
It was a foot away, really.
wow, everything.
And Murray acknowledging there's danger at the back, so asking for Darren to put a bowl where his foot is. Darren on the backhand side.
Skinny, mate.
He's skinny, he says.
Skinny, mate, but there was a little bit of effort put into that bowl, a little bit of oomph.
Oh, he's underneath. That's good. That was a
After
good. We
that
call that
weight.
a good miss.
So these two skips putting a bit of energy, putting a bit of push behind it.
Yeah, so Craig playing the percentages here. He can hit anything within a foot and a half of his target and get a really good result.
Now, is this the end that Darren Morrow, that is, sorry, and the Hobsonville Club are going to get their first point?
Depends on how this bowl goes, Dave. And I think it's going to miss wide. It's a wide. So 1 to Darren. Morrow, I don't think he'll play his bowl. I wouldn't play the bowl. I'm happy with 1 point. We'll move on. Darren
I've done it again.
trying to make it 2.
Sorry, mate.
He's not happy with that.
Yeah, poor bowl there from Darren. He'll be disappointed with that, but 1 shot nonetheless.
Well, they're on the scoreboard.
1.7 after 4 ends now.
And we will start looking probably at the next end at some of the results which came in over the morning. We'll look at the end of the 5th. Going into the 6th, we'll take a look at some of those results from all the other clubs.
As we'll begin to see our first qualifiers come through, Dave,
think we
having
will.
had the 4th game played this morning.
I think there was 21 teams in the men who had actually achieved 3 out of 3 on that first day.
Maybe 3 metres.
And in the women's, I think it was around about 19. Well, if you get 3 out of 3, you only need 1 out of your 3 on day 2. So you've got to be pretty happy if you're in that position. In fact,
Yeah.
if you got 3 out of 3 on day 1 and you missed post-section, I think you'd be fairly devastated.
It's incredibly disappointing when that happens. It's happened to me, I think, Dave. I have a vague recollection. I've tried to crush the memory down.
Just like your Shannon McElroy loss. But in the meantime, let's focus back on this particular contest here.
There we go. Gavin Hamlin on the backhand. Relatively new to this sport.
Now that's Jack.
Very short.
It is very short.
And played there on purpose and delivered there well by Stu Parker. Gavin not letting it phase him though. Look at that. Put 1 within a foot of the jack. Very good bowl. And Stu Parker being asked to play on his backhand now, so switching hands. Very focused man. Interesting delivery. That's the green. Down to the weight now. Not the end of the world, and of course, for the viewers' information, it is Darren Morrow's team that has the bowls with the white stickers on them. Craig Merrilees and co, no stickers on their bowls, so Hobsonville with the white stickers. And not far away again here from Gavin Hamlin, really settling into his work. Good stuff.
And Clinton Smith with the hat there. How's he going to go on this swing around there, Alex?
It looks not far away. I'm just not sure what the weight's like.
Good effort, Clint.
Enough.
Yep. That's just about jack level, mate. Draw another.
Yeah, good stuff there from Clinton. So we see Craig Tinker get into his work now on his back end. Very quick bowler. He doesn't muck around, Craig Tinker. And him and Merrilees, of course, are very well known pairs. Look at that from Craig Tinker, just tugging the jack around the corner.
Nice ball.
Sitting with 3 good bowls.
Even though we haven't
The
necessarily
Jackson
seen,
behind the orange bowl. About that far.
even though we haven't seen a drive
think-
so far today,
They got
the
2 here,
aggressiveness,
but I think she'll swing.
we can see that.
Come in
We
here.
can see
Played
the
that hand well.
assertiveness from the bowlers.
Yeah, lots of jack movement, hasn't there been? And sort of from the 2 position and the 3 position, just moving stuff around. I think Craig Merrilees with Craig Tinker and Gavin Hamlin up front has a very strong front end of the team. You know, he's not going to be often in much
All right,
trouble after the
all
first
good.
4 bowls have been played. And Clinton Smith disappointed with this one, although it's trying to hold on.
Yeah, don't change much, man.
Not to be. And Craig Tinker now, yeah, so quickly into his work. As we watch this bowl, I'm not sure how the weight is. Pretty good. That's brilliant.
Good effort.
Oh, good enough.
We keep on seeing these great formation of bowls. Previous end it was
Either drawing
on one
or
end,
into these.
this time on the angle to the left.
Clumping up Murray West now on his forehand side. Lovely delivery. Here's Murray. Sort of what we would teach someone to play like on the forehand.
Stays down low.
Needs a good result here. Nearly got one, but wasn't
Great
to
effort,
be.
mate.
So at the
You draw
present
one of them,
time,
mate. Hold them,
points
Stu.
wise, what are we looking at?
Those orange and white bowls are all Craig Merrilees' team, so they're holding 4 at the moment. And again, they just have such a strong team up front, I think, Dave. As
And
we
this
see,
one by Mott is going to come in nicely as well. This could be another
Back onto
point,
Gav.
maybe.
That's okay.
good enough, great bowls. So now they're holding 5. They put 5 bowls within a few
gee.
feet of the jack. Very
Yes, have a
formidable
go.
team.
Play it again.
Murray West now. Oh, they're in trouble, Dave.
It's all right, bud.
This could be a big end.
It's okay.
Play the same bowl, Davey.
Remembering that it's not about points, it's about ends, but you still want to just add little points or any points at each end. We do play, what is it, in the singles or some tournaments it is up to 21 points?
Yeah, so singles is played first at 21 points, whereas all the other team games are sort of the most points you can score in X amount of ends. So we get 18 ends of
Good bowl,
4s.
Davey.
Look at this here.
How many are we up to now?
Oh, well, they're holding all of the ones that have been played so far. It's 6 within a few feet of the jack. Great bowls from Team Merrilees.
So if you're the skip for Hobsonville, Darren Morrow,
Bowl,
you've
Stu.
got 2 bowls.
Yes.
What are you looking
Right.
at? Because that's
Good.
pretty much what he's looking at
Well,
now.
what you don't want to do is drop a full count, which would be 8 if
Yeah.
Craig was to add 2. There's more to rest on the forehand, and it's easier to draw on the backhand. So we'll see. I think he'll play the forehand side, try to rest on that shelf of bowls that we see. It's about as much pressure as you ever under at skip.
Right, and here it is.
Tight.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's not going to get any help at all from the scoring, and that leaves it open for Craig Merrilees.
Big pressure now mounting. Craig Merrilees and team just playing so well. He's given this one a look. He wants to add a bonus. Look at this here from Craig.
Oh, he is going to add a bonus.
Great shot. Well, they're holding 7 now.
Nice ball, Craig.
But great bowls. They've all been so effective.
But quite subtle as well.
Just drawing to it, eh? You know, they've just stacked their head up and huge pressure now.
This is the last bowl here for Darren Morrow, and he's got to do something drastic.
He's in the area here. Darren Morrow needs it to hold.
It's got too much turn.
We may see an 8 scored now on this game. Craig Merrilees has got a bit of room to draw. And what incredible bowls it's been on this end from his team. They've essentially, none of them have missed.
I don't think I've seen an 8 before. My short time here.
They're rare, Dave. And we're not going to see one now.
No, not quite, but still.
Craig Merrilees only had a couple of metres to draw 8 shots. And we're going to see a 7 instead. I like that he's laughing.
When you get a 7, you're going for an 8 and you get a 7 instead, you can still laugh at that one.
Ordinarily what you do, and I'll say it on the live stream so that he has to do it, is if,
that ball in case it's sprung.
if you score a 7, you usually find the team member whose bowl has not contributed to the 8, and they are in charge of refreshments for your team.
I would think so on that one.
So I think Craig will be in charge of refreshments, maybe for all 7 players, having not made that bonus there. But a good end nonetheless for Craig Merrilees and team, scoring a 7 on this, the 5th end.
And Gavin Haddon now puts the jack down, and we'll have the first bowl with the yellow bowl.
Particularly, he drew a toucher with his first one.
Exactly.
You'd be thinking you're drawing for 8 there, wouldn't you? That's pretty impressive.
Well, 14-1, and that's after 5 ends. Make that 4 ends.
You legitimately couldn't ask for a better start if you're the Craig Merrilees team, and
this is a pretty good start for the first bowl as well.
Yeah, they'll expect that they'll be able to manage this now for the rest of the game.
Actually, if that, mate.
So now on to the 6th end, that is.
Did you want some results?
I think we should actually have a few results.
Good grass.
Cool.
What have we got here? Which
I'm not sure where to start. We'll should we go section 2?
Okay, section 2.
Where's that? They're currently playing at Waipiata.
Okay, so that's to the east. One of the smaller clubs to the east, alongside Patearoa, sorry, and also Ranfurly to the east of where we are in Alexandra.
So keeping in mind, folks, that you need 4 wins to qualify, and there are 2 games to go, including this one. I'll just read out sort of the ones that are with half a chance. So in that section, Sheldon Bagri-Howley has qualified.
Yeah, well, that's what I expected.
Yeah, reigning New Zealand singles champion with his team of Caleb Hope, Keanu Darby and Oliver Mason, 4 out of 4. Excuse me, teams that need 1 more win to qualify there. The team skipped by Robbie Bird, the team skipped by Trevor Drake, the team skipped by Bob McCauley, the team skipped by Derek Sultan, and the team skipped by Gary Ashby need 1 more. So they're half a chance to get through, and then there's a smattering of other ones. Riker Gregory was a pre-tournament, not a pre-tournament favourite, but one expected to go well. Needs to win every game to qualify through. So
on now.
A couple under pressure there.
And where else? We've got a Group 1, Section 1. Where are we? Section 1, because we have to remember, folks, that people played at one location yesterday, and then a different location today.
Yep, so Section 1, we'll have a nosy at Section 1. And we've got there the qualifiers already, Dan Dickerson and co, and Taylor Horn and co, 4 out of 4. One team on 3 out of 4, Sean Scott, Bill Clements, Rick Hunt and Trevor Ludlow, so they need 1 more win. And then we have a series of teams.
Seeing a couple of crossover bowls here.
Yeah, but it's not. They're far enough away that they're not going to hit each other.
That's only line, you're only about a foot short.
Yeah, good home.
Series of teams on 2 out of 2, so they need to win the rest of the games, which would be Caelan Julia's team, Andy McLean's team, Robert Patterson's team, Rowan Ware's team, Gerard Jeffrey's team, Blair Barringer's team, and the world champion, Peter Ballas playing with the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, Mark Cameron,
Yeah,
and
stay
some
there,
board
mate.
members, Mark O'Connor and Tony
Green was
Lepper. They've had 2 wins and 2 losses.
And that's in Queenstown, is it? Have they
Yes,
gone to
yeah,
Queenstown?
no, they're at Wanaka, sorry.
Wanaka, okay.
2
Well,
wins and
this
2
is
losses.
beautiful.
They need to win the next 2 to qualify for post-section. Exciting times for them.
Well, if Mark Cameron does make the
okay.
post-section,
All
we'll
good.
never hear the end of it.
That's
Draw a shot
correct.
there, David.
Well, fair enough too, I guess. Mind you, there's a little bit of a rigged team because who else is in that team again?
Peter Ballas is the main one there.
Exactly.
He's had an okay career at Lawn Bowls.
Well, I
Keep
am
going
going to
now,
ask you
mate, you're
something
close.
to judge throughout the day. And this one will be,
Yeah, good effort, mate.
perhaps I'm sure you'll
Good.
get some comment on it. Who would you regard, saying post-World War II, who would you
Yeah.
regard as New Zealand's
coming
best
in here.
male and best female? I mean,
Resting
is
on
it
that.
Peter
Well, we've
Ballas?
got 2 out the back.
We're talking in general sense, international, domestic, national titles. Who would be your best male? Who would be your best female?
I think.
You don't have to come up with it now.
No,
You
I've
can
got
maybe
it now, but
you
would you
have
like me to?
already.
I can tell you
Okay.
later if you want.
No, tell me now, and then we can have a debate about it.
I think for me it's Peter Ballas and Joe Edwards are the 2 best ones. Look at this here from Murray.
Oh,
He's just
buddy.
nicked the jack. That was
Yeah, mate,
close.
just want to touch on that jack now. Tidy it up.
Clearly, lots of. I mean, it's always an argument that you're going to have, and there's lots of. We've had lots of exceptional bowlers in New Zealand. We're lucky.
And
but
Motown
Peter-
here,
Yeah.
he's taken a few steps down the green.
I think I'm actually happier than if I'd have got on the back of mine and sprung it back to the one thing I wasn't going to do.
The boys
Greg's
there.
still talking about getting a 7 instead of an 8 there.
Still there,
Didn't
mate.
want to spring the jack back. Just
Still
fair enough.
landing. Probably just drawing now.
We'll just check on this particular bowl, then we'll come back to that question about the greatest New Zealand male and female bowlers. Or your thoughts on them?
Yes, Peter Ballas and
So this is Murray West, though. How's he going to go going on to the backhand? How's that looking? Oh, too much.
yeah, close. Not to be.
Yeah, so
No, wait.
getting back to the subject there.
One thing I just said, I was never going to knock it back and be one down. Yeah,
We're getting a few comments there, just little subtle comments, a little bit of a low 5. Motu having a bit of a chat there to Craig Merrily. In the meantime, Alex, your thoughts? The greatest New Zealand bowler, you just said Peter Ballas
Oh,
straight
yeah,
up.
yeah.
That
Peter
was on the
Ballas.
male. Any contender? Any other contenders with him?
Obviously, I mean, there's always conversations to have. Gary Lawson has an unparalleled domestic record. You could talk about Nick Unkovic being one of the best 4 skips we've ever had. Ali Forsyth's got a pretty good argument. Shannon McElroy is still, nearing the top of his game. So there's lots of ones that are close, but I can't think of any bowler who's had
Scotland?
such an impact than
Right.
Peter Ballas. You know, it's just he was our first professional bowler. He won a few world titles. I think he's as close as you get to a household name, although Phil Scogland is another good example of that, but maybe a slightly earlier generation. Won the New Zealand singles, I think at the age of 21 in the late 60s, and then continued to win it. I think he won it like 5 times. So Phil Scogland, another one up there. But Peter Ballas, for me, the greatest bowler that New Zealand's ever produced.
And we'll come back with the women's, perhaps maybe an end or two, so you can have a few thoughts on that in the meantime. What have we got here? It's
Darren Morrow, he's
just,
found fresh air.
What do I need?
it wasn't a bad bowl, though, was it?
No, it wasn't a bad bowl. He was looking to rest on something, but was unable to do so. Looking like points are going to head in Craig Merrilee's direction unless Darren can do something special with his last bowl.
A 2 or a 3, I think, at the moment. Let's take another look as we see here. Is it going to be 1? 1?
Craig, yeah, that orange bowl of Gavin Hamlin's is the shot. Craig Merrilee's looking to make it 2. If he clears the front one, he's done it. That's beautiful stuff. Now look, he's tucked the jack around the corner.
So that's 1, possibly 2 to the left there. We've got a 10 o'clock. Is that theirs as well, 10?
Yeah, that white bowl is. It's hard to tell the one at 10 and the one at 2 o'clock are both close to 2nd and 3rd. Just with the angles, it's hard to see sometimes. Definitely 1.
Darren Morrow here. What can he do? Last time it was very difficult.
Let it go pretty smooth. Needs it to hold. He needs his bowl to hold.
Come on inside.
What about that one then? He says And one more sit.
Got lucky, mate.
Oh.
That's close. How's your measuring on that one with the eyesight? He's,
Not to be. So 15-1 now will be the score, Dave.
well, at least they pulled it
I did
back
it 20
from
years ago, sir.
7 to 1.
Probably.
And they're straight into action again as we get Gavin Hanlon
Then
putting the jack down. And
Aye.
let's have a look. He uses the yellow or orange bowl. Ready
Nah,
for his
maybe
first
29.
on this, the 7th end. And we'll take a little look in a moment of a few more results from around the place.
Yeah, maybe
Around the
29,
13
maybe.
locations. Maybe we could have a look if you could check down the road. Alexandra
yeah.
District Club. A couple of results from there very shortly there, Alex.
No, Jai.
I can.
He taught me to play bowls
How was-
in 88.
We're having an interesting conversation here. From the skips.
And
There's-
when we walked, he brought me over here and we had a game here. He taught me to play. And then when we walked back through the park there, he fell over and dropped dead. So they kept the
About a
bowl
yard
and
over,
about,
Stu.
I don't know, 4 or 5 years later.
In the meantime, Stu Parker for the Hobsonville
He
Club
got over to Russell Street.
gets down low.
And then Russell Street and he died, yeah.
Quite a short
And done bowls
jack
with
on
it.
this one.
And then they kept his bowls in case I ever wanted to. And then they ended up picking it up a few years later on his head.
And
So
just
I
too
might
much
have
of a
been
curve
about
away as they're changing ends on the
And,
second rink as well.
Oh, I worked on orchards and pursuing.
We're hearing a little bit of a
Sorry,
story there.
yeah, my commentary was paused because I was listening to this fascinating story that Craig Murleys was telling about
Exactly.
a man and some bowls and some other things.
In the meantime, this particular Gavin Hanlon bowl is coming around very nicely. Of course, the jack is very short though, isn't it?
I was swept up in the story, but I can tell you some results if you'd like them.
I think, yeah, throw us in a couple of results. Whereabouts are we, Alex?
So we're at the Alexandra District Club today, these players, and I'll just tell you the ones who've qualified. So we've got Lance Pesco, Kelvin Scott, Nathan Glasson and Rory Soden, who are, they'll go close to winning this event. As we watch this bowl here, just too far past there
Yeah, you know
Stu
that one.
from
Parker.
Stu Parker. They are on 4 out of 4. Pat Houlihan, Connor Muir, Roger O'Brien and Dave Chisholm. Pat Houlihan, of course, won a number of club titles at the Alexandra Bowling Club, as we see Craig Tinker on his backhand side. Just willing this bowl on. Willing it
Down
on.
and swallow it,
Ah,
mate.
God, they're going well,
Oh,
aren't they?
very fit.
These front two players, they're leading the two. Craig Tinker and Gavin Hamlin for Merrilees and Co.
Well, they're just so consistent.
Just
They're
not
not
missing.
necessarily hitting the jack, but they're just around it. I guess if you want to put it in a measurement, maybe a foot around on either side all the time.
Yeah, they're just not missing.
And then you get Motu comes in again at, what is it, number 3, who keeps it consistent again.
absolutely.
It's great team play. But this isn't too bad. Oh,
Just
my
finding
goodness.
the gap.
luck,
So
mate.
Hobsonville,
Just bring it back to you, it'd be good.
yeah, they're just up against
Same
it, aren't
bowls as
they?
last.
They are.
Even when they play a bowl in the right area, they find a way to go through a bowl-sized gap instead of
Exactly.
resting a bowl. Craig Tinker now on the backhand again. And look at this, we're going to have 4 bowls. If he runs it out, which he should. 4 bowls from your leading
Mate, mate,
2.
this is very good, too.
You can't ask for anything more as a skip. That is perfect.
Yeah,
That's
nice.
Could you
textbook bowls.
drive on this?
Yep.
Yeah, it would be an option?
Yep.
Yeah,
It,
stay there, mate.
it depends on your players, of course. And as a skip, you know your players' favoured shot selection. But if you've got a player who's happy enough with weighted shots and running shots, you'd drive it. And if you talk to someone like Peter Bellis, who we mentioned before, in the days when greens are a bit
Like it
quicker,
to
as we
there.
watch this bowl not far away
Really
here
like it.
from Clinton Smith, he's found a gap.
Oh, yeah.
He was
just dropped
bad.
nice one.
The smallest gap ever.
I think Darren Moore remembered he had a mic on then because we got "oh you" and then silence. So well done, Darren. That's well remembered. But
Well,
it was
it was just, there was nothing.
no,
They
that was
managed to
just
find a
unlucky.
gap of nothing.
Just unlucky. But you get more unlucky when heads build up against you like this
Exactly.
because you have to play a perfect bowl or you get nothing.
Yeah.
What was I saying, Dave?
When luck goes against you, luck goes against you. And we're talking about drive and how Peter Bellis, when the greens were faster.
Our games become slightly less aggressive in that sense because when our greens were quick, New Zealanders in particular were known for booming drives. So if the head was set up against you like this, you'd just get your lead or two to smack it because everybody could drive then. It was a common shot. Look at this from Murray.
Mate.
Pop the jack out to the side. Good bowl.
Well, he almost got, not a drive, but he
Well,
got the
you can play
result of
under
the
there if
drive.
you like.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, it was a good shot there.
So it just pings the jack over to the camera's left. And now David Motu
Yeah, the
He's got
head's,
to reassess what he's doing, doesn't he?
head's been well and truly reset now. Those bowls are all essentially
Stay up,
moot.
mate.
Look at this here from
Stay up.
Davey Motu.
Davey. It's a good bowl, mate.
Good shot. Swinging in a lot at the end, isn't it? You can see the
Yeah, a bit more
bit of the
grass.
surface that's been played on. That is, of course, why the direction that players on will be
Probably same
changed
weight, mate.
every couple of days, so that there's even wear on the green, on the rinks. Murray now on his forehand side.
We'll come back to those results from some of the clubs very shortly, though, Alex. But in the meantime, this could be one of the better bowls for Hobsonville. No, it pulls up short. So we're going to get ready for the skips, and let's see the reactions as we go down the low 5. That's for the composite team. Motu to Craig Merley. A little bit of a giggle, a little bit of a...
Touch on that, eh?
I've just noticed, Dave, that my pick to win the men's fours event needs to win their 2 games to qualify.
And who was your pick again?
Mike Galloway, David Clark, Martin Dixon and Jordan King was my pick, and they've lost 2 games. They lost one to Lance Pascoe. They lost that game by 1 point.
Well, that was a
19
difficult
points
contest,
to
though,
18.
wasn't it?
And they played another favoured team, Darren Gooden, Aidan Zitterstein, Alan Batley and Donald Christensen. They lost that game 19-13, so they need to win the next 2.
Well, just a little thought on that. Your picks weren't so good, so I wouldn't have been at the TAB with those picks. Of course, we are at the TAB as well.
We are.
So tab.co.nz, and you can see the full list there of just straight up winners, and I believe there's some head-to-heads as well. Certainly the straight up winners. You can go along there and check on the TAB and maybe put a little bet on the bowls.
Yeah, and with a bit of luck, there'll be a post-section.
Well, with a bit of luck, they can do a lot better than your actual prediction, I think, is it,
My
Alex?
team's still going. They just need to win every game from now. It'll be fine. I have no doubt.
So there is men's and women's straight up winners of the tournament. And then once we get into post-section, we'll be able to help out with the TAB. And
Here we go. Darren Morrow on the backhand looking to draw the shot, Dave. That's brilliant stuff. Look at that.
well, at
Beautiful.
this stage, we could be having a point.
Beautiful.
1
And,
point, possibly 2.
oh, Craig's going to go this. Look at this wind up here from Craig Merrilies.
That's what we want to see.
The focus in his eyes. He won't be short this time. On the backhand. He's close here. Craig Merrilies
Bowl
looking
clean.
for the jack or the bowl. Beautiful.
That's almost nasty, isn't it?
Just a beautiful bowl. You can't ask for any more than that. And
I mean, we get Morrow putting a beautiful bowl, stopping the rot as such, potentially getting a point,
just gone.
and then it just gets knocked out the way.
So the question we have for Darren is how good's your memory? Because he's put one there already. Can you put it back? How's your weight, Darren? Yeah, good memory. Great memory. Look at that.
Well replied. Well
What-
replied.
What an exchange there from the skips, and a great bowl from Darren Morrow. Drawing the shot, doubling their score now, Dave. 2 points to 15.
I mean, that's pretty tough because when you know that you're going to lose another end and you've already lost the last one and the one before that was 7, well, he's come back very strong.
Yeah, he has, and it's
I mean, it was only 1 point, but he's come back strong. Here we go. Let's have a look at the shot there. That's the first one.
great bowl. And then it was removed,
How many
Bang.
minutes?
and then he just put it back, Dave.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
it's up.
Easy peasy. Look at that. Great shot.
Well done.
Nah, it's good.
Yeah. She's good, eh?
Where's the
Jack's
clock
been
gone?
delivered to a different length.
This is Stu Parker.
There's a clock up there, but there was
Second.
a timer up here before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's it gone? No, but it was here this morning.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Little conversation.
They've lost the timer.
That's okay. You're doing all right there, guys, when it comes to the
Good
time.
greens, Stu.
Actually, going through it quite nicely on
Just
an
right,
hour's
mate.
play. And they're
Yeah, it was.
already on the 7th end. That's around about good timing. Steady.
Yeah, chugging along good. We've seen no kills, so that's about right. The green running
I mean, the
16
biggest-
seconds or so.
Biggest opportunity to kill was actually on the first end.
It was.
We
The
had
closest we got to a kill, and it was from the lead.
Exactly.
Kevin Hamlin, that's short and narrow. He'll be disappointed with that.
Now, so far today,
Going
you've
hard,
done a
mate.
number of the men's results
That's
from
not all
around
bad.
the districts.
Made it.
Perhaps at the
Good
end of this
couple
end,
over,
we
mate.
can look at some of
Green
the
was
women's
good.
results.
Yep, I can do that.
I just Remembering your pick in the women's was Mandy Boyd, which was a
Liking
very
this, Jerry.
logical and very easy pick.
Yes.
But in the meantime, this one's coming around nicely, Alex.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah, good. At least they passed. That's two
Yep,
good
but you
bowls
lost.
there from Stu Parker.
And remembering that tomorrow we do have post-section play televised on Sky from midday. And then on Sunday, post-section play. In fact, finals, that is, from midday. That'll be John Macbeth with you. That is unless his team has a
Stuff
complete
here, Gav.
turnaround today.
Yeah, no,
Right
it'll be
ball,
I don't
mate.
think they can. So that's a nice ball there. But John Macbeth will be joining you as main
Yeah.
commentator. I'll be out and about with some of the
Jackal
interviews
ball.
around the venue. This is the Alexandra Bowling Club, the finals venue, the headquarters.
and a good place to be at any point. I mean, if you're in the area for the next 6 days, it's a beautiful venue. and
Well,
some
that's
good
another
bowls.
thought as well there, Alex, that from Monday we start the mixed pairs.
Mine
And it's
just
just
stuck,
one
mate.
mixed pair that I'm looking forward to. Well, there's many, but that one mixed pair that I'm looking forward to is the combination of the
Yeah, mate.
two New
Go on,
Zealand singles winners together.
Yes, Selena Goddard and Sheldon Begri-Howley, the current reigning New Zealand singles champions, and we decided that their combined age shouldn't be over 60.
Exactly. I think the average age of
Sorry,
that is
mate.
probably still under 30 slightly, so
Yeah.
that's pretty impressive. And
Great.
so is that bowl as well.
Good bowl from Craig Tinker. I've been so impressed with the front end of Craig Tinker and Gavin Hamlin in this game.
probably
They've
him.
really given Craig
And-
Murleys and David Motto everything
You
to
could
play
go
with.
either hand.
Oh,
How far back is this? Oh, about a metre, just under a metre.
A
Plenty of
metre
room to
pass,
draw.
he says. So Clinton
play
Smith,
either hand.
yeah,
So
he
which one's he going with here?
on his forehand side. He just about played a wrong bias then, but he switched his bowl around. I do like his hat. Nice delivery as well. Clinton Smith on the forehand
I
side.
like it to there.
He's very close here, Dave. He's still close. Good bowl. Lovely bowl there from Clint.
Yeah, shot, mate.
It's
Yeah,
got a
draw
sit.
shot, mate.
It's going to stay upright, but that's okay.
Yeah, very good bowl. Good shot.
So at the moment we're on a 1, possibly 2 for Hobsonville.
Yeah.
1.
One, I would say, to the bowl at 6 o'clock, and that's better stuff from the Hobsonville team. They'll be disappointed with their performance so far. They're better than that. All handy bowlers, they know what they're doing, so they'll be looking just to
Yeah,
get
still
some
got it.
respectability.
Yeah, play there.
The goal sort of at 15-2 down will be to play the last end, Dave. You can sort of be within Kui on the last end, even 5 or 6 down on the last end. Some really weird stuff can happen in bowls.
Thanks.
If you're with a chance, you've got a chance. Murray,
Rest it.
Hey,
rest of the
mate, give
bowl
yourself a
square.
chance under there. Draw the shot or set the shot bolt.
Dave on the forehand.
A few little mumbles in the background. Let's make sure the
Good
commentators
effort.
can't hear this.
I won't listen too hard, don't worry.
We can still hear you, albeit muffled. And who we got here up to the mat?
It's Murray.
Yeah,
Murray West on the
Murray
forehand
West.
side.
it's, come along. They just, what do you do there? Just adjust the bowl. It's an interesting little stance there.
Nice delivery for Murray. It's pretty smooth. He doesn't dump the bowl.
Increase in speed for a bit though. I was funny though. I literally was like, right, I'm going to finish just a metre short so I don't give this away. I'm going to come out of my hand. I was like, please tell me I'm not fucking
It's all right, mate.
4 metres short.
Craig's still talking about the 7.
And I was.
It's going to last for a long time, that
I
7.
think he's accidentally scarred himself.
Exactly.
I'd rather have
In the meantime, this last ball coming down as the crew comes with it. And the 2 skips ready to move on down. So we're looking still at 1 to the Hobsonville Club, is that right?
Yeah, the white stickered bowl at 6 o'clock is the
White
shot,
stick
and
was-
then surrounded by Craig
Yep.
Murleys and co.
There you go. They're having a little look. And that was Craig Merrily taking a little look, seeing how close that 1 from Hobsonville is. In the meantime, we have
Skips just
Darren
wander
Morrow.
back. Lovely shot of the mountains there. If you look really hard, or if you like squint your eyes, you just imagine there's snow.
There is. It's
Snow on
it's
the
a
top.
little, well, a little glint of snow at the moment.
A smattering.
We're still in February.
Yeah.
Onto the backhand side.
Actually, I prefer winter time. I don't like warm.
You're from Tauranga.
That's my that's my comment. Darren wasn't far away from adding a bonus there.
I think I'll take the warm, actually. Having been in places of minus 30, minus 14.
Oh, but
and all
yeah,
that sort of thing.
that's a step too far though, Dave. Sort of the.
You've lived in the desert, in Doha, and also in Los Angeles and Sydney as well. Oh, that one's really going across, isn't it?
Yeah, he won't be happy with that. He just let it go a bit funny. Lost a bit of focus there, I'd say. It's easy to do when you're
So
15-2
the last
up.
bowls of this, the 8th. And we have Darren Morrow up to the mat. His checks. They're on 1 point at the moment. His club of Hobsonville and Auckland. And the black bowls coming around.
He's close. He's close to making it a bonus. Darren.
Pushes his own
Oh, he's
clubmate
gone.
out
You
of
know
the way.
what? I want to be the one holding the shot.
Exactly.
How many's that bowl worth?
Yeah.
So he's asked how many is that bowl worth? Just the one, it seems.
Because it's sometimes easier just to chip a bowl out than it is to
So
try
here's
to
Craig
draw it.
Merrily. What is Craig Merrily going to do
Oh,
on this?
It's challenging with Craig because he always winds up whether he's drawing or driving, so I can never
Exactly.
tell if he's playing with weight. I think he's looking just to sit it out or tuck the jack around the corner. Craig giving this one the stalk. He can't be far away. Good bowl.
Oh, didn't quite work.
He might have sat down enough. We'll see by the players whether he has or not.
Is it still one? It
I-
is.
It looked like he'd snuck one to me just because his bowl sat down. But maybe not enough.
Oh, Murray West with the cap there, just down doing the measuring.
We'll find out soon. Murray just going around all the corners.
He really is.
One to Craig Merrilies.
So taking the score up to 16-2. And this, well, what is it? Round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Round 5? Round 5 of the
Yes.
men's competition at the Summerset National Fours here at the Alexandra Bowling Club.
Yep, so one game to go after this, and then we will know our qualifiers.
And Gavin Hanlon.
Of course,
With the jack and then with the first bowl of this particular end.
keep your eyes peeled on the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, to find results from the day, and also a bit later on this evening, the post-section draw when we know who the qualifiers are.
And now just checking on some results. Have we got any of the women's results from any of the 13 clubs there?
Absolutely. So my pick to win the women's fours, Mandy Boyd, Kirsten Edwards, Amy McElroy and Ange Boyd. 4 wins out of 4, so they've qualified.
Right.
As, of course, all my men's pick when they win their next 2 games, Dave.
Exactly.
Which they need to do.
That's going to be a tough one.
4 out of 4 for Mandy and co. Wendy Mackey, of course, also
Which
on.
club are they at the moment?
They are in Section 3 at the moment, which means that they are at a club.
Okay, one of the 13 clubs around.
Omakau.
Omakau?
The Omakau Bowling Club.
Omakau. Quite well known for its racing track. Very nice little racing track.
Okay.
And that's where the TAB actually does a little bit of vision from there at times.
I did not know that. Thank you, Dave. As you see that bowl there, just entirely lost by Stu Parker. He'll be disappointed. The other qualifier there already, Dave, is Pam Stevens, Mary O'Dowd, Linda Lucas and Pauline Bailey, who are also in 4 out of 4.
Now, where are they from? Know any of those bowlers? I might be able to update a little bit later whereabouts they're from, or any of the clubs they're from. Composite team, it seems.
Probably a composite team, I would
Yeah.
say.
A number of
but,
composite teams. You were mentioning yesterday that in the past you had to be from the same club. There was no composite teams, but then I guess logic prevailed.
Yeah, way back when, 40, 50 years ago, composite teams, you weren't allowed composite teams, had to be from the club, and over time that's become less and less so. So the Nationals is a really cool event where you can play with anyone, and we see some really
Well,
neat
you might
composite
have a
teams
friend
now.
from a different part of the country. As an old friend
That's the
or
thing.
however.
Yeah, so you see some really cool times where teams only come together for a national event, and 4 people from 4 different districts even are able to play together and enjoy this. And Gavin Hamlin again with the 2 good bowls. Dave, I've been so impressed as we see Craig Tinker here look to add a third.
I don't think he's very happy with this one.
Oh, that's a commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed.
Sorry, Craig. Blame it on me.
Hurry, Tinks. Another
Well, it's
meter,
actually
mate. Be good.
ended up not too bad.
Yeah, handy.
I've seen worse.
He wasn't overly happy, and then it just
Yeah, I
sits.
think here.
We'll just-
Pretty much even, yeah. Through the jackal bowl.
Just hearing Darren there direct his to Clinton Smith on the forehand side. Beautiful delivery from Clinton. That was very smooth.
Well, Alex,
Like
you're
it's there,
very
mate.
good with your maths, so I'm going to ask you how many of the men's teams are in this competition? How many women's teams? Just check this first.
Look at that from Clinton, trailing the jack all the way back into the ditch. He just put the jack in the ditch. That's incredible.
And you could see the clap there.
That couldn't have gone any better. That's
See it.
amazing.
Yeah, I think just draw them there, close as you can. It's unbeatable. We'll just try and get second shot.
Well, there you go. So let's take us through that summary that we just heard from Craig Merrily.
So because the jack is in the ditch next to the bowl that touched that, it's literally impossible to put a bowl closer to the jack than the bowl that's already there. So it's unbeatable is what Craig said, which meant that it's about making sure you only drop a 1 by drawing as close as you can to the ditch. Sometimes you can look for touches. If there'd been a toucher already, like
Yeah,
if one of the
come
orange
here.
bowls that
So
Gavin
this
had
is
played
the
had
area.
touched the jack, you can look to hit them
Touch beyond
into
the
the
boot.
ditch to count. But because that isn't the case, it's just about trying to draw a second shot and just dropping the 1. So
So
Clint-
what we know is that the team from Hobsonville, Darren Morrow and his team,
we'll score 1 point at least.
1 point at least, which means they've won this end. However, how many ends in a row would that give them? Or is that 3 out of 4 of the last ends? Albeit that it's only, it'll be the second,
Be the second out of 3,
Just
but
draw just past the tee, and if it
starting of
runs on, it
some
does.
a little bit of momentum, albeit small momentum on the points.
Yeah, and the equation for them, they've played 8 ends, there's 18 to go, 18 in total, so 10 to go. If Darren Morrow's team can play the last end and be a mathematical chance, they'll be quite happy.
Yeah.
You know, if you could be maybe 5 down last end, that's pretty good fishing. So 15-10 would to be the score.
However, the Hobsonville team is out of it. Is that correct?
They can't qualify, they're here to be
No,
spoilers,
no.
which is quite a fun
Go
place to
here.
be sometimes
So
when you're
they've
playing
got an arc
bowls.
here.
Ah.
So we're looking to beat that. That's probably the closest. But
So getting some instructions of how to
That's
get
the
more
place in
points.
here,
They know
mate.
they've got 1 at the present time.
Here we go. Murray on the back end.
Can he add to the 1?
come on.
Go to this time, buddy.
Yeah,
2
good
minutes.
effort.
And David Motu for the composite side, the Aucklander in the composite side, which features 2 competitors from Invercargill and 1 from the Wairarapa.
Should be good if you get a clear road here, mate. You're not a mile away.
Not a mile, about a metre, I would say.
Exactly.
Nice ball, Dean.
So just point out where the jack is for us, Alex.
So you can see on the bottom right of your screen there's a golf ball. The jack is underneath
stay
the
there.
golf ball, and then there is a bowl right next to it. And
Wanting to put about
the
a
reason
metre on
the
yours.
jack is so close to the bowl is because Clint took it into the ditch at a slow speed. So it didn't spring away from the bowl. It was like just a gentle trail
It was,
into the
it was
ditch.
just a little encouragement. In
Yeah,
the
beautiful
ditch.
bowl from Clint Smith there. Murray West now looking to draw a second shot on his backhand side. He's chasing after it at some pace. Little feather. Oh, got it square.
I reckon I
And Alex, at the end of this, well, completion of this end, we'll get a few more of the women's results from maybe anything from Bannockburn, if the woman playing there today.
Yeah, they
Just check on
because they had
those.
to walk.
Maybe for a couple of the other clubs.
Why don't we
maybe
go Patera
Okay,
Shall
that'll
we
be
go
great.
there?
Yes,
after
definitely.
at the completion of this end? I'll tell you
It's
how
great.
that's getting on, and of course,
The
if
2
you-
skips coming down.
if you're too impatient to wait for me to tell you what the results are, you can check it out for yourself, viewers, on the Bowls New Zealand website. Go to Bowl Sub Aotearoa. There's a couple of buttons you can click. I think one of them's called broadcast and live results, and then there's another thing that says national events. Just however you find your way to Bowl Sub Aotearoa, do so, and you can check out all the results there for the men's and women's 4s. And of course, that is where the post-section draw will be published later on this evening when we have ascertained who's qualified and where they're playing.
And the people behind the scenes when it comes to collating the scores, collating the results, who have we got there?
Yes, so it's Brendan Moulton and Chris Lander at the headquarters. Craig Merrilley's just about stopped on the edge there at the headquarters, taking in the results from the satellite clubs. So the way it works is that every club has a person in charge of doing the results, and they take a photo of them and send it through to the headquarters here at the Alexandra Bowling Club, where Chris Lander and Brendan Moulton input it into Bowl Sub Aotearoa. I think Connor Williams is going to give us a hand with the post-section draw.
Actually, his hands are on his head right now going,
Okay.
oh no.
Or not. I don't know. I just talk, open my mouth and stuff comes out. We'll move on. Hi, Colin.
He's going to take you off air in a minute, but
Yeah, well, he's
in
good
the
to it. He's in
meantime, it is
charge.
Craig Merrilley. And a very positive bowl there.
So Craig on the back end, looking to hit something.
Oh,
Well,
he did.
He hit the ball in the ditch, but that means nothing. So the jack gets replaced where it was, and we'll see how many points the Hobsonville team has after this one. Darren with a chance to add a bonus.
And even if they only get 1 point, it's still nice to get 2 ends in a row.
Took too much out.
Too much out, he says. Right, let's see how many points it is to the Hobsonville team as they mount their three to Hobsonville.
Wow.
So a very good shot there from Clint Smith
Impressive.
to take the jack into the ditch, and a 3. So they've gone from 2 points to 5 points now, the Hobsonville team, and just
Nice little start.
ticking away. Again, it's not about winning the game for them. They're good bowlers, this Hobsonville team, and they want to play. You always want to play the last end of a game. You don't want to be so far gone.
Well, we did have
that
one
you're
of
not
those
gonna
in
play
the
the
women's
last end.
yesterday where
Yeah.
there were about 2 to 3 ends out, and pulled the pin because it was such a, what was it, 22-2?
Yeah, it was a big win. So the you always want to, if you can play the last end, that's ideal, because anything can happen in this crazy game we play.
And I think we're going to look at some results, Alex.
Yes.
Some of the women's results.
We were, so I can tell you that. I said Patearoa was where we were going, wasn't it? I believe they have very nice lunches, and I can tell you that the one qualifier there in Section 1 of the women so far is Gwen Dwayne, Tina Jakes, Maya Wilson and Vicky Cole on 4 out of 4. And then a number of teams on 3 out of 4, so need 1 out of the next 2 games. We've got Jean Stratford's team, Marilyn Steele's team, and Danelda Scott, who we covered yesterday on the live stream, on 3 out of 4, and then a few back on the 2s. So it's an interesting section there, Section 1. It indicates that it's been pretty hard fought with only one 4 out of 4 winner, and lots of people beating each other up as we watch this bowl here of Gavin Hamlin's fall a bit short. He's not
That's
been...
a surprise, actually.
It is. He's been amazing the first sort of 6 or 7 ends. And it's interesting because when we've seen the leading 2, Gavin and Craig, not be quite as good, that of course has been when the Hobsonville team has managed to score some points.
Well, here's Stu Parker with his bowl. Oh. Well, he won't be very pleased about that.
No, he won't be. It's just, I still think that's a bit of a
Stays
finicky hand, isn't it, to find the right green. We've seen lots of players either be wide or narrow on that forehand side coming in this direction. Gavin Hamlin, very deliberate bowler, very deliberate action.
Not giving too much away just yet. Oh, no expression on his face. It's certainly got better length.
That's shot, mate. Whatever you say, mate.
And Clinton Smith up
That's
next
a metre out.
with the big hat. Clinton Smith
It's all right, mate. It's okay. Hold your head.
is getting a bit of advice there from the skip, Darren Morrow.
Beautiful
Well,
weight,
good.
just
Well
not
done,
the
mate.
green right.
We are effectively halfway through. This is the 9th end of 18. Gee, what a wide variety of bowls on this
Yeah.
particular end.
I think it is that forehand side though, because all these bowls have had good weight, barring that first one short. And the green, it's just the green. I think it's a finicky hand, Dave. I'm surprised that we are persisting with it. It might be easier to play the backhand side. Of course, I am sitting in the comfort of a commentary box, and my opinion is largely irrelevant.
Yeah, like it to there.
Like it to there, he says, looking for a little feather.
I
Clint,
like, buddy.
the hero of the
Go on
previous
there,
end.
mate. Give it away
Well,
to
that's
there.
quite nice, though. Knocking the Hamlin yellow ball into the, almost into the view, almost into the lane.
Craig Tinker just removing some sort of flying insect. And on the backhand, which we think's the nicer side. Down to the weight now. How's your weight, Craig? Not to beat. And the loose head here, by the standards of these teams. And interesting
Probably
too
good
that
at this one.
most of the bowls are short or level with the
Good.
jack.
Honestly, mate.
You asked me how many players there were,
Usual.
Dave. I've just remembered.
That's right.
120 men's teams and 67 women's in this event.
So that's where the total of 800 competitors comes from.
Yeah,
Around the regions.
800 there or thereabouts. There are some players playing in the mixed pairs who aren't playing in the fours and vice versa. So it works out to be about 800 people down here for the Summerset Nationals, which is brilliant for Central Otago. As we see this bowl, that's pretty good.
So that's the closest so far,
What do you see from there?
from this angle anyway.
Yeah, it's the shot from Murray.
I would play there actually. Yeah, it comes back home good.
Comes home good, says Craig.
This is David Motu up to the mat and getting down very low.
Just been named in the
Got the weight, mate. You're not a mile away.
Aotearoa Bowls team for the Oceania Challenge a bit later on.
Perfect.
He's found the gap. Now has he got the jack? No.
Good effort.
Gave himself half a chance. He was in the area.
It was,
The weight
as
was
we heard,
great.
a good effort.
Possibly just a bit more grass.
Murray West with a good bowl to work from. Holding the shot. Taking his time, very deliberate. Murray on his forehand side. He's let that one go nicely.
Yeah, like it to there.
Won't be far away if he's got the weight right here. Murray West on the forehand.
Roller out.
Yeah, mate, you keep that weight.
Roller out.
Touch the grass, you go
Good
close.
bowl.
Yeah, nice, mate.
Holding two now, Murray. Davey Motu trying to get one there or thereabouts. He's on the right green. This is
Davey,
the
you're not a
green.
mile away, mate. Oh,
How's
come
your
on.
weight, Davey?
It's good here, buddy. Number
Beautiful
one.
bowl.
Brilliant.
Absolutely beautiful shot there from Davey Motu. Drawing a literal toucher on the backhand side. Just when the Hobsonville team was starting to get something nearing a sniff of a chance. It's been snuffed out by Davey Motu, drawing the shot.
What makes that shot so good is it just blocks the view, blocks everything.
Ah, beautiful shot, beautiful bowl. It's almost tempting if you can see a
Look at
line
that view
through to
there.
it.
You're trying to find the jack. Where
Good
is
luck. Yeah, I think it's somewhere at about 12 o'clock on your screen. One of the bowls. The jack's behind it. It's a challenging one for the skip, Darren. You'd almost want to try and chip it out somehow, but even that's it's so
Well, that's
hard.
high risk, isn't it? If you're trying to chip that out, who knows what you're you don't
Yeah.
actually know what you're going for,
Yeah,
and you could knock anything out of the way.
that's the challenge.
So what's he doing here? Going on his forehand?
Yeah, on his forehand side. Let it go smooth enough. It's a hard bowl to play. He's not got much room. Now, how quickly are you going to swing, Darren? That's a great effort, really. A great effort. And Craig Merrilees will be on his backhand side. We've seen Davey Motu do it. Around all the stuff, then back in at the end. A big late swing. So around that white bowl that you see at 2 o'clock to the jack. He's close here. Now he needs it to start swooping down. Nah, not to beat. He had pretty reasonable weight.
And Alex, just update me again on Craig Merrilees and his composite team. What do they have to do to make the post section play?
If they win this game, they've made it into post section. So they'll be it'll be hard for them not to be thinking that they'll be playing tomorrow at this stage, I would say. 16-5 up, you back yourself to manage a game that you'd win that.
And for those people who have tuned in or just come across the channel or come across the YouTube, it's update us on how things are, I guess, staged. You go from what, an open
Darren
tournament,
here,
this is
sorry
too good,
Dave.
this is too good.
Oh, just about drew the shot. That was nearly magnificent from Darren, but not to be. Sorry Dave, as you were.
Well, we'll come back after this one now. There's Craig Merrily here.
Just
from
draw for two is the answer to your question, Craig.
So what is he going to do? Backhand or the forehand? He's going to go forehand.
It's interesting here because he's moved over onto his mat. I'm not sure what he's doing. There must be a shot on of some sort. No, he's just looking for late swing. So he moved to his far left. That's to get his bowl to turn late. So it's about where you let your bowl go on the mat. It changes the angle, and he's used it to good effect here. How's your weight, Craig? Brilliant stuff. So the reason he moved over on his left was to get it to turn late, and it did, and I think he's made it two there. A great bowl from Craig Merrilies.
So two taking the score out for Craig Merrily, the skipper team there up to 18.
Very good stuff there, and looking like a good team effort from this composite team.
Two from Invercargill, one from the Wild Upper, and one from Auckland. So just explain for those who are new then, going through open and to post section. Post section, I guess, how would you describe that for people who aren't used to that terminology?
Yeah, so when we talk about a nationals and lawn bowls, we're talking about large open events. You don't have to qualify for it. You don't have to be of a certain level. You just have to belong to a club, a lawn bowling club in New Zealand. So
effectively me with my very novice experience.
If you signed up this year, you could enter an open national competition. So as we said, we get about 800 individuals enter, and you select, or you're in teams of 4 that you've worked out.
But so then I could come up against someone like, well, who could I come up against?
Anyone. You could come up against Gary Lawson. You could play Peter Ballas, because it's a random draw, Dave. So the teams are entered. It's a digital shuffle, or whatever you call it. Right. It's not. So like to put everything into a thing and shake it.
Come up against Gary Lawson, that would be interesting but scary, and it will also be.
Yeah, so
it would be a disaster on the scoreboard.
It's an unseeded section play draw. So every team is guaranteed 6 games of section play. So they come to this Nationals in Central Otago. Every 4's team is guaranteed. We say you've got 6 games of bowls. If you can win, as we see, Gavin Hamlin draw 2. If you win 4 games or more, so 4, 5 or 6, you've done well enough to go into post-section, so after section play, and that again is a randomly generated draw. It's not seeded.
Post-section is knockout, is that right?
Knockout, yeah. So it's the cream sort of rises to the top. So the teams that are playing well go into this post-section.
But how many teams can make it through to post-section?
Depends. Sort of like
it's almost like golf, isn't it? That if you are on a certain score, you can make it through. It doesn't mean that only 50 players are going to make it through. It could be 50 plus whoever else is on that score.
Yeah, there's usually a rough percentage that get through, and because it's straight knockout, there are rounds of. There's the round of 64, the round of 32, the round of 16, 8, 4, 2, and so on and so forth. So it's very rare that you get 32 teams qualify, for example. You might get 40 teams qualify. So what is done then is you need to get yourself down to 32 so that it can go through. So we get buys running through the draw to sort of make it all work out. Right, of course, all that available on Bowl Sub this evening to see what it is.
That's where Chris Lander comes into it.
Yes, our chat room team make all that happen. As we saw, there was a bowl shunted up, I think, of Craig Merrilies' team. So not ideal there from
up to 3
Hobsonville.
now.
Just playing so well this leading 2.
And so what it means is that tomorrow, starting from 8:30 on some of the greens, or all of the greens that is, we will have post-section.
Yes.
And then when we come to broadcast, it'll still be post-section, but we'll be through to maybe the round of the quarterfinals and semi-finals. That'd be right? No, we'll still be at the round of 16.
64, 32, 16 sort of thing by the time we broadcast, because it's from 12 o'clock tomorrow, so there will be one game will have been played. But yeah, the stakes will be high at straight knockout. So look at this, just snick the jack across the corner. And looking to the sky, Clint Smith wasn't far away. And a great performance here. We are witnessing from Craig Merrillees, David Motu, Craig Tinker and Gavin Hamlin in this game of section play at the Alexandra Bowling Club.
If anything, that's opened it up. So if you want to play this hand, this is level. There's probably a mat wide, and there a mat in front. So if you want to play into there, there's plenty of room to draw.
Murray West now with his bowl. Good couple of bowls at the previous end.
Put rest on that, I'm happy.
Or previous ends.
It's not going to.
Yeah. I enjoy that. That's better commentary than I've ever delivered from Darren Morrow.
Lovely.
Here we go.
You're in.
We're in a situation now where Darren Morrow's team does need to score. Like, you want to be playing the last end, so you've got to just be scoring some points to catch back up. Otherwise, we may see a handshake and an early lunch. Actually, what's the time? A late lunch? An early afternoon tea or something, I don't know. Murray here on the forehand, not looking good here.
The second televised game does start from 3 p.m.
On the crossover now, and looking good for
just the conversation
team.
there, a few grins.
Yeah.
That is Craig to Craig. A few little grins. They know that they've got this. Oh, would you consider that they've got it wrapped up? With there still a few ends to go?
I would be very surprised.
Yeah. I think they feel confident. They should be feeling confident as well. They've pretty much won every end, or certainly dominated most ends.
So we see Wynette McLaughlin in the background there. It's a legend of New Zealand bowls, both outdoor bowls and indoor bowls. Played for New Zealand in both. She's a dual New Zealand representative. Great bowler, and good to have her along watching. Husband Winston, of course, a good bowler himself, having won the New Zealand Peers in about 1984-ish. Craig Merrillees, that was a good rub, but nice weight anyway, and got the shot.
The thumbs up, yep.
Yeah, she's lovely lady.
How are you going?
Absolutely brilliant bowler. Wynette won the Southland Triples last year as well, so still got it. Darren looking for a good result. He was half a bowl off there. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment.
Oh, goodness.
To the team of Craig Merrillees. And that could be the final blow. Craig Merrillees now on the forehand.
He's just wandering down behind it, or a couple of strides anyway. Is this going to be another one?
Yeah, just another good bowl there. So Hobsonville in all sorts of trouble. They don't score on this end. I think any hope that they've got is extinguished, Dave. I think they need to score on this end to,
of course,
to have a half
the
chance.
spoilers, aren't they? They can't make the post section.
Darren on the forehand side. He's not wide. So he's going to need the weight to get a good result. He needs to get a bit of luck, bit of fortune, not to be. We're nearing the end of this game, I feel, Dave.
Let's check how many have we got.
They haven't been giving you a lot, they haven't really given you much.
Bit of a measure. He loves his measuring there, does Murray West.
It's a lot faster than we were playing over there.
Yeah, it is. It knows it's wrong.
Just measuring.
And checking. Let's look at the manual scoreboard below. Well, behind.
Yeah, it's going to be a number, I think. 5. I think that's it really, Dave. I don't see a road back now for the Hobsonville team. 23 points to 5 in favour of Craig Merrillees. They'll get there. That was 5. Here we go. Tipping over the top. Gavin Hamlin delivering the jack.
There's a little bit of debate about which numbers do I put around at the moment. The manual scoreboard.
One or the other.
It is, in fact, 23-5, and we're on to the 12th end.
Now, going back in the direction of the bowls bags, and sometimes you go, well, take the bowls back to where the bowls bags are, and shake hands and go inside for a refreshment, some hydration and something to eat. They may decide to stay out there, but I do
that
feel...
would be particularly early, though. We are in the 12th. If you're 15th end, you might do it.
Maybe. It depends on how the players are feeling. I think this Hobson will have a little bit of a rally, and they were looking okay, but having dropped that 5 points, you just feel like it's probably beyond them at this stage. Last time I said that, Tony Fabling then defeated
Parker.
Shannon McElroy in the singles game.
Come on, roll her out. Roll her out.
Not to be from Stu.
You might make the adjustment.
Grass, Stu.
Front toucher.
And Hamlin here has the bowl, firstly, the wrong way up,
Yeah.
and then turns it over.
It's
You just saw it
Yeah,
there.
it's his way of ensuring that he gets the grip right, I think. I think it's his... He'll have that as a pre-shot routine. Coming from a golf background and sports psychology background, you can be sure that he will have analysed his pre-shot routine. And have it down to be the same thing every time. And he did the same thing that time, but it's not where the
Take
jack
grass
is.
with another metre, mate.
Stu Parker.
Well, just wondering, Alex, if perhaps
Yeah,
we can
nice.
get Chris Lander to
Nice.
come on and just have a little
on.
chat about how things will work out this afternoon. Wonder if he's available. We might be able to
Great adjustment, Stu. Great adjustment, mate.
get him
Love
to
that.
come on through.
It's a very good idea.
I think maybe, Alex, do you want to just do a little pop over the way there? And
Yeah,
we can put
you
him on
can.
the
You hold the fort, Dave.
Get over, mate. Well done.
As you can see the score there. At 23-5, still going. We're going to try and get Chris Lander to come on and have a little chat with us so he can take us through the
Might be a bit
busy
skinny, mate.
afternoon, busy evening that he's going to have as
Alright,
get ready for
sit in there.
post-section play. We're at the Alexandra Bowling Club. That one just
Hard luck, bud.
rolling on.
Mate, go the bowl. Jack in the bin's good.
You can hear the comments there from the two skips. And Hamlin there. That's an aggressive
Belly.
one, and it's on the drive. Bang.
Come on. Good effort.
And you can hear the laugh. The good effort coming through. And nice. It's one of probably our first true
We got
drive.
one. Just drawing in here. Just about here.
And we're going to
Take
have
plenty
Chris
of
Lander
room.
coming through in just a couple of minutes. He'll take
Jack
us
is
through
just here, mate. Just
the
inside the
busy job that's
camera leg.
about to happen for him this afternoon and this evening.
Yeah, like it to there.
And Alex, as you put your earphones back on in a minute,
Keep going.
just we had
Keep
our
going.
first
Come on.
true drive.
Did we?
We did, and
Good
you
effort,
missed it.
mate.
Oh,
It was Hamlin coming through and
Yeah, absolutely
was-
typical.
very assertive.
If we had a camera line into what we're doing,
Cheers, bud.
The things behind the scenes that people don't need to see, Alex. And if you can put the
Use
headphones
that.
behind
Oh,
there,
mate, that's
we've got it
all
all
right.
under control
he's
now.
got them.
Looking to play on to Clint.
But in the
Give him a couple of
meantime,
rolls.
I think joining us in just a moment and sitting down here, our tournament director. Let's see if he's got everything down. Yeah, there we go. Chris Lander joining us. Chris, great we can grab you and throw you in. As we're on the 12th end here, let's just check out the last couple of bowls.
Yeah, like
coming
it to there,
through.
mate.
What we do have here, Chris, is the jack in the ditch.
Roll her out.
We just
Come
listened to
on.
a couple of great instructions we've had almost
4
running
seconds,
commentary.
mate.
Yeah, no, he's not scared of a chat, Craig, is he?
This year it's taken half of our job off us, I think, although I'm not sure if you've been watching, but there was a 7 scored earlier on
I did see that.
in the game, and Craig didn't quite make it
Failed
8.
to convert the 8, yeah. Yeah, might be the wallet being emptied a wee bit for that one.
That's all we suggested, there might be some hydration.
So we'll wait until the end of this end as such, the completion of the end. Then we'll ask you about your big job that you've got later on this afternoon and evening. But in the meantime, we have Murray West here. Guess that was very low.
Would you say Gavin Hamlin's your neighbour, Chris?
Well, it's fair to say we live in the same precinct, I think. Yeah, Carterton's not a big place, and we're both hailing from there, so he's a bit of a nomad with his bowls, Gav. He's very much looking to further his involvement in the game pretty quickly. He's obviously pretty new to it, but has already represented Wairarapa in the Intercentre a couple of years ago, and will be in that side again. And he's been wearing Martinborough shirts and various others in the last wee while, so it's great to see him playing as well as he is. And
Actually, what we got you on that, Martinborough and Carterton, rival clubs?
oh, only in that they're 2 of 8 within a pretty small centre in the Wairarapa. Sorry, only that they're about I don't know, 20 minutes apart, and let's say a healthy rivalry. Certainly enjoy each other's company off the green.
And this one,
Craig finding fresh
right
air
through.
there.
And just pointing out, where is the jack for us, for those viewers who are thinking, where is the jack? As Alex takes a little look.
I was by the golf ball and also very close to a drink bottle. I think I saw on the other camera angle. We just see, yeah, to the bottom right of your screen will be where the jack is, and Darren on his forehand side. There you go. See the drink bottle there to the left of your screen. Now is where the bowl is, and the jack by a golf ball, maybe a foot to the left. Is that right? A foot to the left of the one.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to see there. It was
No,
a very assertive shot from Hamlin.
Can't believe I missed it.
As we see our skips with their
No, it's not gonna get
last
down,
bowls
I
from
think.
this particular end.
Not going to get down, he said.
And we see Motu just picking that one up.
So what's that mean? You've got that much room to draw, says Murray.
This
On
is
the
Darren
forehand.
Morrow from the Hobsonville Club, the skip. They've had a bit of a struggle to stay in contention, particularly after that 7.
Enjoying their bowls, these guys. Good humour to talk to on the side of the green. They've
They are.
absolutely been part of the show already and thoroughly enjoyed their 2 days so far.
Well, Chris Lander, we have you here to discuss, as the tournament director, how you're going to come up with post-section play this afternoon and this evening. How big a job is that?
Well, the first piece of the puzzle is to make sure that, one, we've got all of the results from the various venues that are operating today, and as soon as we receive those results, we input them into our software system, which creates the final tables for each of the sections. And as I think you guys have explained, anyone that has had 4 wins out of their 6 games will progress through to tomorrow. So the first piece of the puzzle, as I say, is to get those results, get them into the system, make sure they're right. We've been impressing on our teams that, you know, every now and then there might be a digit that can't be seen properly on the screen that we receive and on the photo we receive from each of these venues. So we're very, very keen for teams to ensure they double check within the hour of the end of their game. Once we put those results up, we want to make sure that we haven't left anyone behind that should be in the Saturday games.
So is that like golf to a certain extent? Do you almost have to sign it off, or you have to make sure that the score is correct?
We can only go on the information we're given, obviously, and we're not at every venue physically. So we're sitting here at the headquarters of the event at Alexandra, and we will receive photos of the chart, which shows every
Some may be
result on
further
every
away
round.
than others, the photos.
Some are a little better than others, but we're not. You know,
Yeah,
we're
mate.
certainly not going to guess. You know, if we're concerned about a photo that's not quite right, we'll make a phone call and we'll figure it out. So, generally you're fine, but it's, you know, the odd one that might come through that you just go, well, I'm pretty sure that's that, but then we might get a phone call saying actually that result's been put in wrong or delivered to you guys wrong. It's round the other way. It wasn't a win to X, it was a win to Y, or whatever it is.
So you have 300 results yesterday?
285, I think, yeah.
And to even get all of those correct anyway, or at least go close to it, is very difficult.
You do as well as you can, and of course, as I say, as long as the players, and it's a hell of a lot easier when you've got 4 players in a team rather than a singles event where there might be someone who's playing singles that's not quite so good at jumping on their phone to check the results. There'll be someone in every team of 4 that would, you know, be designated as the person to make sure that the results were accurate. And we get acknowledged that, and we're pretty, you know, they're pretty quick to let us know if it's not right, and indeed we encourage them to do that. So I guess coming back to the process tonight, we will be in a position whereby I'd like to think 30 minutes after the end of the last game of every game being played, the other up to 285, it won't be quite that many because of the need for some games not to be played. But by 6:30 we should have all of our results into the system. We will then give players an hour or so to just check that they're comfortable with the fact that we've got them on the 4 wins that they got or not. And then by then we'll...
As we just see Craig Tinker here, and again, the front 2 from Craig Merrilies have just been ridiculous. Kevin and Craig, just an incredible sort of
he's pretty consistent.
Textbook stuff, isn't it?
And just having a look here, Clint Smith in the big hat. What can he do about those 3 bowls that are blocking the jack?
I'd be getting angry at it. Just have a nibble, and that's what he's done here. He might find a gap. He hasn't, so that's a good shot there from Clint.
Well, he's taken it from 3 to 2, though.
Yeah, if you are Hobsonville, you've got 3 bowls past the head. I think we'll see an aggressive end from them, and as we indicated before, I feel like a handshake is not going to be that far away.
Right, we'll have a look at Hamlin here and see what he's going to do on this one before returning to Chris Lander. Oh,
this is Tinker here.
It's Tinker, sorry.
It's okay. They're both very good.
Very good.
Exactly. Well, he's just replaced the one that got knocked out the way.
Yeah, he put it back a bit better because you can no longer come off that side bowl to take anything out. So it's counting and less useful for the opposition. And we'll see Murray have a nibble here on his backhand as well. He's taking his time.
Come on, work. Work. Good weight. Draw another close one, mate.
Not to be. And I think an end building well for Craig's team here again.
Oh, David Motu doesn't muck around. He's delivering his bowl. The other one's hardly even finished rolling.
I did one of those earlier.
He did.
On the 8.
Exactly.
So probably just on the draw.
It was a good try. That's very funny.
But yeah.
I'm sure Greg will be thrilled that was broadcast live on Sky Television.
Yeah, I did one of those earlier. Lovely.
We will be. Chris?
Yeah, so look, I suppose once we've got to the point where we've got all of those results from the men's and women's sections, and we've got confidence that we've got the right outcomes, we haven't missed anything, or anything that we have missed has been picked up, we then essentially throw our randomizer into the computer, and it delivers us with a random draw.
So again, we could have 2 of the bigger names playing each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Round
yeah,
of
that's the
64.
beauty of this system, and where you have obviously a knockout situation that will play out from tomorrow morning. It may be that there are some buys because we need to have an even number in that second round, playing off in the round of 32 in the men, and the round for the second round, that is. So they start off with 64 or less. We expect, it won't be out of 122. It won't be more than 64. It'll be less than that. So there might be 56 that qualify, and then there'll be some buys in there to bring us back to a position where the 32 in the following round will all play a game and then get us down to that semi-final and final.
So one of the things that I guess for people who aren't used to a bowls section and post section play is there's no seedings, and that's where you can have a Gary Wilson take on a whoever.
Yeah, absolutely. Clearly the bigger the pool, the better chance there is that the talent will be spread. But as you get down to the sharper end of any of these bracket events, and think tennis for those that know tennis well, you're going from...
I don't think Dave knows much about tennis.
I'm not talking about Dave, I'm talking about the viewers, gentlemen. You start off with an even number and you halve it and you halve it and you halve it. So you go 2, 5, 6 and 128. It's a pretty handy bowl coming in.
So just on to what we're seeing here, Alex, how many points are we looking at?
It's at least 3, 4, 5 for Craig Merrilies' team, and I'll be prepared, as I said, for a handshake to beat. In the not-too-distant future, so perhaps we should finish talking about what the post action is in case we get cut out before we get to the end of that.
All good, yeah, I'll be quick. So, as I say, we get to an even number pretty quickly that can divide by 2 all the way down to 1 to give us our champion. And we do that for the men and the women.
Darren here, he's not far away from drawing the shot. Oh, good shot regardless. It got second there. That's a great pole under lots of pressure.
All right, so, Chris, so how many matches should anybody play or any team play tomorrow? Still 3?
Yeah, no more than 3 tomorrow. You're still playing. If you're playing a third game, then you're right in the frame. You'll be playing, if you're a female player, you'll be playing in a semi-final if you win that game. And if you're a male player, you'll be playing in a quarter-final on the Sunday if you win that last game tomorrow.
Let's just watch this one here from Craig Merrily.
Trying to
That's
push that second shot out. He's got perfect weight. He was 1 ball narrow. That's a good shot. I think.
Now just, are we going to have to measure here?
No, just the one. And no handshake, so we've got another end's worth.
Yeah, she promote the early finishes there.
No need to panic.
Alex. That's all right, and still a decent score. As Craig Merrily in the composite team, it is 2 from Invercargill, 1 from Wairarapa, and 1 from Auckland against the Hobsonville team from Auckland. Just 1 more point as we get up to 24-6. And Chris, just even in the last couple of years, has the process improved or become, I guess, easier?
It's certainly changed. I mean, we've experimented with various ways of achieving our delivery of a draw. Be that from the outset of the event or for a post-section situation. And it's not a perfect science on the basis that, as I say, you've got to make sure to start with you've got the right results. And then, of course, you need to be in tune with the system that you're working with. And it would be fair to say that we haven't always been perfect there, but we've been given some latitude. That's a pretty good start from Gav. We've been given a bit of latitude by people because I think they believe that, like to think that they believe anyway, that they're working pretty hard, that we're working pretty hard for them. And, we can prove that in a few ways. And I guess the numbers that we're getting to these events is one piece of evidence of that. And as long as you're humble about mistakes that you make, then people tend to forgive you.
Well, has there been anybody that who is, well, not naming them in particular, but has there been some teams who have been frustrated? Not in this
that
tournament.
Space? No,
Yeah.
not really. No,
Okay.
not really.
Oh, that's great.
No,
That's
they've been good. I'm probably overplaying it a wee bit. I just know from my own experience that it's not as simple as it might look. And we have tried, 2 or 3 different systems over the last 2 or 3 years. And we think we've landed on one that we can trust well. And we're looking forward to proving that tonight for the first time.
That's the big challenge. Well,
yeah.
we will let you go. Perhaps maybe at the end of this, at the completion of this end, we'll let you go. In the meantime, we look at Stu Parker here. Gets down very low on his stance usually. A little bit. The body weight was to one side there. Is that going to help the bowl, hinder the bowl?
Again, like anything, is if you do the same thing every time, it's not the end of the world. It's when stuff starts sneaking into a delivery that you have issues. You get, we have the yips in golf, and it happens in bowls as well. If you see a hand sort of flick out to the side, that's not usually a good sign. And Craig Tinker, I've been very impressed by this front two and Craig Merrilies' team. They are going to qualify. They will win this game. I'd be surprised if we don't see them go well.
What do you feel comfortable with?
Tinker
Smith.
Tinker sort of plays like the mat's on fire, doesn't he, when he gets up to the bowl? He really gets rid of it pretty quickly.
Very natural bowler. We saw him, of course, at the national singles.
No, probably under the orange. Inside it. Yeah, that's it. 3, 4. 3, 4 bowls.
That's Darren Morrow that you can hear with the instructions.
Asking for a hit, I think, by the sounds of that.
That's
Maybe not.
a little bit of a subtle delivery. There was no swing on that. It was just
Very close to the ground.
pushed out of the hand.
Not sure if he was sold on what he was doing there.
Yeah, draw another one up. Green was good. Just the weight, mate.
Clinton Smith, of course, you saw him earlier on. He played one of the shot of the match, trailing the jack into the ditch. And Craig Tinker again, boom. And we're going to see another end where essentially holding 4 from the lead in the 2 here. Oh, he's taking the jack with him, so I made a liar of myself. If he hadn't hit the jack, it would have been okay.
A little bit of chalk there on the bowl.
Poor bowl, really.
And what are the instructions?
Yeah. Just coming through here.
Just trying to draw the shot. Clinton Smith on the backhand. Needs this one to hold up long enough
That's all right, bud.
not to beat.
Swinging in it.
It is a turner.
You can draw
very
that, mate.
much.
You drew really well there before.
David Mott, who straight into his action. Not sure whether he's convinced about this one.
Yeah, and you get
No, he almost looked like he was looking for the camera to see what the camera thought of it,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah, although it's almost worked.
Slightly
Yeah, but-
overplayed, really. It's a great
Where are
one
we
to
looking,
correct from.
Which
Take
one
it
looking
right.
for the closest at the moment?
She's rolling on too.
Be the white bowl at 10 o'clock to the jack, I think, of whatever his name is,
spread.
Craig Tinker.
Very, very spread.
Now we have Murray. This
Now
is
we're-
on a good track if he's
Come
got the weight right.
Come on. Come on. Ducking under.
He's on a very good track here.
Yeah,
How's
great
your
bowl,
weight,
mate.
Murray? Beautiful.
Love
That's a
that,
great
mate.
bowl.
Dave's going to go that bowl or jack.
You can draw that, mate.
Oh,
Oh, for the draw. Draw there, mate.
literally the opposite of what I said might happen. Davey on the backhand side. If he gets around this front bowl,
Going to clear it.
lovely effort. He's actually,
No, that's better. That's definitely second now. Good work.
so that's why Craig didn't ask
Second shot.
for him to go up, because he didn't think he had second shot. So I think what we'll see is Craig Merrillees have a nibble if Murray doesn't draw for 2 here. We haven't seen Craig Merrillees wind up really heavily this game.
No, we haven't.
Call any proper drives.
It'll be interesting with the 2 skips down there because they've had
Come on,
so
work.
many options so often that one's always trying to chase to actually try and get back in. The other's already had so many bowls around the jack.
Oh, I'll still run it.
You
My
can see
goodness, too.
Merrillees there just doing a bit of
He's
pointing.
going to play a runner, but looking for
Nice,
jack
nice.
movement, I think.
So these are our 2 skips to the right with the green and white. That is Craig Merrillees. And here with the beard, the goatee, that is Darren Morrow.
And Craig's team wearing the Silverstream club shirt from Wellington.
They are too. Which is unusual considering they're in Invercargill.
Maybe they're
Auckland.
like, oh, we're a competent team, we'll just go for...
I think it's about having to wear a uniform to comply with the conditions
Exactly.
of play and the conditions of entry.
Yeah,
We
considering
can all fit into these. Let's go.
Call it a win.
Yeah.
Silverstream gets to take a national title perhaps, even though they're not here.
So Craig on the backhand, nice weight here.
Ooh, ooh.
Unlucky, that's an unlucky way to kill it.
Yeah, killed.
Incredible to kill it out that side, really.
Correct. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So just explain to any newcomers what has happened here, Alex.
So the jack's gone out of bounds of the rink, which means it's killed because at the Nationals we don't replace it or anything. So the jack's out of play, so the end has been replayed. We'll watch this replay here of the kill. Somehow killed it to our right as we see it. Pretty incredible, he got that. He hit maybe 3 millimetres of the jack he could hit to do it, but so the end doesn't count and you replay it. So nothing goes on the scoreboard. For all intents and purposes, it's just been replayed.
All right, well, we're going to let Chris Lander go. He's got a lot of stats to go through.
Thanks, guys. Look, appreciate the time, and just want to thank the rest of our team here. Brendan Walton will be doing most of the keyboard work tonight, so big raps for him. And just a thank you to our host clubs over the past 2 days and the next 6. They've done a fantastic job here in Central Otago. And I just want to thank everyone involved there, including the greenkeepers who had to put up with a bit of rain. So thanks on behalf of us at Bowls New Zealand to everybody involved in assisting us to run this show.
Thanks, Chris.
Well done there, Chris. Right, we'll let Chris Landers go and get back to the stats, get back to all the numbers. In the meantime, this is Gavin Hanlon coming in with a very nice first bowl. And just sits nicely, of course, the 14th end. And it is Stu Parker with the shot here.
On his forehand side. That can't be far away.
Good green, mate.
And checking now, see rink 2 to our right, and of course this rink is rink 1 closest to the clubhouse. Running, or where they're bowling from at the moment, is probably a northwest, and another bowl from
Gavin Hamlin. It's been a very good team performance, really.
Yeah. Well, you can rely on each player, each competitor to come up with something good and consistent all the way through.
I do feel like a broken record saying that, but it has just been, I think all 4 players, Craig, Davey, Craig and Gavin, have played. They've played well. It's been a very good team effort. Look at this.
That's better though.
Gutsing the jack back. Shades of the first end where we saw Stu Parker drain the jack in the ditch with his second bowl. Now trailed it back for 2.
It's just on the lip or just inside. Hasn't quite gone into the ditch.
That's the positive for the Craig Merrill's team, is the jack is still in play on the rink, so you can take the jack into the ditch yourself. Craig Tinker on the right track.
But this is where you have to be very careful with your own distance, don't you?
Yes. Yeah.
It's no point in putting them all in the ditch when the jack is actually still in the field of play as such.
And that can be when you see the pressure start building as well.
Anything around the 2 metre.
Clinton Smith on his forehand side.
Clinton Smith always gets a lot of instructions from his skip.
Yes.
I think it's almost as if a couple of times it's appeared too many instructions. He may have asked for a little bit of guidance, but sometimes a little bit too much, it seems. This one's going to be very short.
Yeah, he let that one go a bit funny. He'll be very disappointed with that bowl. Had the right grain, but well short. Craig Tinker having a go at the jack on the backhand side. Having a nibble at the jack. Missed it by a bit.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. No worries, mate. Sitting on that side of the camera.
Yeah. Exactly. Just in here, mate. Just in here.
And a chance building for the team from Hobsonville. You got the weight, Clint. How's your speed?
Come on.
That's a very good correction here.
Mate, you're playing that hand really good. You draw the shot.
Good camera work.
Very nice,
Holding
mate.
3.
Very nice.
That's good stuff from the Hobsonville team. One of the best ends they've set up so far.
And in the meantime, Motu is just straight into it.
Oh, he's pretty fast on the mat, isn't he?
Davey, if you hold a bit, mate, you're close here.
A lot of talent
Well,
here.
there you go. You can hear that. You're close.
You're number 1.
You're
Great
close,
shot
all right.
there from David Motu.
So what does this change for us? Remembering that the jack is there, and it's now the closest bowl from
Yeah,
Motu.
but and it's not a toucher though, so that's positive for the Hobsonville team. So if you remove that bowl, it's gonna it won't be counting in the ditch even. So Murray will have a proper go at this on the backhand. He's close to.
He's got speed.
He's close to something. That was very close to not hitting that bowl that he hit there.
The boys just having a little bit of a laugh as Motu comes up.
Yeah, it's been played in good spirits, hasn't it, this game? Pretty relaxed.
It is.
Davey, you're close again, buddy.
Davey,
There you go.
close again, he
Think
says.
the jack this time, mate.
Thanks,
Think
Craig.
it's.
Oh.
That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, with the toucher. So the important part there was he got the touch and took the jack into the ditch and his own bowl into the ditch as well.
And
after a touch.
So it becomes unbeatable.
Right.
Putting this into the
So
ditch.
now it comes down to actually cancelling out how many points you can lose the end by.
Minimising the damage, yeah. If you drop a 1, you're happy. If you're down, well, you're not happy, but it's better better than the alternative. A great shot there from Davey Motu.
That's all right.
What's going to happen? Is it going to stop?
Now,
Not quite.
Which one
That's your
is
toucher.
the toucher?
That's your toucher.
Toucher.
So there was a toucher that Murray was asked to play into the head. So it's actually a very good shot. So his toucher stays in the...
Oh, you're looking for handshakes, and that was just the normal
You put our toucher in the ditch.
low 5 there more than anything else.
Yeah.
So we're still continuing with the skips going up the other end. They'll, of course, finish this end no matter what. And then we'll just see if there's any conceding.
They'll be close to it. Like I said before, you almost always want to play your bowls back to where everyone else's bowls are, so we might see another end.
And this is Craig Merrily.
On his backhand side.
The river conversation in the background there.
Yeah, everyone having a good chat. It's been good to see there's been a reasonable number of spectators make their way through this Alexandra Bowling Club.
Well, they've got 13 clubs in total all around the region. And
Certainly looking forward to the final day.
Is that the jack?
we might have to look up where John Macbeth is today. It's like, where's Wally? Where's John Macbeth?
Go, mate.
He'll be doing the commentary on Sunday.
Yep.
Well, the chief commentator. I'll be out with the microphone with a few people. In the meantime, we have Darren Morrow. As Morrow just trying to make sure that the damage isn't too big on this end. And
Just into the ditch.
A little bit too far on that one. In the meantime, I'd like to say thank you very much to Summerset, one of our chief sponsor, the Summerset National Fours. And of course, we do have the mixed pairs coming on from Monday right the way through until Thursday. And thank you very much to all of our clubs. And as Chris Lander mentioned, to the greenkeepers and everyone else around the club and clubs as well. Certainly, I do recall yesterday there was 3 barbecues going.
It was an impressive effort, wasn't it?
It was very impressive. And no doubt at all the other clubs as well.
John Macbeth, it ran thoroughly, by the way.
Ran thoroughly,
wondering.
so to the east, northeast, I guess, or to the east. And he'll be enjoying himself there, albeit I don't think his team can qualify at all.
No, and they had a 16-15 loss this morning.
Oh, he'll be gutted by that.
He's had a couple of good goes, but not quite there. Look at this here from Darren. Is it going to stay? Is it going to stay? It did. Doesn't mean anything, but it stayed.
It does.
And 1 to Davey Motu there.
So the score, just the 1?
Yeah, and they're looking like another end.
Yeah, they're doing 1 more at least. And Gavin Hamlin with the jack down. And let's have a look with his yellow bowls. And the jack a little bit wide. They'll bring that into the dotted line. There it is. Let's see how close Hamlin can go with his first bowl. He's been very good so far.
Yeah, been very impressed with his bowls. Very deliberate.
Take a look at the width here. It seems to turn fairly early from this end. So that was on the forehand
Just
there,
over a
Alex.
metre past.
See if we get a
off the
backhand
tee, mate.
coming through
Give
from
us green.
Stu Parker. No, he's going forehand as well.
Yep, on the forehand side.
Quite wide on that forehand too.
Yeah, it's been a finicky hand this entire time.
Came back well, mate.
A good shot really from Stu Parker there.
Yellow ball. Under it.
Oh yeah, under it, yeah.
You're just a metre. You're a metre over, Stu.
Metre over, Stu, he
Good
says.
green,
There you go. And Stu's going to have to try and bring this one back again on the backhand.
I like his bowls. They're nice, like the blue speckle on
Speckled.
the bowls. Something we see in the game now. Lots of colour when it comes to the equipment being used. My bowls have, I think, 6 different colours on them, Dave. Got the stripy.
Well, when you get black against black
situation.
bowls, it just doesn't help with the vision to actually promote.
Yeah.
It's quite nice. I think on the Australian competition at the moment, there's very much multicolour, so that when it does go
Yes.
round.
Although last night I was trying to
one,
watch the BPL and
Right.
they had a team playing another team, and I'm colourblind, Dave.
Oh, a couple of teams, but you
Right.
were able to see quite nicely.
I
though.
couldn't because it
No.
was red and green, and I looked at it and I said, all the bowls on the rink look exactly the same to me, and I just was very confused. I think we should care more about the people who are colourblind because there's a few of us around. Why would you have red and green bowls?
Now, we shouldn't be mentioning this, Alex, but you're also lack of direction as well, but that's okay.
Yeah, the lack of
In
direction
the
is my
meantime, I
fault,
think we should
though.
focus on these bowls here.
Great effort.
No, red and green bowls
Perfect
together, I just cannot
again.
understand, but that's okay. So we see Hobsonville, that's 3 good bowls in the area. That one of Craig Tinker, he just hasn't missed. He's probably been the most consistent player. I
Well,
say, I've said it twice, and both times I've spoken about Craig Tinker, we've
The
seen
weight
him
was
miss
good,
a
mate.
bowl.
Just touch more green.
Well, your issues with the colour of the bowls, and don't get me started as a broadcaster on silliest rules in sport, because every sport has one which is just seems to be silly. And I'm sure you can come up with one in bowls.
Yeah,
There's your challenge for you and Macbeth to talk about on Sunday.
I'll think about
Silliest rules in sport, particularly in bowls. I'm sure there's one that
Yeah,
you know,
good.
people do
good
question,
effort, mate.
but
Great
there's
half.
plenty in all sorts of sports. In the meantime, this one comes around the back, but it's probably certainly not the closest.
it. Yeah, reasonable grouping though, which is good from the Hobsonville team. Means that they the bowl of Craig Tinker's is worth a few if it is removed. Still worth a few.
You can't stop a bowl and play.
Mars will have a nibble.
Not from the 1st of April.
And hearing any instructions from the skip.
He's
Worth
talking
about
about
3,
the laws of the sport coming into play on April the 1st.
so I wouldn't mind it coming through this way.
Yeah, so new April the 1st.
Yes, it's not an April Fool's joke either. It's the actual new rules. So Will Bowles has come up, I think, with Crystal. They call it Crystal Mark 4, so it's the 4th edition of the laws of the sport, which apply to all the domestic nations, and then they've taken the opportunity to do.
Hard luck, bud. Yeah, draw a shot, buddy.
I think Sarah there was perhaps just getting a little bit overexcited with one of the cameras.
So excited talking about the law books. There's also been a redo of the domestic regulations as well,
Right.
Dave, which come into effect on the 1st of April. Both of those are available for your perusal on the Bowls New Zealand website if anyone's interested.
So
you
they're
can go
ready now, but they come into effect
on the 1st of April, yeah, so you can make yourself familiar with the laws. Not much has changed really. A lot of it's about clarifying the language to clarify laws that already existed. Not much has changed, and I'm going to have Michael Johnston in to have a chat on the podcast for next week, and we'll talk all about the domestic regulations and the new laws of the sport. I do know that our domestic regulations were a challenge when we became Bowls New Zealand, Dave, in 1997, because it was an amalgamation of the New Zealand Men's Lawn Bowling Association and Women's, and they had 2 different sets of law books. So it was a mammoth job in the late 90s to bring that all into line with each other and make it make sense.
So are there many clubs that are still designated as men's and women's clubs?
No,
Not many around New Zealand anymore?
no, very few.
Right.
Less than a handful. There's a few. So 1997 was when we amalgamated as a national body, and clubs probably spent the next 20 years amalgamating. It just makes sense, really.
And looking at this one here from Craig Merlis, and just the late turn, but it's still fairly close.
Just going past. You might as well
So
just
we're
go.
looking at a 1 at the present time.
Yeah, to that bowl at 1 o'clock, I suspect. Although the way that shot's been called, maybe not. Darren Morrow on his forehand.
So we're effectively looking at 1 o'clock with the white ball, or
coming in
perhaps
from
6 p.m.
Yeah, I thought that was the shot. There's a bowl coming in from somewhere. from nowhere.
Yeah, effectively. So that is going to turn things around for Morrow and Hobsonville, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's a Hobsonville bowl. That's
Got knocked in.
a slice of heaven there for the Hobsonville team. Miracled.
Well, it would be if they were a lot closer on the scoreboard at the moment.
You're
it's
happy
not gonna
anyway.
count for much.
Go, cool. I've got some points. This is good news. And Mary Lee's falling a bit short with this one. Right, what's the situation?
So we come down to the last bowl of this, the 15th end. A lot of sign language. In the meantime, it is Darren Morrow.
On the forehand, willing it on. Looks like he's on the short side at a glance to me.
Nah, hasn't got the weight.
Hasn't got the weight, he says.
So we're looking at 1. And a lot of looking.
28.
Let's get out the tape.
28, so I think that'll make it.
7,
Is that
he
what
said.
you've got if it's 3?
It is, yeah, if it's 3, it's 28.6.
Craig thinks it's 3.
Few little
There's only 2 innings left.
mumbles as we wait for the skips to come down.
There's only
So Craig asking if he wants to shake hands, essentially.
3.
Because mathematically,
You know,
extremely
Was it?
challenging.
can't mathematically do it.
So he's saying
How
shake
many-
hands.
How many was it?
3.
Three.
You happy?
3.
Can't mathematically do that. So it's 22 and 2 innings. Oh no, 3 innings.
3.
Oh,
So
yeah,
what we're hearing here is the two skips
no,
having a little bit of a chat.
We'll keep rolling.
Alright, sorry, my bad.
It's all right, mate.
I thought it was only 2 innings to go.
Yeah, no. We'll keep rolling. Probably the last one now, but that's
Is
cool.
that,
That's all
how
good.
many innings? How many innings have we played?
How many
15,
ends are we
yeah,
playing?
until-
Well, the conversation appeared to be, we'll keep going, shall we? How many points and how many ends have
but
we
yeah,
got?
otherwise, yeah, definitely.
Right, so because they've got 2 ends to go after this, they can technically still score 8, 16, 24 points. If you get 3 8s, you can score 24 points. Hobsonville would win that game, 30 points to 28, and the biggest comeback since Oracle in Team New Zealand.
Exactly.
So they've decided to keep going just in case that happens, and fair call.
So effectively it's this end. I mean, if the composite team, skippered by Merrilies, wins this end, then
yeah, so
from what we
Darren,
understand, they will shake hands.
the Hobsonville team needs to get within 16 points to
Ambitious.
keep going. So what are they? 28-6 down.
This is our 4th one then.
Yeah, that's it.
The way I think we should play
They need 6, do they, Kyle? So they need to score a 6 this end, Hobsonville, or it's all over. And then they need to score an 8 and then an 8, and then
Well,
we'll see
let's see
next
what they
round.
can do, because that first bowl for Hobsonville was not the best. It's way out to the right. And we check now for...
I mean, at the end of the day,
Darren
they're here to play bowls. So
Exactly.
fair enough.
I mean, it's not like they're tight on time. This one from Hanlon is... the first one was to the left there, and the second one
Oh, Gav.
coming around nicely.
Take your grass, mate.
And Stu Parker here, he's pushed one way to the right, so takes a different line. And he's pushed one way to the left.
On the white side, yeah, I
He's got
think
one on each side and quite a way off.
Take the
I
grass,
suspect
mate.
we are watching the last end, and so with that in mind, remember 3 o'clock. We'll be back at 3 o'clock with the next round of section play.
And we already know our competitors.
Yes, it'll be Dennis Brewster, Ross Stevens, Brent McEwen and Phil Austin taking on David Ball, Grant Keats, Ted Walker and Barry Green.
Go,
Although
Bob.
there is a chance.
Follow that down.
That was a good bowl there from Craig Tinkett.
So Clinton Smith with the bowl here for Hobsonville.
So Clinton Smith on the back end side.
Good effort, mate. Good effort.
And again, we see the leading 2 The orange bowls and the white bowls from Craig Merrill's. Just smattering the head every time, isn't it? Isn't it, Dave? They've just been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, been very consistent there for the Craig Merrily skipped team.
I did think briefly that Gavin's first bowl was to the far right of the screen.
No, that's not correct. That's a yellow bowl rather than a more orange one.
No,
one's come across, though, from ring 2. They just had to watch that.
We have ascertained that I'm colourblind, Dave, so I take no responsibility for my statement.
This is Clint Smith with the big hat on. And
Clint Smith on the back end.
Come on from his skip. It's too much, though.
Now he's willing to stop.
Sure, another shot, mate.
I will get back on my bandwagon at some point about the red and green bowls, Dave. I think someone needs to say it.
In the meantime, Motu. Oh,
now
racing
yeah,
see,
that's
they're racing.
You know, it's incredible how many times when you've got a full green, the bowls cross over, but very rarely do they hit. I've seen them be within, and you have to watch it carefully because you don't want it to hit, but be within centimetres of each other just on the cross. And if they're at the same speed, the laws of physics would dictate they're close on the cross back. So it's like watching yacht racing, to use the Oracle and Team New Zealand analogy again. The bowls, they cross over and then cross over on the way back in. It can be quite interesting.
This is Murray West here for the Hobsonville team.
Good grass, mate.
And, let's listen to a skip.
Good grass, he said. Just a good sign. Turned out it was a bit narrow.
Motu down low, nice and smooth on the delivery.
Very smooth delivery. Look at that beautiful arc to the bowl.
Very good, mate. Nice ball, dude.
It has been played in lovely spirits, though, isn't it, this game?
Take a mat off
I
yours.
quite enjoyed it.
Some funny stuff's happened. The highlight for me, the 7, or the 8 that wasn't, is the highlight for me. I thought that was hilarious.
They'll be talking about that for a long time, I'm sure.
That all, they'll just have a laugh about it, all 8 players.
And so just a reminder that it is going to be a win for Merrill's in its 4. It is a composite team. How does this help them in post-section?
So that means they've qualified for post-section now. So depending on the results, they may not need to play their last game today if they're playing a team that's already qualified or can't.
There's the low 5 again. We'll have a listen to the conversation as we go.
Yeah.
The 2 skips coming down. Big smile on the face of Darren Morrow. This potentially is his last 2 bowls.
That will be his last 2 bowls, and enjoying the manner in which this game has been played. Good sportsmanship shown.
As we get Craig Merrily up to the mat. He does the big wind-up. Doesn't necessarily mean he's got to bowl something big.
No, he does it every time. It confuses me often. So the guy is winding up for something and it comes out of his hand and it's just a toucher. Perfect draw, and he's given his ball every chance to turn here. That's a good bowl from Craig. And look at this late swing. So we, of course,
sit down as well. There it goes.
Yeah, we'll be broadcasting from this rink in the next game. And it's on the way to speeding up a little bit. So I see some nice draw bowls in the next game, I think.
Darren Morrow here.
Darren on the back end. This is an okay line as well. He's looking to finish strong. Darren, not far off at all. That's a good way to finish a game. That's a good bowl.
Very nice.
I like it. Craig will have a go. Surely you just have a go. It's your last bowl.
There we go, the sit. I was waiting for the sit.
Yeah.
How long do you have for a sit?
30 seconds after all bowls have been played. But there's nothing that says you have to wait during the game. So if you think a bowl's going to sit down, you can be as quick to it as you want as the opposition. Craig looking for the bowl, but he's narrow into the jack. He's got the jack.
Oh, pinballed off.
Pinballed off.
Yeah. And into the ditch.
I think the bowl beat the jack into the ditch. And that's...
So what does this mean for us?
So there's the jack and there's the bowl. You can see there.
Nice marking.
Pretty much that's it, isn't it?
And the foot is saying, here we go, aim for my foot, don't hit it. And this is the last one. Coming around, and the handshake there for you, Alex. It is all over. And the victory for the composite team of Craig Mirrlees, David Motu, Craig Tinker and Gavin Hanlon over the Hobsonville side of Darren Morrow, Murray West, Clinton Smith and Stu Parker. Big handshake, you can hear the comments. And a very, I think, an exciting contest, but also the consistency of the composite side is probably what won them the contest, Alex.
Yeah, I agree. I think particularly up front, those first 4 bowls were very rarely far away at all, to be honest. It gave Davey and Craig all everything in the world to use. So a really good team performance there. They were more consistent. They're through to post section now, and expect to see them, I would say. Expect to see them at the pointy end in post section.
Yes, after that very consistent display going through that composite side, 2 from Invercargill, 1 from the Wairarapa and 1 from Auckland. Now we're going to come back very shortly, in fact make that half an hour for the next of our men's 4s. This is of course the Summerset Open National 4s at the 13 clubs around Central Otago. And there we have it. It is the beautiful Alexandra Bowling Club. And of course, Central Otago, the headquarters here for the Summerset Open National Fours. You can see the teams coming up next for us. It is the commentary team of Dave Worsley and Alex Reid. And Alex, take us through these two teams here. We've got one from whereabouts and the other one's a composite.
Yes, so we've got down the bottom David Ball, Grant Keats, Ted Walker and Barry Green from the Carlton Cornwall Bowling Club.
Okay, that's in Auckland.
Yes, that is right. That is in Auckland. Taking on the commentary team, of Dennis Brewster, Ross Stevens, Brent McEwen and Phil Austin.
Now just take us through which group are we in, which section are we in? And these are two teams, one composite, as you said, and one from Auckland.
So it's the section playing at Alexandra Bowling Club, and it's the 6th game they've played. So Dennis Brewster needs to win this game to qualify for post-section tomorrow.
So the team, Dennis Brewster is the skip of, and needs to win that to actually make it through to the knockout rounds.
That's right.
Okay, and what about the other team? Are they out already?
I'll double check on that for you, but I think they are. I think they had a couple of losses.
So they're going to be the spoilers.
So yeah, David Ball, Grant Keats, Ted Walker and Barry Green from Carlton Cornwall looking to be the spoilers, and we see Barry Green there about to deliver the bowl, the black and yellow of Carlton Cornwall.
And just making sure the colours there. So black and yellow is the Carlton Cornwall colours.
They are, and I think they've got, if we look carefully, the Carlton Cornwall stickers on their bowls, the yellow Carlton Cornwall stickers.
Okay, and we're going to be hearing over the microphones. We do have our skips mic'd up. Certainly that was a little bit of amusement at times when we had the previous game and the previous skippers on.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun as well. We did have, Craig Merrilees and Darren Morrow on the mics. And this
Deja vu, some serious deja vu, Dave, because we've seen the lead trail the jack almost all the way back into the ditch.
So we'll get you to have a look and tell us who's up on the mat at the moment for Carlton Cornwall.
So this is still Barry Green from Carlton Cornwall, the lead on his forehand side.
And then, of course, we're going to have, Phil Austin as the lead for the composite team.
That's the one, Phil Austin, the lead for the composite team. So this, therefore, is Brent McEwen on his backhand side. I think another good goal for Brent McEwen. I think he was the #1 golfer in his district for some time. I don't know why I think that.
Just bringing the camera around, we can start to see where the jack is. It's a long way back.
Yeah, there it is. That's a good camera angle there. It's at the 12 o'clock, oh, not even 12 o'clock, your screen to the right of your screen, right at the back. And this is Ted Walker here on his backhand side.
Well, already in just the first end, the jack being shifted so far across to the left and right on the lip. The camera can't even quite make it that far there. It must be really sitting on the lip. Have a look out the window, in fact. And I can tell you, if you take a little look, Alex, we can see it's probably about, maybe less than 10 centimetres away from the...
say 3 or 4 inches away from the
right
end of the ditch.
One of us is working in metrics.
Our bowlers, we have to work in imperial. It's one of the rules. No, it's not, but it could be. So the accepted standard unit of measurement for a bowler.
About this far.
Yeah. Ted Walker having a laugh there.
So when you have the jack so far back, just about resting on the lip of the green, you really have to adjust your pace and your effort behind it, because we're extending from, well, how far from really where the jack would normally be? Several metres behind? You really are having to extend, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a challenge.
It's a big adjustment from where you would normally from the tee or from halfway along for the jack, aren't you?
Yeah, it's not something that people often practice either. So it is often it's where you see the shot that took the jack there, hold on to it.
Now, with your colour blindness, we're still going to ask you here that the lighter, or I guess the darker light, Now those are going to be, so we can see here,
The Blues.
the Blues. Now those are the bowls of which player? We're going to get you to identify every single colour. And we've got one that you particularly like, which has got the two tones.
Yes, it's a Carlton Cornwall. That's Grant Keats.
So the black and the grey is Keats for Carlton Cornwall. This is for people identifying, might not know or be able to see every single bowler. And this is the purple colour, I guess we'll call it, the red.
Yeah, of Ross Stevens here on his backhand side. So the way you can tell, the Carlton Cornwall team has stickers on their bowls and the composite team does not. So look for the stickers. You can see to the far left of your screen there's an orange bowl, I think, that has stickers on it.
It is
I think
orange,
it's
yeah.
a Carlton Cornwall. Oh, check in the ditch.
They tapped it as well, though. That's the important thing
Yeah,
first.
yeah, brilliant stuff there. That's amazing. What a shot from Ross Stevens. Jack in the ditch on this first end.
So what's that going to mean to the scoring here in this first end? Is that going to give them a 1?
It should be a guaranteed one, and then see what you can do with the rest.
And nothing quite going to happen there as we're going to get the two skips coming back down. So Dennis Brewster, the skip for the composite team. They're in the blue or dark blue, and he's got the long sleeves on. And we have, for the Carlton Cornwall Club, David Ball in the yellow and black.
Yeah, famous yellow and black colourings from Carlton Cornwall. I've had those, all those club colours for, I think, their entire history.
Interesting. It's actually Wellington colours, or certainly regarded as Wellington colours. An Auckland club.
So when they wear their blazers, they've got yellow and black stripy blazers. The bumblebees, they're called, Carlton Cornwall. Ted here on the backhand, trying to find his way through, and he has done. No, not Ted, that was Dennis. Sorry, it was the orange bowl that got me. I was confused.
Yeah, that's the black and grey with the orange.
It was a great shot, though, regardless. Right to the ditch, so he'll have made sure that he's counting. David Ball here on the forehand. Huge amount of bowls to get through, and has fallen short on it.
Same ball, mate.
And just to explain, people might not have seen those early shots. We do have the jack in the ditch. However, it was tapped on the way, though, wasn't it, Alex?
It was, so it's the bowl on the ditch is a toucher, so it stays alive, as we see Dennis Brewster here on his back end trying to repeat the first bowl. Has been unable to do so, fallen short. And now David Ball, at least 2 down, maybe more. Handy bowler, David. It's very successful in the junior ranks. The Auckland Centre, out of juniors for a year or two now. It's still a force to be reckoned with.
Tell me, Alex, the junior ranks in bowls, where does that end? How do you become a senior player as such?
So when we say junior, we refer to how many years you've been playing bowls for as a
So it's
fully
not an age. You're not under 23 or under whatever age.
That's right, yes. So you can have a 90-year-old junior in bowls. It's sort of generally either the first 5 years or the first 8 years of your bowling career. You are considered to be a junior player, and most centres have a variety of different junior events available to play in. And also there is a first year, most clubs run a first year singles event. I won my first year singles, Dave, of the mighty field of me and one other person.
And what club was that?
That was at the Gate Par Bowling Club.
Ah, yes, your former club.
Yeah. I try not to mention how many people were in the field.
No,
Just
but,
sort of-
well, you can only play against whoever's put in front of you. And that was just one person.
That was one person. And
So
they
a
were-
very good first end there for the composite team.
They weren't serious either. That's okay.
All right, well,
I
one
got the
team,
trophy and I got the certificate, so I was happy.
one team that is serious is the composite side with Dennis Brewster as the skip, and they got 4 from that first end. However, is it their team which is still open, or is it the Carlton Cornwall team which is still available for post-section?
Yeah, so Dennis Brewster's team, the team that just picked up the 4, is the one that they need to win this game.
Right.
entertain any hope, any chance at all of making it to post-section. Well, is the chance to make it through to post-section tomorrow, because it means they'll have 4 wins, whereas David Ball's team has had, I think, 2 wins and 3 losses, so are unable to make their way through, and will be really looking to play the part of the spoilers. As we see, this is Phil Austin here on his forehand side.
So a very nice start for the team that is in the running as such.
Yeah, the 4's a good place to start. And they'll know they're up against tough opposition. Carlton Cornwall, as a club, has a very strong player base, and David, Grant, Ted and Barry are seen around the greens in Auckland, and never a team to be taken lightly. So this Barry Green on his forehand. He's not far away here, Dave. This is the right green. That's great stuff. Beautiful bowls from Barry Green.
Oh, he shifted it closer to his other bowl.
Doesn't get much better than that, and this is where it'll be interesting to see, because some 4s teams get aggressive here with their 2. You might get aggressive with your 2. Brent McEwen.
He's taking a look, considered look.
I'm sure.
Front on starts at the moment.
I've seen him play. I think we've covered him playing in a 4s event before as a filler-innerer. Maybe the Nelson Premier 4s Brent McEwen played in, I think. And I'm pretty sure he was a very top golfer, or may still be a top golfer in his district, which is, I think is Dunedin. All of that could be wrong, but that's what's coming back to me, I think, Dave. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
We'll have a look up and see what we can come up with.
Yeah.
In the meantime, at the mat at the moment with the orange bowl. And let's see. Is this Ted Walker? I think it is.
Ted Walker here on his forehand.
So at present we've got a 2 in favour of Brewster, of the composite team. Rolling through, holds the stance afterwards. It's fairly direct.
Yeah, good try from Brent, just underneath. And I have confirmed he was a golfer for Otago. Played 100 games for his province.
Wow. Well, as you said before, golf and bowls do tend to gel together quite nicely.
Absolutely, a lot of golfers make good bowlers. And Ted Walker looking to add now to the head. It's a good end, really, from the Carlton Cornwall team. This is the second end of the game.
Add to the wall.
Add to the wall, says David. And another nibble coming up from the Dennis Brewster team. He's narrow.
Yeah,
the head building up.
Anything in behind's good.
Yeah, David just good direction there. Anything in behind's good, so that's in case it is hit. And we see this Grant Keats with the bowl's arm. They're not easy to use, those things.
Have you had a try?
I have.
And what was your response?
Not easy to use.
Well,
it's all about timing with the bowl's arms. I think they're brilliant. I think it's great to enable people to keep playing bowls. And Grant, I think he's got a bad back. Here we go. So we see Ross Stevens. He won't be short here.
Oh, that one is just racing down the green.
He's close here. Ross Stevens willing it to hold.
Perfect. If you wanted to go in between everything, he didn't.
He was an eighth of a bowl away.
You know, even if you push the ball back, it's still going to have count 3.
Just tell me a little bit more about using this bowling arm. How do you have as much control of it? Surely you don't have the grip as much either.
Yeah, I think you lose a bit of touch. So players have to relearn how to play bowls. But it enables people to continue to play the game, I suppose. Right. It's a tool that was invented for people who can't get low enough down to the ground.
So it's not about whether your arm is necessarily can't take the weight. It's about your back
often back related, or sometimes you get people if you're arthritic, but you might be able to pull the trigger on the bowling arm, which sort of releases
So
it.
it is a trigger rather than just if you swing it forward, it releases.
Yeah. So it's there's like a little handle thing, so you have to let it go at the right time to let the bowl go, sort of thing. There's a few different models around, and they've gotten better over time as well. But it has enabled a lot of people to keep playing this game, which I think is great. But they're challenging to use. Here we go. He won't be short. Dennis Brewster, 3 down after picking up a 4 on the first end. That's swinging away. So now, will he get that at the right angle? Not quite. Cut one out. So Barry Green's 2 bowls are sitting there as these 2 shots.
Let it go around now.
These particular skips aren't quite as vocal as in the previous game.
Yeah, David's a softly spoken man and very good draw bowler and very good at sort of playing a metre on. He's not one to go straight to the drive. So it could make for an interesting game. If he swings enough, that's a very good block by David. He's legitimately, it's a good block. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but it's worked out well. So it changes the weight that Dennis has to play now, more of a swooping bowl.
So would it be best for, he's either got the option to go on the forehand or to bring it around the backhand and try and
draw down here.
sneak it in among the other bowls, or he's got the open side on the forehand, right?
Yeah, so he'll play the backhand side because there's bowls to rest on, so you can miss by more and still get a good result. And he'll just be reaching through something like this, I think. If he's got the weight, that was the perfect green.
Another yard of weight. Good luck, mate.
You could hear
Pulls up short.
there's 3 Ross Stephens there saying just a yard of weight. That imperial measurements again.
I actually really would love to see that. Just put in front of the camera a little bit more.
Now David Ball having a nibble. If he removes that bowl, it's worth plenty of points. He's looking to remove that bowl. He's got it. What a shot there from David Ball. That's magnificent.
Beautiful.
That's worth a handful at least. That's a great bowl. Just as I said, David Ball's not usually an aggressive bowler. He's just plucked it out.
Well, I think that was precision rather than we'll give it a go. It was more a precision. He knew what he wanted, targeted it, and it stayed straight.
And his collision bowl counted. So that's 5 there to David Ball's team.
That's
what a shot
huge.
that was.
For the first 2 ends, we've had a 4 and a 5.
9 points and 2 ends. Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
Phenomenal.
And all in opposite directions as well. So the team, Carlton Cornwall, they know they can't qualify. They'll be out there to spoil the party for Dennis Brewster, and a good way to get it started at 5 on the second end.
Tell me about the Carlton Cornwall club. That would be one of the most established or longest in Auckland?
Yeah, so they Carlton Cornwall is a combined club between Carlton and Cornwall Park.
Right. They're very close to each other in the original, I guess, original clubhouses.
Yes, yeah. Apparently, Colin was telling me that the Carlton club is underneath the bridge.
Yeah,
near Newmarket. I think you can still see it.
The Newmarket flyover, you can see that it has been, well, I guess it's waiting to be developed probably for apartments or something like that. Yes, so you can see that.
In about 2008, they amalgamated with Cornwall Park and became Carlton Cornwall and built a new clubhouse. It's a multi-million-dollar,
state-of-the-art,
beautiful clubhouse. 1, 2, I want to say 3 greens. I think it's 3 greens. We've had nationals hosted there over the last decade a few times. So state-of-the-art clubhouse, beautiful greens.
And the greens and also the clubhouse would be, I guess, cater for people and have everything a clubhouse, a modern clubhouse requires.
Lovely, yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff. So we've been lucky enough to have a few nationals hosted there. So most bowlers have been to Carlton Cornwall at some point, and also a club that has been really tied up with the nationals for its entire history. The last 100 years, there's been a lot of winners coming from the Carlton club.
What about their playing numbers? I guess they'd have substantial playing numbers.
Yeah, I don't have immediate access to that, but they certainly have a lot of competitive bowlers there, so they have a strong representation in the Auckland Centre with competitive bowlers and lots of women and lots of men who are sort of at the top of their game.
And I would assume that their nearest rivals would be Epsom, which is not too far away in distance or in roads away.
Yeah, Epsom, they have a rivalry there, and as old clubs as well. Same with Balmoral, is one of the older clubs in Auckland. Have been playing inter-club matches against each other for the best part of 120 years.
And oldest club in New Zealand?
The Auckland Bowling Club's the oldest club in New Zealand. It was...
It's whereabouts is that? Stanley Street, or is that Grafton?
that sounds right, Grafton-ish.
Next to the
By
tennis
the tennis,
centre.
yeah.
I have actually,
Yeah, good weight here,
I
Ted.
have actually tried my hand, albeit at a particular party there, so I can excuse any bad bowls.
Yeah, the
which is probably all of them.
Auckland Bowling Club was by itself as the only bowling club in New Zealand for about 20 years. It was founded by Scottish settlers in the 1860s, so it's comfortably the oldest club in New Zealand and one of the oldest ones in the Southern Hemisphere, the Auckland Bowling Club.
And how many greens does it have now?
2. They've got an artificial at the front and
Okay.
a natural a little bit back, but a club that's revitalised really, the Auckland Bowling Club, going through a resurgence. They've got an increasing growth of members. And look at that here, great shot from Dennis Brewster's.
Yeah,
Three.
Auckland Bowling Club, I
That's
know,
backhand.
holds a lot of functions for a lot of the businesses, not only around the region there, they're around Stanley Street and wherever else, but I know that a lot of companies do go there for functions.
Yeah, they're a thriving club with a growing competitive base as well. So
Okay.
we've seen more members of Auckland Bowling Club out on the greens up in the Auckland area, and it's good to see because it's a club that has a lot of history, and it's nice to see those clubs keep going. Look at this here. It's
Oh, what a great answer.
I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but it went well. Just shunting up a Carlton Cornwall bowl.
Well, I'm just going to think of the aqua coloured ball. The original one is going to sit, or is it whether it's just going to stay? Looks as though it will stay upright. Interesting how the legs come in close there, and it starts almost touching, both knees coming in. Yeah, we're just scooping it around. I think this one might work.
Willing that to hold. Good try.
We're just the one down, but you come in this hand, into here, if you, onto the blue bowl, even if it's on that one, all good.
Oh, some instructions there from David Ball.
Yeah, so it would indicate that Carlton's one down to the blue bowl that sits at 6 o'clock. And so he's asking Grant just to reach the head, try and make a change. If he holds up long enough, didn't quite have the weight there.
Yeah, good try.
Grant Keats.
Still there, mate. Just coming under that. Back here.
Very quiet on the instructions. There's Dennis Brewster. Now, watch the stance here. The knee almost comes in very close.
It's like a static delivery as well because he takes a step and then swings his arm.
I've got a race on between link 1 and 2.
Go forward.
I think ring 2 probably wins that on the race.
Be across.
It's a good try there from Ross Stevens.
Yep, you're coming down with a bit more pace, Grant. I
I'm
don't mind.
really looking at this
we've
and
got
looking at the
captures here.
trigger hand.
Yeah, so there's a trigger that he lets go. So the bowl's being gripped. And then you just have to time it to let go at the right time. So he lets go of the trigger. So the top of it releases. And the bowl goes towards its target. If he
Yeah,
can
up to
cannon
there,
the
yeah.
blue bowl onto the other bowl, he's got it.
Yeah, good
That's
try, mate.
desperately. That was
Very good
actually just incredibly unlucky there from Grant Keats.
So which one have we got that's still closest? Is the
ball.
one
Around that
to,
bowl or under it.
I guess we'll call it 7?
The one at
7
Around
o'clock,
that
I think?
bowl?
Or
Yeah, 1 at 7, I think, is the shot.
Round under.
Here we go. Ross Stevens on his backhand side, holding 1. There's room to make it 2 on that backhand. An open draw. If he holds. Oh,
oh, that's in.
he's done it. He's made it 2. And that there gives David Ball an option, a bowl to rest on now on the backhand side. Which is easy to say and hard to execute. It's the issue with a lot of bowls, Dave, is it looks pretty simple. Even from the commentary box, it looks pretty simple.
So tell me where the jack is if we're seeing from this side, from this line.
See the orange bowl and the stripy bowl? It's behind the stripy bowl. Sort of.
Okay, so but
There it
we
is.
go. We can see
Yeah.
it just there. If you look at the red, which is directly to 3 o'clock, and 3 o'clock the red, and you look to your left, and we've got a aqua to the, I guess it's 11 o'clock. And we have at 7 o'clock the light blue.
So the 2 shot bowls are the light blue and the one that you said was red. It's interesting that Dave has opted to play on his forehand here. Must have looked better from the mat end, but it would have been tempting to play the backhand side and rest through that shot bowl.
Yep, beat that black one, mate.
I suppose on the forehand he can try and get the jack back to that orange bowl that sits at 6 o'clock, but you're asking a lot of your bowl to
like
get
a snooker
back.
shot, isn't it? That you're trying to hit it and get it to ricochet on.
Very much
Very
so.
much a snooker. And this one perhaps coming round a bit too early.
Yeah, Dennis Brewster. He's put another bowl in the area. So David, is he going to change his hand? Yeah, David wants to play the backhand. I think that's that makes more sense. Winding up. David ball close here. Good bowl. Cut one out.
Come on, mate. Draw.
But Dennis Brewster and team still holding one shot, so David was only able to get rid of one of the bowls. And Dennis opting to try and draw a second shot. He had the right weight. Perfect weight.
One, mate.
And just one, then he said.
One, yeah, so we're all square now.
And this particular contest here, the 6th game for both of these teams. Of course, you play 6 section plays and try and make it through to post-section, which will be on tomorrow from 8:30. It'll be televised from midday. 2 matches tomorrow from midday. And then, of course, on Sunday, well, it's the finals day of this, the Summerset National Fours. And you'll be joined by John Macbeth as chief commentator. I'll be out and about with microphone and camera and who knows what. So, Alex, you and John Macbeth making the combination up again. And it should be a bit of fun here.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Looking forward to that finals day. It's going to be a great atmosphere here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. I'm sure we'll have bursting at the seams with spectators watching.
Well, considering that, what was it, 2 years ago, that the tournament, when it was last held here, it was hit by COVID and you could watch but couldn't watch. And what was it that one of the utes came in with some hay bales and put up a table on their ute as such.
Yeah, and a lazy boy.
Yeah, and watched from afar, but not too far.
Oh, it was brilliant. And what a good bowl there from Phil Austin, the lead for Dennis Brewster's team, just trailing the jack around the corner a little.
Just about to go down.
Barry.
Some more instructions, or what's he looking for?
He'll be waiting for a bowl to come out of his eyesight. So someone will just played a bowl towards him. As we see Barry Green here on the forehand, he played 2 bombs coming this way last time. Not to be with this one.
Yeah, the weight was good.
And there we go. The weight was good. Direction, not as good as what he wanted.
How's the memory, Phil, on the forehand? Very smooth delivery from Phil Austin.
Yeah. Janine Brown. She's like a 4th-year bowler. Yeah, she bowls nicely.
Good try. Beautiful weight.
Just looking at weather watch for the Alexandra area.
How are we feeling about it, Dave?
I'm feeling a lot more positive. Yesterday was a little chilly and a little bit of rain. This morning certainly fined up into this afternoon. Not overly hot as such, but fine weather. And tomorrow for Alexandra, that is, it is a high of 24 and a low at night of 9. And for Sunday, the finals day, a little bit of cloud, but generally 24 is the high and 12 degrees at night.
Have you read the weather out before on the radio, Dave?
I have indeed, and
Okay.
we did manage to convince James McConey to actually read the weather as a racehorse one time, as a race caller, and it was fantastic, actually. He did a great job. I handed over the reins to him literally and said, read it. But reading the weather is always very funny, particularly when you've got a computer screen and the computer dies on you, and you basically have to say, well, just look outside the window. Wherever you are, the weather's always there.
Good luck.
Yep.
Same through here,
That's
Ted.
great, probably
Look, I don't mind
possibly
you
a
back
more
here,
accurate system.
you know, through the head.
So we can pretty much say for all of the mixed pairs as well, the temperatures around Alexandra, that is, will be in the 24, 25 and up to 26 as well. And certainly I think, was it on Monday? It may have been Monday, Tuesday. It was up to 30 degrees here at Alexandra.
It wasn't cold,
I think we just had that one day.
but beautiful weather really. Ted Walker there, narrow. So Dennis Brewster's team looking pretty good on this end. Brent McEwen here on his forehand side. Very compact delivery. Takes a step, then swings the arm.
And I believe that we will be joined by a special guest a little bit later in this particular contest, Alex.
Yes, yeah, around the end 9, I think we're going to have Paul
Good time,
Jerem, who actually hailed originally, I think he worked for Epsom Bowling Club, which we've spoken about briefly at the top of the show. And Ted Walker not looking that chuffed with that bowl, but I don't think it's going to be too far away. No, I know he knew better than me.
Anything here is good. So, take the green.
So where would you be looking on this particular one, Alex? We'll come back and see the view. If you had the options, if you were bowling and you saw this particular view, what would you be trying to do?
If you're Dennis Brewster, you're doing exactly this. And the challenge for David Ball's team is there's that short bowl.
Right, so that's sort of blocking. You've got to go round that, or I can't
Yeah, come on
really
this
see you
hand.
going through it, can you?
No. No, so that's you have to just try and draw as close as you can, really.
You're not far away, Grant.
Grant's not far away, says Dave.
And
Thank you, Dave.
it's not me. Definitely not me.
Oh, he found the gap, though, but unlucky. But the only shot that's on to him, really.
Oh, I don't think that's going to work. You've got to come to this one.
There you go. I don't think that's going to work. Honesty from your skip.
I really respect that, That's great.
No, don't do it.
I
Not
must
gonna
remember
work.
that for next time I'm on the green. Just go, no, don't think it's going to work.
Next time you're playing Shannon McElroy and you're
I'll
down,
tell him.
just yell out, I don't think that's going to work. Stop it.
I'd usually say that as I let go of my bowl.
Exactly. Well, it's when your opponent starts telling you, I don't think that's going to work. Stop it. Don't even try.
Let's go. Just
Oh, this is
shake
working,
hands,
though.
Move along. Ross Stevens with his bowl.
Yeah, still got
Just
2 down.
overplayed. So 2 down still,
That's
says
good,
David
Rob.
Ball. And Grant Keat just looks to make a tiny correction on his first one. Look at that smooth. Smooth as silk.
Yeah, it's not going to be far away.
Grant Keats here. Has he done it? He's
Comes in.
close.
Yeah, lovely ball.
Oh,
Great shot.
lovely. A very distinctive bowl there with the black and white.
Yes, that middle
Good stuff.
black running through the middle.
Here's there, mate. Reach it, Ray. Reaching.
And you just love Dennis Brewster there. The two boys just wandering down.
Yeah,
Got a little think about what they've got to do.
it's game 6. You know, you've played a lot of bowls at this point.
Well, how is the tiredness on the body? I mean, you had 3 games yesterday, day 1. Today, a little bit finer, a little bit more, I wouldn't say heat, but there's probably a little bit more on. You're trying to wear the cap, keep out of the sun a little
Yeah,
bit.
bowls is an interesting sport because it is low impact. So it's not, exercise-wise, you're walking.
But
Quite
not many sports played 3 hours and
Yeah,
then 3 hours though.
You're walking quite a bit, but it can be quite mentally tiring,
Drop hard, mate.
particularly if you don't get your. So watch this
Great
bowl
effort.
just
Great effort.
passed. I think particularly if you don't get your hydration right, you notice because your focus just goes. If you haven't had enough water, your focus disappears on you. And these guys are on their sixth game in 2 days. If you're going to be tired, now's the time. So it's important. It's a low impact sport, but if you don't manage yourself right, it can be not a fun time.
Or interesting, the 2 different skips The skips, one going to the forehand, one going to the backhand.
Yeah, David would have played the backhand because there's less
Can't
chance
see the
of
edge
him
of it,
moving the
can
jack towards the opposition there. And it's a very comfortable one they've got sitting here
Aye.
with Grant Keats' bowl. Just listen.
Yeah, give it a go, mate.
Now that's
Here.
something you want to hear
That's
as a
ours.
bowler.
Give
Your
it a
skip
go.
saying, just give it a go.
I like that. So Dennis on the backhand, he's looking to squeeze the jack back to his bowls. Nice delivery out, pretty smooth. Needs it to hold though. I'm not sure how long it's going to hold up
You
for.
probably need more weight than that.
Well, you heard it.
Hard luck.
Hard luck. More weight than that.
And David Ball now with what we call a gentle bonus. So you make sure that if you miss, your bowler's missing wide, because if it misses wide, there's no damage to be done. Whereas if you miss and you miss narrow like this might, it can become quite stressful. So
Well, frustrating.
gentle bonus for Dave. He needs it to be a gentle bonus.
So what does that change?
He's given the shot away there.
Yeah.
So he erred
One.
not the way that he would have wanted to, and they've dropped a point. So
they
6-5
gonna measure?
now.
Yeah, sorry, boys. Unlucky.
Yeah, that'll do. Well, they're not quite as talkative as the previous skips, but what they say is pretty much to the point.
Oh, you're still getting the same communication. And it'll feel like Dennis Brewster's team, they'll feel like they've got away with that one. They didn't think they would have been, they wouldn't have thought they'd be scoring on that end really almost at any point. And David Ball, unfortunately, just missing a bit narrower than he would have wanted to do, giving the shot away. Of course, if I was David, I'd say, well, I'm the one who plucked a bowl out for 5 2 ends ago. So it's, swings and roundabouts. Now, Phil Austin on his backhand side.
Just a very quick little action there.
On the backhand. Yeah, Barry Green, very compact
Yeah,
delivery.
nice,
Beautiful line. Very
Yeah,
steady. I mean,
it is, you do notice that it is very compact. He doesn't really go a follow through on his swing. It's stop start almost.
yeah, it's quite a, it's compact.
Whereas that's the more classical, isn't it?
That's a classic delivery there that we've just seen from Phil Austin.
And let's take another look at Barry Green and his compact delivery. Yeah, no follow through on the swing at all.
No, still effective. He gets a bit of his weight off body movement, I think. If you watch him, he sort of walks after his bowl, Barry Green. And that helps you get
Yeah, come this hand, Barry.
the speed right.
Yeah, take it hung up.
David Ball just calling him to switch to the forehand side. So foot placement. That's,
Oh, he's really has switched from one side to the other now.
yeah, that's about right, the foot placement. Grip's fine, but no backswing. And just
Yeah.
on that, all on that follow through and step forward. So probably a delivery that we would say would be more suited to quicker greens, faster greens.
Right.
Yeah, underneath that.
Well, why did
Yep.
New Zealand change? You did mention before that in the past New Zealand had more attacking style because the greens were quicker. How did our greens change?
It's been a trend probably over the last 30 years, I would say. Every year we've probably got slightly slower greens. A lot of it is to do with not only the surface that we use, which is, as we've said before, we've switched to Maniatoto now, largely. And some
That's your
Starweed.
favourite word.
But I think also the climate has changed, which I don't think you can't argue with it. The climate's changed. We're wetter. And that doesn't allow the greens to get quite as quick as they used to be. And when we talk about the
Yeah, coming
20-second
down here.
greens, that was more because all the grass used to die, and you were essentially playing on a dried out clay court. So of course it's going to run quicker because there's no grass there. It's all being burnt off in the sun and then rolled over by tons of a roller. So we had quick greens because it was all compressed down. So now we just don't do that. Did that answer your question, Dave?
Well, it does.
I think it did.
It does.
like
I mean,
it
it's not
Yeah,
not always
nothing
going to
wrong.
be a straight answer
Right.
in something like that when something occurs over 30 years or thereabouts. But I mean, you've heard me before be always very curious about different surfaces, whether we could actually run this on, well, Eden Park. What would happen if we actually did have bowling greens on there?
I maintain I'd love to see a charity or some sort of novelty bowls match on a clay court tennis.
Yeah.
Because in theory that should work.
In theory, it does get very dusty.
Yeah.
They're not quite as smooth as people think, and you end up with clay all over your body. Your shoes are covered in it.
I'm sure the bowlers would be chuffed to have that over there.
Well, as long as they're not wearing whites. But the other thing is, just imagine it's certain, we've got Forsyth Bar Stadium. That's going to host the Highlanders and the Blues this weekend in Super Rugby opening rounds. That'll be interesting.
Novelty or different things would be cool. We know we have portable rinks now, so there's the World Bowls Tour.
So they're a drop-in rink, effectively, like a drop-in pitch for
we could
cricket.
do that. Oh, look at this here from Ted Walker. Sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
Some great bowls. So the jet got popped back, and Ted Walker played a couple of good bowls. It's a good quality game, this. As we see Ross Stevens on his backhand. Another... Just wait, he's just very deliberate. Take a step and then swing the arm. So that's another delivery built for a fast green. So they take a swing with their step forward first and swing the arm.
It's coming real straight and real quick.
All the weight comes from the arm. He was on. Well, it's worked. It's worked. He's got one. How'd that happen?
Well, you could just see almost a shrug of the shoulders there.
Now, they're not removing the ball in the ditch. That must be a toucher. So it's gone brilliantly for...
Well, let's just follow this one. It was released very slowly, it seemed.
Still going, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's probably helped it. The little collision, just a little click.
God, there's been some madness, absolute madness here. I think Dennis Brewster's team must be holding two.
How far from the ditch are those bowls?
What was the answer there?
I heard mate at the end, which I would suggest is a good sign.
No, we've got a little bit of a stop there just to make sure there's nothing running from the other rink. In fact, there was.
Have you noticed in the South Island they say cobber quite a lot, Dave?
Everybody thinks I'm a foreigner here.
Cobber. Here we go. Ross Stevens on his backhand side. And a good head there that we can see on the other rink. As Ross's bowl.
No wonder we're
far
stopping.
Away. He's not far away. I reckon it's Jack in the ditch. It is Jack in the ditch.
Oh,
what a
that's
bowl.
Beautiful. That is beautiful.
What a magnificent shot. Absolutely beautiful stuff here from Dennis Bruce's team. And he got a smile from his skip, which is almost a clap.
Look, all you can do is come in through here. Either roll that over a one. We're two down.
So if anybody is wondering why perhaps they're hesitating a little bit with some of the bowls, the second rig, and their jack is quite a way up the green.
Sort of in the way.
Yeah.
Here we go. Grant Keats falling short there, and I think Dennis Brewster's team holding three on this end. It has been an exciting last 5 bowls. There's been stuff happening left, right and centre.
A bit of a shrug of the shoulders as well. And just hearing what we can.
You got the arm, the hands waving around, and
a few little low fives as well. But in the meantime, the two skips are coming down.
Yeah, it's Dennis's head, so David probably needs to walk a bit quicker than what he is.
So David Ball in the yellow and black, and in the blue we have Dennis Brewster.
Yeah, and David caught up to Dennis as well. It's always good. You never want to be still standing on the head when it's someone else's turn to bowl. You might have to watch out for your ankles. And Dennis Brewster on the backhand, holding 3 already.
Quite well angled on that. His body sort of turned it slightly.
You can see all these 8 bowlers know what they're doing. Now, this is when it gets exciting. Watch out for your foot. Watch out for your foot. Oh, my little heart. Beautiful green there from Dennis Brewster. That was exciting.
That was beautiful. It almost collected the other jack as well along the way. Can you take that? I got their jack in the second rink.
I've done it before and asked if I can, and the answer was no, I'm afraid. David Ball on the probe.
This one's coming straight.
On the probe. Flattening up now. 1, 2. 3.
Oh.
Okay, so bowls have gone flying. The 2 orange bowls were not touches, so they're taken out of the ditch.
1 each remaining for the skips, and
I think 3 still to Dennis Brewster. The closest bowl Carlton Cornwall has is the stripy black and white one.
we may have to wait until they call this. Hold it, we're checking again here.
It's at least 2. We'll just turn it up, see if we can hear.
Composite team.
No, your reds.
Oh, yeah, it's always shot, but
Yeah.
it was 3 as well.
Right. Yeah, still 3.
Still 3.
Draw, eh? Out here. No one that moved up.
Still 3, he
Just
says.
draw one out here, mate.
And I know I asked for the volume to be turned up, but it just about gave me a heart attack.
Oh, and we're just clearing a ball from the second rink again, just to confuse things with another colour thrown in there. In the meantime, this is Dennis Brewster.
Can confirm that I'm still awake. Dennis Brewster on the forehand, drawing for 4th shot.
I'm sure you're still awake, Alex, and
Thank you.
doing a very good job here.
Here we go. How's the weight? How's the weight? Oh,
Great
you
effort.
get the groan.
So, did he say 2? We're down to 2.
I think he may have
Oh,
shunted it
that's
up for
2 down
3rd
now?
shot.
And in the meantime, we're going to wait now for David
What
Ball.
am I beating?
Yellow.
Is yours the 3rd shot?
Could be 3rd, yeah.
So we can hear the instructions here, and the sign language is.
Oh, there's the. I don't like that.
It's close.
I'll
Read
run.
the sign language for me there,
Am I just
Alex.
trying to promote it or?
No, you're just coming on the outside of it.
Okay.
So he's been asked to draw around the bowls.
And how many metres away is that?
A few.
Exactly.
We think that they are only 2 down now, David Ball. Now, here is potential panic stations.
So 3 down.
Take those 2 out. And
It's 2.5.
3 should go to Brewster, right?
Oh, 2.5, because it was 2 to Brewster, and then a Carlton Cornwall bowl was promoted into the head
So
by
how-
Brewster.
You rolled a
How many
dance one
we-
over one.
2 at least.
Yeah, try that.
And they're just measuring for 3rd shot here,
You're right.
only because Dennis Brewster hit the opposition's bowl up. So there's the stripy bowl, and they go against whatever colour bowl that is.
That's the red one to the right.
Red. I'm going to get confused. 3. I think it was 3 there, Dave. So it'll be 8 points to 6 now. No, it won't. It'll be 9 points to 5. And it's favour of Dennis
While we're
Brewster's
checking,
team.
we can almost see the scoreboard in the background.
I don't like loading them up straight away.
I'm confident in saying that it was 3,
No, I've got
but
to
that
think
means
about
nothing.
it. There we go.
It was 3. It was 3.
Damn it. I better write it up.
So the 9 point to 5 lead is very important because the team of Brewster, Stevens, McEwen and Austin, well, they are still in contention.
They need to win this game.
Yeah, they need to win, and we're only on the, 6th end.
Yeah, no.
And
I
the
went-
pressure, it's hard to describe, but there will be pressure on Dennis Brewster's team. I've been in their position many a time when you require a game and you're playing a team who doesn't require the game, and the team that doesn't require the game takes great pleasure in also ruining your day.
I think
it
it's
happens
also
more
a matter,
often than you would think.
a matter of pride of actually competing and not so much giving up, but just making sure you compete well.
They're all there to play bowls, and they all know what they're doing as well. You know, we've got 8 good bowlers here on this rink, and Carlton Cornwall will be looking to chalk a win up on their side of the board.
Yep.
Barry Green on the forehand.
Yeah, good ball there. Very handy.
So we see Phil Austin. Nice delivery on the forehand side.
And for us, Sarah taking charge. Good to have her there. She can't actually hear us there, but she's in charge at the moment. So well done to Sarah taking control of the broadcast.
Very focused. Very focused indeed, as we see Barry Green now with his second bowl. And that very compact delivery of Barry's. That's on a nice line. This is going to be
Yeah, good ball
close.
here, Barry. Coming in nicely.
Still close.
Yep.
Great shot.
Thank you, mate.
Great
ball.
shot. And a reminder, as
Good
you can
ball.
see there, the Carlton Cornwall team have Carlton Cornwall yellow stickers on their bowls, The other team have no stickers on theirs, so the Carlton Cornwall team with the yellow stickers. And here's Brent McGowan here, the second good golfer we've seen. I wonder if they know each other. They should, shouldn't they, Dave? You would expect to.
Well, there's quite
Brent
a number of
and-
golfers around the country.
Oh, how many can there be? Don't answer that question.
No, a
But
lot.
having Brent play this game, and in the previous game we saw Gavin Hamlin, both very good golfers who've come to the
coming
sport.
round. You're coming inside there. Rest on that one.
Ted Walker now on the forehand. He's in the area for something interesting. He's tighter than he would have wanted to be. Got away with it
Yeah,
though,
it's all
Ted
good.
Walker.
Good home.
And Brent McGowan now on the forehand. Hit perfect weight with his first bowl. Just trying to correct the green. And we saw this in the first game, didn't we, Dave? That this hand, it's a bit finicky. It seems to be easy enough to get the weight right. But if you don't get the green absolutely perfect, you
So
get
you're
punished.
saying that the backhand is the safer option here?
I think that the hand towards the clubhouse seems to be more consistent
Yep.
from what we've seen. I think it is easier to get in the area, whereas this forehand side, which we
Yeah,
see
good
the
line
players
from out there.
playing, you
So
can play.
safer option, but potentially the other side
Come on in.
is more high risk, but also
Yeah,
more
lovely
reward.
ball.
Yeah, well, the issue being the hand that you play starts from the beginning. So if the leads play X hand, the head develops in that way. So
Yep.
the hand that the leads are playing on is sort of forcing everyone to follow them down on this forehand side, and it just seems to be a little bit more finicky than the backhand side. So we see Ross Stevens on the forehand. That looks like a nice green to me. Just out of oomph. We reckon that's the red bowl, don't we?
It is the red ball, and
Cool.
the red ball is pulling up a little bit too short. It's not really going to contribute to anything when it comes to points.
Now Grant Keats with his contraption, the bowling arm. Watch his hand and release. On the forehand side.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it this year. Yeah, good ball here, Grant.
And that's coming in nicely as well. It's going to stay there nice.
Yeah, good there.
Just swings on through.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it was
quite
a
connect.
good effort there from Grant Keats, but ultimately still
Well, Ted, keep it up, mate. Bowl. Bowl or kitty? Yep. What hand? What hand? Yeah, this hand, I think. It turns a bit, still low.
Stevens on the back end. With weight, because he's down and he's close here. This is going to be brilliant.
Oh.
What a shot. Great bowl.
And where's the jack gone? Well, into
Killed.
someone's foot.
Yeah. So we'll now see.
So what does happen when it actually hits a player, a competitor, like that?
You'd call the umpire and they could tell you what happens. It would depend, I think, if the player was inside your rink or outside. I think if it hits a
I
player
think-
inside the rink, it's a different kettle of
I
fish.
think it was outside on that one.
Yeah,
so
it was,
let's just
so-
see the conclusion to that.
Yeah, they're bringing the bowls up, so they're going to play from that end, so it's a dead end because it's been
Right.
killed. And because, it hit, once the jack is outside of your rink, it's dead, so it doesn't matter what it hits. If
Okay.
it hits someone inside the rink, then you have conjecture about whether it would have killed, and that's when you would call the umpire to help sort out what happens there.
And we're back with Colin, but it was great to have Sarah in charge of everything.
Some would say better,
Indeed.
as we see the jack thrown nearly to the 2 metre mark. A long end, really. And you can see these greens have had 2 days of play in the sun.
What do you think? They're holding up pretty well?
They look like they are. You can
Because
see
in
the
theory, this green here is going to be having how many days? 8?
It will have 8 days, so the greenkeepers will be looking after them. And you'll be able to start seeing, as you can in this light, the grooves of the bowls on the rink. You can see the lines that they've taken, so you get sort of a rough idea. And the Just about good from Phil Austin running through. The only thing that means is that when the jack is knocked off centre, or if it's thrown very short, your bowl ends up going through unplayed territory, as it were. Stuff that isn't as compacted down. Right. So often you need to remember to add a bit of weight. If the jack's been spat to the side, and you're going through unplayed grass to get there, you need to give it a bit more oomph, as we see a very good bowl here from Barry Green, playing well.
Getting down very low on that bowl and watching it go through.
Can't be far away.
Yeah, it's very nice.
I like those bowls too, with the white running surface and the black side.
Yeah, they're two-tone.
They're quite elegant, aren't they, those bowls? Of elegance, a word you can apply to a lawn bowl.
Yes, perhaps.
Of course, made of a plastic composite, Dave. Remember when we used to help with some secondary school coaching, we used to take the PE classes. We'd ask people what they thought bowls were made out of. That was one of the questions. Well, that was one of the answers that we'd get, and some people would say concrete. I was like, well, no, they're not made out of concrete.
That would be a very heavy bowl.
Imagine that. But a very dense plastic composite modern bowls are made of. They have been for about 50, 60 years.
And where are they made? Which nation? Every nation has somewhere, like New Zealand?
We don't make bowls in New Zealand. There's 2 or 3 factories in Australia, and I think a couple way up north in the northern hemisphere that make the plastic composite bowls with the moulds. Henselite, a very well known one. There's a few here. That bowl just snicking through.
Yeah, come this hand.
So there pretty much is a domination by those 2 or 3 clubs.
Yeah, there's about 4 different manufacturers of bowls, and that pretty much is it. But anyone can get a bowl approved. They have to go through the world bowls and tick off. They say tick off a number of whatever you call it, regulations, requirements is the word I was looking for, and you can get your bowl approved for the market. I think there's some custom ones in the UK, but none that I'm aware of in New Zealand. We see a very good bowl here from Ted Walker. It fascinates me though that there was a brief time where rubber bowls were a thing. We went from wood bowls to rubber, like the hard, solid rubber. And I just find that intriguing that was something that existed for a few years in the 40s. And like, if you dropped it, did they bounce? What happened when it got sunny? I have all these questions and no one to ask.
Oh, this one is fast running.
If he goes square through the jack, it's good.
It went through everything.
Somehow found a gap there, and there's a little bumblebee that thinks it's got found a flower. So Calvin Cornwall holding one on this head, I think, Dave.
Yeah, good green.
Ted Walker with his first bowl down at 6 o'clock, looking to match it.
Yeah, good weight, mate.
Just coming forward there for a little bit of an inspection. That's Dennis Brewster in the blue. There's the skip.
So Ross Stevens here. We saw him kill the previous end. Handy bowl up.
How many ends can you kill in a row?
As many as you want. There's no limit. It's just replayed and replayed and replayed. I think I've seen, same Holly said, but unlucky, I think I've seen maybe 5 or 6 in a row. Would be the most I've seen
so
in
that
the
makes the game very long.
It does make the game very long. I know there's lots of stories. We've spoken about it earlier about how we played a more aggressive game in the 70s and 80s when we had fast greens. There are stories of 8 or 9 or 10 or 11 or 12 ends in a row killed because you get your 2 to be aggressive. A bit like in curling where they'd clear the house. You may as well. If you're accurate enough, you may as well do it. And adds an aspect to the game.
Yeah, good ball. Good there.
I'm curious about whether bowlers would make good curlers.
It's a cousin sport.
I guess so.
it would be interesting. We've had a few curlers come over to lawn bowls in New Zealand, a couple in Auckland, the Farley sisters, and they've found success, won a centre title. They still use the curling terminology when it comes to bowls, which I quite enjoy. Talk about takeouts and whatever else they talk about in curling.
Yeah, curling, fascinating sports to watch at, say, the Winter Olympics, and also huge in some Scandinavian nations and also some of the Northern European nations.
Yeah, and I think New Zealand, the only country in the world left that still plays the original form of curling, which is outside.
Yeah,
using
Naseby, just down the road, really. Perhaps the headquarters as such of curling.
Yeah, so Central Otago, we're in curling country, aren't we?
We are indeed.
There's a number of
Not
clubs.
quite the right time of the year for that. But
No, I don't think they go very well.
fun.
But the outdoor curling I didn't appreciate was quite different to the one we watch on television.
Yeah,
They stay standing and they swing their arm and roll
it's,
the
it's a
things
little
up.
bit different.
So I think pretty sure we're the only country left that does it like that.
Well, the New Zealand curlers have dramatically improved and gone on to the World Champs. A few stories there about one of our particular players who, she was diagnosed with cancer and hadn't really been able to play or compete for a long time, and then came back, won a place in the New Zealand team to go to the curling World Champs, and then did quite well considering.
Yeah, it's great stuff. Always good stories in sport.
Just looking at this. Now, when are the next competitions for our elite bowlers, and where do they go? I mean, obviously we've got Gold Coast coming up, and what's that, the Mixed Nations, is it?
Multi-nations.
Multi-Nations, and that's next month.
Yes, it is at the end of March. And we've also got before then the National Inter-Centre competition, which is the next big one. So every centre in New Zealand selects their top, how many? 7. Top 7 men and top 7 women. Oh, that's interesting.
And from the centres, and when you say centres, that's like a region. Are we talking about Auckland, Northern, Waikato, whatever?
Region, district. So
Right.
there's about roughly 30-ish. So they all pick the top 7 men and women, and they play off for 3 days, and we get a champion district at the
And
end.
where are
So
they playing that? Which location? Where's
Christchurch.
In
It's
Christchurch?
in Christchurch this time. And
Go
will be
the
a
ball.
great exhibition of bowls. Go the bowl, he says.
And
Yeah.
what about is that tournament in
Well,
Christchurch,
pretty
the
well
Inter-Centre?
protected by mine. You go
It's in between now and the multi-nations.
Okay.
Thinking about 3 weeks, 2 or 3
Right.
weeks' time.
What about, is there a World Champs later on this year or anything like that, or will you
Yes,
wait
yep.
until next year?
There's a World Championships in September.
Zap that one all right through and not near the jack.
Yeah.
Look at that for a spread. It's like a kaleidoscope of colours and everywhere.
Loosest head we've seen in a while. David Ball, we're thinking just don't give the shot away. So on the forehand, fair enough too. So they'll take their 1 point and go 7 points to 9. Now, yes, Dave, we've got a World Championships coming up in September, which is very exciting.
Oh, yes.
It's the first World Championships we've had since 2016, which is a while, through a various number of reasons that we had, well, mainly a little global pandemic that we had, or still have, but had that stymied that. So the World Championships is back, and then from now it's going to be held once every 2 years, which I think is a good initiative, instead of once every 4.
And whereabouts is that again, sorry?
In Australia this year. I can't remember what stage.
Yeah, there we go. That was my next question. Which state? We'll come up with that shortly, I'm sure. In the meantime, we get ready for end number 7 of 18. Of course, the 18 ends. It's only time that we really go to points, as in 21, as in the singles, which was last month, actually. And looking here as he steps forward for it. It is
Barry Green.
Barry Green.
Been a high quality encounter so far. Barry on the forehand, giving his bowler a chance to the leads. They're leading off on this forehand side, coming in this direction.
And I think we will also get ready for perhaps some results. Will we have any
Yeah,
new
nice
results
opener.
from
Well done,
the
Barry.
first round
ball.
of this afternoon?
Yeah, I'll have a look because we should have some more qualifiers through. And that's a great shot
That's
there
a
from Barry Green.
Nice opener. A very nice opening shot.
It's just a
Nice.
reminder, we were speaking to Chris Lander, the tournament director, in the previous game, weren't we, Dave? And he indicated that sort of 7, 8 o'clock we should have post-section draws up on the website. Everyone will be notified who needs to be anyway. But if you're interested, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website and have a look sometime after dinner.
And we should acknowledge and mention and say thank you to all of the volunteers around all of the clubs, and there's 13 of them around Central Otago District. around the region from, well, as far north as Wanaka and far south as Roxburgh. That's, I think it's about 40 k's south of where we are here at the headquarters, the Alexandra Bowling Club. And we have to the east and Patearoa and Waipeata, also Ranfurly. And of course, in between, let's go through the other clubs as well. Arrowtown, Bannockburn, Clyde, Cromwell, Omakau, where else? Ranfurly, Queenstown, Roxburgh, and as we said, as far north as Wanaka as well. So 13 clubs in total around the region. 800 competitors, and that's in the Summerset National Fours and the Summerset mixed pairs as well. The mixed pairs starting on Monday through until Thursday. Should be really exciting times. And how are we going there with the results?
My pick is still a chance. My pick to win the New Zealand men's fours, Mike Galloway, David Clark, Marty Dixon and Jordan King, have won 3 and lost 2, going into the final game against Murray Heath, Shane Spencer, Warren Peterson and Mark Smith.
And that's not going to be easy, that game, though, is it?
No, it won't be, but I'm sure, I mean, I picked them, so we'll be fine.
And where are they playing?
That's at the Alexandra District Club, so just down the road.
Just down the road?
Just down the road from where we are here at the headquarters. The other ones to sort of that have qualified already, Darren Gooden's qualified already, but ones who need to win this game, Ali Erskine, Harry Croswell, Ross Weir and Chris Taylor on 3 out of 5. Robert Gibson, Alistair Waugh, Peter Hughes and Joe Gordon on 3 out of 5 at the Alexandra District Club. So they need to win this game if they want to get through to post-section tomorrow.
Yeah, just resting on those ones and you can split one out.
And hearing some very precise discussion and directions.
Very precise.
That's from David Ball from the Carlton Cornwall Club. And the yellow and black.
So we can see Barry Green there with the 2 bowls close. So those are of Carlton Cornwall. So David's happy for Ted to play on the back end because if he hits them up, it's not the end of the world.
And can you tell us about your predictions for the title in the women's competition? That's Mandy Boyd, and you talked about them earlier. How are they going? So I'll just get you to play on the computer, or computer in your brain, that is, because all of this is, of course, off your head.
Yes, of course, yes. No, they've qualified. I don't think they'd lost a game last time I checked. Mandy Boyd.
And just if you can see any other names along the way as well. We should really check on Peter Ballas. There's another one at some stage that you check on Peter Ballas. No,
yeah, I've heard bad. Well, I haven't heard bad things. I've heard that the Bowls New Zealand CEO will be available to watch in post-section.
Okay. So the team that he put himself in with a fairly handy player, that is Peter Ballas, that you've nominated as your male bowler since World War II. We haven't come up with the female bowler since World War II. Now, I'll give you a little while to think about that. So who would you regard personally, Alex, as your top New Zealand female bowler? We're talking about international, national, doesn't really matter. So you'll have to come up with someone before the end of this, before the end of this match here.
I'll tell you in an end or two.
And
ask me again.
That's all right. Watching quite a contest here with that Dennis Brewster and his combination need to win to stay alive. In the meantime, there's plenty of pace here. He's trying to kill it, is he?
He's got it. He's got the jack in the ditch. It's good to see. We've seen some aggression in this game.
Oh, it was a straight drive. It really was. In fact, the Black Caps would have been pleased with that. Straight drive down the ground. Possibly need it.
How is the cricket going?
Well, I could tell you, but I'd rather not right now.
No, you can come either hand.
Fair enough.
It was good. It's not quite so good.
We'll stick to this sort of bowling then.
Nice segue.
Thank you. I was quite pleased with myself as we see Grant Keats here on his backhand side with his bowling arm. Jack in the ditch now. So it's interesting. I'm not sure if this is going to come back.
It doesn't look that way at the moment. It's pulling up short as well. And here we go. They're just looking a few directions.
Just having a look at... I'll wait until after this one, actually. We'll just wait till this end's completed. I'll read out a couple more bits of information. Going to be a great couple of days of post-section at this National Fours.
Right. You go too wide, it doesn't come. You go too narrow, it comes back.
If you didn't hear it, the commentary there was if you go too wide, it doesn't come back, and if you go too narrow, it does come back.
Well, that's...
You can't fault it, can you?
No, you can't. Good directions. And having a look.
That's
Not sure what this one's off to. It's off on its own.
a poor bowl from Ross Stevens.
As the two skips go down to complete the end.
Give you light, mate.
Looking there at David Ball. It's a nice straight bowl in the sense the way he delivered it, and he's just looking for a little bit of turn. What do you think?
I think he's short, but on the right line, so it's an easy one to make a correction from.
Yes, just letting people know that the jack is actually in the ditch.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been quite nice.
Still got two in the look. Just keep off that one, mate. Run hard, mate.
If it stops, it's good.
Not quite.
And as you can see, just to the right there, we do have the jack in the ditch and the golf ball on top of the step, so people can actually see where it is. And is this one going to have the legs there, Alex?
Oh, it's hard to tell.
Probably
He's
not.
a much better bowl than the first one. Just, oh, it's hard to see.
Hey?
I think short.
Still two, you reckon?
Still two, we're hearing.
Probably got to play here, hasn't he?
Got to play here, mate. Still got a couple. Got to play here. Turn mine a couple.
On the backhand side.
Clean
Now,
here.
has he found a clear path through? Oh, just got bogged, but I think short anyway.
So points-wise, let's have a look. It's going to be just the... Well, we'll get the reaction from the players.
I think two, yeah, two
There
there.
you
So
go.
11-6 now to Dennis Brewster and team.
Well, they need the points because they are still alive, but they've got to... Well, they've got to do something significant here.
Yeah, they need to qualify, or need to win this game to qualify. And just having a look as they talk through another section. Section 3, who are currently playing at Otago Bowling Club, Dave, and that's where Mandy Boyd is. Mandy obviously having qualified, but also Sandra Keith through with her team of Bev Morrell, Shannon McEwen and Tanya Woodham. They've qualified for tomorrow. Pam Stevens has qualified for tomorrow. And teams that still need a win to qualify, there's two that can from that section. Anne Lomas, Joanne Toogood, Nancy Wilson and Annie McDonald are on 3 wins. So they need this last one to qualify.
But they've got to win this one, though.
And also Robin Shishka, Micaiah Campbell, Ulsa, Lindsay and Tina Hogg on 3 wins as well. And it will be a good game. Anne Lomas having to play Mandy Boyd to get through.
And very pleasant conditions for everybody. Just a light breeze here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. Got a couple dogs down watching as well, observing the bowls.
We had a very well-behaved German Shepherd at the national singles watching at Bowls O'Reva, whose name I've forgotten, but we just about lower thirded it, didn't we?
got
Take a ball.
Here we go.
dogs here. They're quite enjoying it. And this particular jack is right. Oh, just got a little snick there, but it's right at the back, the 2 metre,
It
isn't
is,
it?
yeah, it's the full extension that it can be. I'm very impressed with Barry Green's bowls. He's been playing well this game. A good battle between the leads, Barry Green and Phil Austin. Phil here on his backhand side now. How's his weight? I'm not sure if he's quite got it.
It's pulling up, I think.
Just falling short there.
Here, give me another one, Barry.
Remembering that we have 800 individuals competing around the fours and also the Summerset mixed pairs as well. Relatively new tournament, Alex, the mixed pairs?
The mixed pairs, yeah. So we've had various sorts of mixed pairs in the past, but the first time we've held it as an open national competition, the mixed pairs. So it'll be the second time that it's been run, both times in Central Otago, because last year, the in-between year, was meant to be held at Taranaki, and we were, the entire, I think the country, or the island at least, was plunged into one of the lockdowns that we had, so it was unable to be completed.
Well, certainly it sounds like a tournament which is logical to hold, particularly when you get the two singles champions together.
Why not, eh?
Yeah, it's a good idea. And it also tests them as well to combine together, doesn't it?
You know, I've also thought often, no, I'll say it, I think we should have, or could have exhibition matches. We've got mixed pairs. Why not play the National Men's Championship Fours winning team against the National Women's Championship Fours winning team? Play an exhibition match.
I mean, who would win?
I don't know.
I mean,
that's why I'd like to play it off.
Well, it's one of the different things in different sports where there's quite often strength sports. It doesn't really make sense. However, I remember at the shooting at the Olympics in Rio, and I had to be there for the IOC, and the female competitors were like, no, we'd beat the guys. They don't want to compete against us because they'd lose. We're like, no, you sure? She said, no, we focus a lot more. And this is a male-female thing, but we're good at focusing a lot more, and we've got steadier hands. She said, every time I practice, there's a particular German player who won gold, and speaking to her afterwards, no, I can beat all the guys at my club, no problem, they don't like it. And she said, we would love to have just men's and women's competition, just call it the shooting competition. And just really interesting our sports. Probably the only sport that competes on even keel is equestrian. If you think about it, Olympic sports or the top sports, Olympic, Commonwealth, whatever you like, it is equestrian because you can have male, female, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's really interesting. New Zealand has had Mark Todd, obviously, and Blythe Tate, etc., Vaughan Jeffress, but we've also had females who have done well. And you have a mixed team.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. And bowls, I think, would be perfect because,
absolutely,
as we'll find out next week in the mixed pairs, well, there's slightly different strengths, although some competitors and female competitors are still very strong, and they will be just as aggressive.
No, I think it's good, and I come from an indoor bowls background at a competitive level, which is the little one we play in winter time on the 24-foot long mats, and the national championships for that sport have always been mixed and open for as long as it's existed.
And you do get a mix of sexes winning, male, female?
Yep. Yeah, there's a mixture, so it's good, I think, and no one can argue the point as we see a trail here.
Now the red ball coming on through.
Ross Stevens. I think he's made it 2 by the looks. Great heads.
Well, we're just doing a little bit of a check with a bit of a spray.
Some very good heads here. And David Ball saying come around on the 4. And this is what I was saying before. You're going to go on to unplayed territory. So as a player, you usually add maybe a metre of weight. I think that's going to be short.
Yeah, probably not enough gas on this one.
Yeah, you let it go with a bit of a dump. So he's actually...
Yeah.
Now the weight's okay, isn't it? If you look at the weight, it's more the green. I think he just got it away ugly.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that one.
I just saw it sort of bounce out of his bowling arm, really. So we see Ross Stevens on his forehand. Half a chance here, Ross Stevens.
That's much better.
He's playing some good bowls this game, Ross. Been very effective.
Well, it's both of his red bowls that appear to be the closest.
Yeah.
Or certainly are the closest.
Grant Keats on the forehand lining up already. That one came out much better. That's nice and smooth. Oh, how's your green, Grant? I'm not sure if he's got the green right. Good try. Just 2-0 bowls there from Grant Keats. He'll be disappointed with that.
Interesting there that with the skips right over the jerk and having a look and thinking how we're going to put this. Got a great view. And just quiet discussions with their teammates. And I've seen them wander down. Have a look around there for David Ball. Just took another second look. And conversations there. I'm loving the shirts.
Yes.
Just not too sure whose artwork they look like. But yeah, it's kind of like a Eurotrash from the 90s.
It's colourful. I think they're all from Howick Bowling Club, that group. Here we go. We've got Dennis Brewster willing his bowl to stop now. David Ball with options here. He's got a few feet to draw within. He won't be short. He won't want to be short anyway on his forehand side. He's given himself every chance in the world here. Willing for it to pull up now. That's a good bowl from David Ball. A lovely bowl from David Ball. Beautiful green. Great shot. And we'll see bowl or jack here from Dennis Brewster. David Ball, that was such a good bowl. Dennis on his forehand side with weight. He's walking away from it, but I don't think it's that far away. Dennis Brewster here looking for the bowl. Just a bowl wide. And a bonus bowl opportunity now for David Ball. Make it 2. That's what he'll be thinking to himself. Trailing 6 points to 11 on this, the 8th end of this game. Steering the bowl down, and he's not far away, David Ball. When's it going to stop? Oh, just overplayed it a little there. But he played the one that mattered, Dave.
Who's getting the points here? How many are we going to have?
1 to David, or 1 to David's team. So it's going to be 7 points to 11 now.
Touch.
Looking to be the spoilers this game.
Well, they're not letting it go, are they?
No, they're not. They're
Remember
playing well.
we had early points, didn't we, in this contest?
Yeah, there was 4 and a 5, wasn't there, on the first 2 ends?
And just slowed down a little bit now.
Yes.
And that jack has sailed on.
Hoofing into the ditch. And David Ball delivering the jack back. As we see Barry has overthrown the jack, so Phil Austin gets an opportunity to deliver the jack to his length. Interesting that they've both gone, well, essentially they've both gone long. You don't usually see that.
And let's just see here by Carlton. It's taking its time to go down the green, it really is. In fact, it's almost stalled. And it has, just stopping in front. It might block the view just a little bit, but nothing too much here. And they've got the mat quite a way down, in fact, a long way down the green. And there's a classical stance there. Lovely direct bowl. No, it was lovely for a while and then switched across completely.
I've just gone and confirmed, Dave, that shortly we're going to be graced by the presence of Paul, who we can talk to and ask him what he does.
And graced by the presence of Paul.
Is he the one who's got the coffee cart?
Ah, right.
Coffee cart. Man. I'm sounding nonsensical, but I swear I'm making sense to myself.
Right, we might do it to the viewers shortly as well. In the meantime, we'll have a look at that classical delivery. Getting down very low, almost the back knee touching.
Yeah, lovely delivery, really, from Phil Austin. And it's been a good battle between these leads, hasn't it? Phil and Barry.
Yes,
One in for the shot. We saw we had the World Champion of Champions singles a few months ago now, Dave. There was a Malaysian man whose name has escaped me, someone Zulkifli. Zulkifli was his last name anyway. Lost the World Champion singles final to Sam Tolchard. Had the same sort of bowls. And I liked them then too. They just looked nice, I think, coming into a head.
When they're rolling down the green, you mean it's identifiable?
Yeah, I think they just look quite classy.
This orange one has done very well in the end. Just nudges off the aqua blue and sitting there very nicely.
So we see Brett McEwen here on his forehand side.
Quite remarkable, though, how the skips in this particular game compared to the last game. And the last game we almost heard stories along the way, and one of them said to me afterwards, I hope I didn't swear too much. I said, no, we did hear you pause a couple of times, and when perhaps you may have said something you shouldn't.
And he paused very well too.
Indeed. But we did hear a lot of instructions. We did have a lot of laughter and all sorts of stories coming up, particularly about a 7 and an 8. The difference between 7 and 8. And well, that is the case. That last round we did have a 7 and almost an 8. And in fact, it was the skip who missed it. That almost gave him the 8.
Yeah, Craig was rowing that. He said he didn't
that
want
was
to pop
Craig,
the jack back.
Merrily.
It was quite funny, really.
Yeah, particularly how, just amazing how from one game to the next, the skips change and their approach is completely different.
Very different.
Not that there's a right or a wrong, just the way they actually act and react here.
Different skipping styles, really. And I think sometimes you see skips respond to other skips. So if you've got one skip who's happy to talk, the other one might talk a little bit more. They match the energy, so to speak. And we see Grant Keys here on his forehand side.
The thing that we're noticing here is just how far down the mat is on this one. And I believe, Alex, we're joined by a special guest.
Yes, Paul. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Hello, Paul. How are you? Good to have you here.
Very pleased to be here. Thank you very much for the
Nice.
invite.
Now, Paul, we better do a complete full name and full introduction from you as well. Look at that. Your name's up in lights.
It's actually the first time it's been spelt right in about 5 years.
Yes.
Well done there, Colin. So, Paul Jerram, the club manager here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. It's a fascination for us that, firstly, there's 2 bowling clubs within a short space here, but this particular club, it is... well, it's kind of like a hub because you've got Molyneux Park there, you've got, I can see the squash club there, there's all sorts of different sports, we've got Petanque there as well.
Yeah.
It really is a bit of a hub for a lot of different sports, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Curling across the way as well. That's a new one for me, being living in Auckland for the last 20 years to come see curling.
Be a little bit different.
Yeah. No, it is a nice hub. We were actually based down at the other club down by Pioneer Park.
Yes.
Until about 1984, apparently. And then there was most of the club moved here and some of the clubs stayed behind. But I think 5,000 population needs 2 bowls clubs. Yeah.
Well, as long as they're busy and as long as they're involved as well. So
makes for some unique local rivalries. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure, very. You could almost put the jack down at one and bowl to the other, couldn't you? But yeah, for you said you came from Auckland. What was the reason coming here 20 years ago?
No, last year.
Last year? Oh, goodness.
Last February, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I was a member at Epsom up in Auckland, and before that Balmoral, so shout out to them. Hi, guys. We decided, this place decided it wanted a club manager, and it was kind of the role I was doing at Epsom, so we decided to up sticks and leave the COVID lockdowns and Auckland traffic and head down here.
Big move.
Do you find the traffic more relaxing in Central Otago, because I know I live in Auckland, and I've been incredibly frustrated on more occasions than I can count when I'm trying to get from here to just down the road. That seems to take about 20 hours. Is it more relaxing, Paul?
I live the other side of town, and it takes me 6 minutes to get to work. So I think I couldn't turn out onto Sandringham Road in 6 minutes most mornings.
No, really. But yeah, the whole thing of the change is a massive change for you. I mean, Epsom, I don't know how many members it had, but I would assume it's quite a big club.
Yep, reasonable sized club. I think they're similar in numbers. We've got 190 members here. So that includes our Petanque members as well. So, quite a reasonably sized club. Magnificent facilities. I mean, the greens are magnificent. This hall and the whole club room building.
Greenkeeper told me he was the president greenkeeper, and then put his cigarette out in a pot plant saying, "Don't worry, it's my wife's."
Yes, I can confirm all of those.
Right, he's a bit of a character.
Good old John. He's not standing behind me, is he?
No, he's not. But he is a character.
As we watch David Ball here, he's got a little snick of the jack. What a good shot that was. I think he's still holding 2 now.
That's what you get, though, as characters coming out of the woodwork, or just going out and being around the club when you're in a small town, aren't you?
Yeah, my wife and I were threatening to write a book about this place, but I don't think anyone would believe it, to be frank.
Is there any other stories you could tell us? On air?
On air? Oh, no.
Right.
No, we've got a great membership here. You can see all the guys that are around here volunteering at the moment. We've got people on the bar, and people running the raffles, and people on the barbecue. So everyone chips in. Everyone's friendly. Everyone's got real pride in their club. We have several sort of non-bowls things that happen here as well. So everyone sort of chips in with those. And I think I introduced Housey to Alexandra, which is a coup.
Going well, and we see there 2 points, I think, to David Ball's team. So it'll be 9-11 now.
Well, they're staying in the hunt.
Yeah.
It must be very annoying to Brewster, because Brewster's skip team, the composite team, they're really trying to stay in to actually make it through to the post section, aren't they?
Yeah, if they win this game, they qualify, whereas David Ball's team's out of contention. So if they win this game,
that must be frustrating.
They ruin Dennis Brewster's day.
And what about your own bowls, Paul? You were competing, well, maybe not competing in this, but are you still competitive?
I'm actually quite disappointed, because every time I played against David Ball, he's beaten me as a junior and otherwise.
Well, that's right. From we've got Carlton Cromwell as well, and so that's one of your main, was one of your main rivals at Epsom, and probably Balmoral.
Actually, one of our sister clubs, because we had the greens, the artificial greens, and Carlton have got magnificent grass greens, so we cross-pollinated there.
And how have people responded to you coming from Auckland?
Bloody Auckland.
Well, don't worry, they don't even know that I'm from Auckland here. They think I'm from somewhere else.
Well, yeah. No, most people are quite intrigued as to why someone came down from Auckland. Although I think in the post-COVID era, there's quite an influx of people here from the bigger cities who've all decided they can telecommute from here. But they want to understand why I don't want to be in Auckland, and especially with the amount of water up there at the moment.
Right now as well. But here it is a very distinctive climate. In winter it's cold but still fairly dry, and in summer it's generally very warm and dry.
Yeah, we've got the motto of being the warmest, driest, hottest, driest, warmest place in the country. But
how does
anyone who was playing bowls yesterday and couldn't hold the bowl properly.
No. But how does that make it an issue, and it must make it an issue when perhaps the water for actually keeping the greens moist as you can, or whatever you need, because there's not much rainfall.
No, we're just slightly above desert amount of rainfall, actually, for over a year. 270 mils, I think, is the average. 250 would make us a desert. But we have a good relationship with the council. You see, we've got some water storage facilities over the far side that they provide. And the greenkeepers do a magnificent job. And we've got the Clyde River right next door.
So I don't know if you're allowed to take it from there, but I'm sure some accidentally makes it this way. Indeed.
Just keep it quiet on a national broadcast. Yeah, it's fine. See Ted Walker there. He's a good weight, but just underneath the line. So an interesting game here. Now, Paul, the national finals day is coming up in a couple of days. Have you had much planning around that? Like, what are you guys gonna put on for the people that come down to have a look?
Well, we've got the showgirls that are going to be doing a big number across the greens. I think obviously the president doesn't know that yet.
I'm seeing a tongue-in-cheek here.
Well, you're not going to do a field day on there with cows and sheep or anything like that. That might not make it so good.
Maybe on Tuesday, yeah. No, it's obviously a great honour to be hosting the Nationals. So everything this year has been focused around it. So the greens are in peak perfection now for this period. So no, we're a bowls club, so we'll have the barbecue going, and we'll have the kitchen running, and we'll have the coffee available, and the bar might be open a couple of times as well. Yeah.
And I mean, I know we're not necessarily talking about where everybody has to drink or anything like that, but such a large amount of your turnover must come from the bar and the kitchen. Is it something that really, people come here, and I mean, I'm sure they're very aware of drink driving and everything else, and do it in a good fashion. But people do come here for a drink after work, and that must be a large portion of your takings. Keeping the club alive, that is.
Yep, certainly does keep the club alive. We play a lot of pennants play here, so we have pennants on a Wednesday, and the team will either be playing here or come back here afterwards. Same on a Saturday, and we get to host a number of events like this one on a centre basis. So yeah, the bar takings are important, but we're trying to sort of do things that aren't bar related as much as possible.
Yeah. And for you, obviously, you've got the club rivalry down the road as such, but then there are other clubs around. I think Roxburgh is about 40 k's, and then Clyde must be about 20 or something up the road.
Clyde's about 7 k's.
Right,
Cromwell's about 20 k's.
So they're not that far to have half a dozen clubs around you to potentially have rivalries or play against.
Yeah, I think there's something like 20 clubs in the Central Otago region. I think most of them are being used over this 8-day period, and they all range from out in rural areas with a few members, but there's some absolutely magnificent greens out there, and to be honest, it puts you off your bowls. You're standing there looking at the scenery half the time.
Well, I'm just happy to see a little smattering of snow at the top of the hills there for me.
Yes, you wait until winter. -7 is a bit of a wake-up call.
I'm not sure I'll be out here in shorts at the moment and T-shirt, but something a little bit different.
Yeah, we've got 4 indoor rinks here that we're sort of sitting on at the moment. So we make use of those for about 4 months over the winter season.
Because would you get a little bit of snow sometimes, or in the mornings, a little bit of ice around here?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I brought my dog down with me from Auckland, and she was quite intrigued to see snow for the first time. It was
and now won't go on it, probably.
What is that?
Well, no, it is something, just such a dramatic change. And
but hey, why would you be anywhere else? Look out the window. I mean, it's the scenery, the climate. It's just magnificent.
No, it is a lovely view when looking out to the mountains now. I'm not sure what range that is.
It's the Old Man Range up there.
It is, okay. There you go, I'm learning a lot. And as we change hands again, and what are we up to now, please, Alex?
Grant Keat played a very good, I can't remember, the first ball I think it was, to get the shot at 12 o'clock on your screen. And second, third and fourth shot looks like they are to Brewster and co. But Grant Keat holding on to one at the moment, and David Ball's comeback continues.
Yeah, as they're the 2 skips going up to the other end. That is Brewster for the composite team, who are still alive as such, and David Ball for the Carlton Cornwall team. We'll just 2 bowls each, and we'll see how this first one comes off. What are we expecting from this, Alex? Is there anything that he's going to be looking at for David Ball?
Oh, they'll be aware that they don't have second, third and fourth shots, so it's about getting another bowl in the mix. You don't want to lose a bowl and drop a 4 or 5. So David Ball just trying to draw as close as he can. And he can draw very close, this man. He's not far away. Now, how quickly is it going to turn? He's got it square. He's followed it. That's a good shot from David Ball.
But then we have the red ball just to the right, the red bowl.
Get down here, you turn mine, you sit that ball out of there.
There we go. Get rid of it, basically.
Pretty clear. That's pretty clear instructions from Ross Stevens.
So is he going to be aggressive on this, or is he going to...
Reaching. You're reaching weight, so you're not short. And he isn't, as we see him on the back end. Oh, he might be short, though. How's the weight? Looking to rest David Ball's bowl out. He's got the green. Has he got the oomph? That's the question. That's gutting for Dennis Brewster's team. Just 2 or 3 feet short. Close to perfect.
And we'll just keep you there, Paul, the club manager, for just a few more minutes if you're okay with that. We've got the change of ends coming up not too far away. And just looking at the directions here, what are we getting here?
Well, if David's put his bowl there already and nothing's changed, there's no reason why he can't put another one there, is there, Dave?
True, and get a little bit, probably not as much turn, but just a
Kevin Beasley looking like he is questioning.
Was he trying to help in which, the second green or the first? I'm
He's
just not
put
too
his hands
sure.
on his head. I think Kevin was having some thoughts.
You know, that definitely is a bit of a Eurotrash shirt from the 90s.
Well, it doesn't lack colour. David Ball now on the forehand side. It's not going to be.
How is he going to get through there?
Well, he might do. Needs it to get down a little bit. Just inches off. That, though, has changed the shot. I think it's just go the bowl now. Yeah. He's essentially playing a run shot here. Bowl or jack. This is big in the context of the game. If he misses this, it's 10-11. Big in the context of the game. Important that Brewster gets this shot. He's very close. He's got 1 wick. He's got 2 wicks. It wasn't enough wicks to get away with it there. So 1 point to David Ball, and 10-11 now after 10 ends of 18. It's tight
they are
right
really
up.
being annoying in the nicest possible way, and just not letting the match go. And for Brewster and his team, who really need this, well, they do need it to stay alive. So David Ball and his Carlton Cornwall team are really just hanging around, been frustrating in many ways. And Brewster and his side, well, you know, we got the, what was it? They got the 5 first, and then there was the 4 the other way around. It was a very big couple of ends, and then it's just been slowly 1-1, the odd 2 along there as well.
Yeah, it's been a high-quality game, though, hasn't it, Dave? We've seen lots of good bowls played.
What we've been saying, Paul, is compared to the previous match that we had, where we had the skips of Craig Merrilees and Darren Morrow, where it was chat, it was laughter, it was stories, it was almost a few expletives. The 2 skips in this case, and that is Dennis Brewster and David Ball, have been relatively subdued. It's quite interesting how you get the different skips, and how maybe because one's one way, the other one almost takes after them. The previous game, it was just all over the place. We didn't really need to say much. They did it for us.
It's probably a good job you not got the microphone on Kevin Beasley next door then.
Exactly. No, it's just really interesting, the different characteristics of skips or of some of the other bowlers as well.
Yeah. David's a lovely bloke. I'm probably going to have to order some more beer if they win tonight, though. So,
yeah, it is. It is interesting watching the players here. Loving the different styles from all of them there.
Yeah, pretty good range, really, from these 4. Barry Green's been playing some exceptional bowls with his short backswing.
And Paul, just interest of me, particularly been involved in so many different sports and clubs, particularly in the big cities where they almost need to amalgamate, not necessarily the same sports, but amalgamate sports together within reason, where they can actually work together and help each other out, and where people can do that. It's probably not the same case in a smaller town, or is it the case in a smaller town?
yeah, I think you're going to see some amalgamations, and some of the
And it
clubs
hurts
are
for some
struggling.
people. It
Oh,
hurts a lot of people, but it's also
absolutely.
good.
When it's your club that isn't there anymore, that's not nice.
But then we've seen Carlton Cornwall come together.
Cornwall, I mean, they've become a very successful club as a result. Yeah, absolutely. We've find that we for example got the Petonk Club now as it's actually their premises, but they use our club rooms as the way it works. But you know, we work together, get together. All the Petonk guys are helping with the raffles this week and the like. So we'll probably see some more of that. You know, sort of different groups or sports or whatever coming in. This place gets used for things as diverse as marching bands and you know, card games and darts and the like. So this will become more of a sort of a general hub than purely a bowls club. I think my first president up in Balmoral, John James, if you're there, John, hi. He used to tell me that if you didn't have your name down by Tuesday, you couldn't get to play in the roll-up on Saturday. So slightly different to that nowadays. But we sort of attract people for different reasons. We've got a very big growth in our Social Plus members. So it's people who want to be a social member, but they also want to have a game of bowls. So not necessarily want to play in the club championships, but they want to have a roll up on a Friday or come and play social bowls one evening, that sort of thing. So that's sort of a different sort of aspect to bowls than previously. Yeah.
But that's one of the things perhaps in a lot of sports clubs that people want to just go and have a hit, a game, or whatever it is with their mates at a certain time of the day or whatever. They don't necessarily want to play inter-club or play in big tournaments. They either don't have enough time for that, or just don't want to, but they're very keen on having a game with their mates or at a certain time of the day or in a certain competition only.
Yeah, so we get a large number of people here on a Friday afternoon that will play here for an hour amongst their mates, and then it's happy hour.
Yeah.
You know,
That's something that perhaps the old thinking of running any sports club needs to be adjusted to a more casual type member.
It does, yeah, but we have to make sure that we don't lose the people who do want to play the pennants and do want to play the club championships. It's very much we want to offer bowls at every level, from the school kids. We've had kids doing NCAA bowls here. That's been interesting. You know, we have social
like that,
bowlers.
interesting.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'd pass, but you know, there you go.
Oh, it's a challenging thing for the NCA, isn't it? I tried to do it once.
You have to draw so many shots within a metre of the jack and on different hands. Yeah.
And I'll just
Sorry,
watch
you
this
distracted
bowl
me
here.
when you were talking about NCA. I made a flashback.
We'll just take a little look at this lovely device here. I'm fascinated by it.
I see, Paul, you've got a vase of these devices by the sliding door. Do you have them available for members to use?
Yeah, we do. We've got about three or four different types of them.
Well, it was pretty accurate just then.
Yeah, there you go. I think you might almost call that cheating if it happens against you. Yeah. But a number of our members went down to, I think it was Dunedin, had a mechanical arm competition just around the Christmas period. I think it's the first time there's been one specifically for them. So yeah, it's great if it means that our mate Andy, who's sitting in the bar at the moment, plays with one of these arms. He's 92. Fantastic bowler, you know, and without that, he probably wouldn't be able to take part in the game.
Yeah.
So.
Because Alex was just explaining to me, it's not necessarily about whether your arm works, but if you can't bend for whatever reason, or there's something with your hips, that you can still stand almost upright and keep bowling.
Yeah, Colin and Alex obviously don't know the problems of getting old and bad.
I've been complaining about it all week.
Yes. Oh, that's great. No, it's absolutely fascinating just to hear about running the club here. And is there any problems that are, say, different compared to Eden Epsom? And you come here, is there anything that is just so different that you've found? I didn't have to think about that when I was at Epsom. And that's aside from the driving, but when it comes to the club side.
Well, actually, when I first got here, I was quite keen to touch base with the sponsors and potential sponsors and the like. So I'd make an appointment to meet someone, and I'd leave my desk about 15 minutes before the meeting and get to where I was going and park directly outside and still have 14 and a half minutes to go. So time management becomes a bit of an issue here. You know.
In a good way. That's right. I mean, and people are keen to help out where they can. Obviously, there's plenty of people wanting sponsors, dollars, etc. But around this community, people are keen to help.
Yep, we've got a great set of sponsors here. Various companies that assist us.
You can identify a couple if you'd like.
Well, we've got a magnificent van outside that's been provided by Aramon Clutha. They provided us with a van that we can use to get to our matches, and we use it for other purposes as well. People like Fulton Hogan make great use of our premises. They probably come here about 3-4 times a year and have events here, and we have various companies that come here for our social triples on a Monday. So various of the smaller companies around here will put 3 people together. So it all helps. It all sort of adds to the sort of community spirit of the place. And you can't really have an argument with anyone here because you're probably your next door neighbour.
Oh, great stuff. Look, Paul, we really appreciate your time, and we're going to let you get back to Well, I guess to one of your many roles that you have here. I mean, I know it's club manager. However, I'm sure you're doing more than just sitting at a desk, aren't you?
I'll probably be pouring you a pint later on. Yeah.
Indeed. Oh, well, thank you very much there, Paul Jerome, and appreciate your time as we look at the 11th end here of 18. Of course, it is still, well, Dennis Brewster, who's continuing as the skip here. They're holding that 1-point lead, and Alex, just look at this and see where we've got. It's a very wide spread. I'm not sure what you're going to give the the points to.
You
with
see
this.
Dennis's bowl bottom left of your screen, that yellow bowl bottom left. I think that's the shot. And he drew that through an absolute minefield of bowls to sit there for one.
Oh, it's not exactly close, is it? Well, we actually had a foot just tap it there.
Yeah, he's done it. That's, to be fair, a great shot from Dennis, because there was just a huge array of bowls to work his way through. I think they were 3 down at the time. A very good shot, and he's kept his team well and truly alive. 12-10 now the score to Dennis Brewster. 18 ends, and they need to win. Remember, Dennis Brewster's teams need to win this game if they want to be playing post-section tomorrow.
Yeah, well, let's just have a look as we switch around the ends again. And nice to speak to the club manager. And as he mentioned, he was at Epsom. And it's wow. If you know where the Epsom Club is in Auckland, it's on a road called The Drive.
Oh, it's so confusing the first time you try and go there.
Yeah, it's not exactly easy. And,
yeah. and I'm talking as someone, to be fair, who tried to get to Alexandra and was at the Queenstown airport and then drove through Queenstown in the opposite direction for half an hour before I realised I was going in the opposite direction. So when I say Epsom's not that easy to find, it's probably quite simple, and it was just a me problem. We see there the first bowl of Phil Austin, level with the jack, but a little bit narrow. It's been a very good battle between these two, Phil Austin and Barry Green. Very good battle. Barry on his backhand side, willing this one to hold up, willing it to hold, and through the jack. Yeah, good bowl. Good shot. We see Phil Austin on the backhand. He's taken a lovely arc with this one. That's the green you want. How's the weight? Slightly overplayed, but good enough. And Barry Green with a chance to make it 2. And has done so. Good bowls again by Barry Green, playing well in this game. Holding the 2 shots there nicely.
What's interesting, taking its time compared to in the previous encounter where we had David Motu, who was pretty much bowling his ball even before the previous one had even stopped.
Yes, he doesn't muck around, does he, Davey?
And then here we're a lot more considered. A lot more considered in everybody's approach. But this one is coming around quite nicely there, Alex, but a little bit too short.
Yeah, good green, but just that little bit shy of the jack. As we see Ted Walker on his backhand side.
Yeah, a bit more green. Yeah, weight's pretty good.
Just getting bogged a little bit there. So McGowan now. Good
Got plenty
green.
of pace on it. Still running though.
Yeah, just overplayed it. I think we'll see the pressure start to go on.
Holding 2.
Might have to have a check on some of those other results if you're
Yeah, I was just going to have
got
a
your
look.
mind switched on there, Alex. Pull them from the depths of your mind. All of those results
You
you've
don't
got
want to be
sitting in
going there, Dave.
Probably not.
And what a shot here from Ted Walker. Good correction. So 1, 2, 3. The Carlton team holding 3 shots on this end, trailing 10 points to 12. And with weight now, this man, the 3. Oh, got a snick of the jack. Dennis Bruce to Ross Stevens. He's played some very good bowls in this game. It's entirely reset the head there, sticking the jack out to the left as we see it.
So this means that all the bowlers now have to reset their brains, in fact, and reset where they're considering how they approach it.
Pretty much.
How wide they go. They've got to swing it quite a way around, almost into the second rink.
Good line, just short. He's put the jack out to the side with his first bowl on a run shot. Now switching to the draw. There's Ross Stevens. Very good bowl. Grant Keats now on his backhand side, looking to make a correction on the first one. Good try, just underneath the line. So it was a great shot there. Well, great 2 bowls really from Ross Stevens, sticking the jack out the side, then putting one close to it. Turning the head around, they were 3 down before he did anything.
Well, we can see the bright yellow ball just sitting there on the mat.
Yeah.
It's quite good.
Ready to be used by Dennis Brewster.
Well, got a mat way up the green. So someone chose that.
Be the Dennis Brewster lead.
And just waiting,
Phil
I think
Austin.
it's, what are we waiting here for? A couple of bowls on the second rink.
Yeah, just
Tossing
taking his
the ball,
time.
bowl from one hand to the other. How's this one looking?
On the backhand side, he's not far away, Dennis Brewster. Good shot, very good shot.
It's just quite surprising that after those first 2 ends, the 5, the 4, and since then it really has been staggered. I think, have we had a 2? I think we've had a 2
It's
maybe?
been a 4 and a 5 and lots of 1s and 2s
Yeah.
after that.
You know, it just started with a burst of enthusiasm, and then slowly they've drawn each other back and followed each other up. So, Alex, this one's swinging away.
Yeah, on the tight side.
The last 2 of this, the 12th, coming up here. Is there anything in particular that you'd look at? Is it pretty much, you've got a big gap here to the jack? Anything you're going to be looking at?
For Dennis, it's just about trying to put another bowl there or thereabouts, I think. It'll be interesting to see what Dave opts to play. As we see Dennis, another bowl, yeah, there or thereabouts. If his third shot, that's a very good bowl. Because it means, I think David's only, yeah, just got a draw. Be tempting to have a nibble at it, but a draw is probably the better idea.
And at the change of this end, we'll update some of those scores, I believe, Alex.
Yes, I can do that. As we see David here, he's just run out of oomph. It's a poor bowl. He'll be disappointed with that, David Ball. He's played some great shots in this game. That was not one of them. I think they're going to drop a 2 or 3 on this end. And Dennis Brewster's team Feeling a little bit better about their chances of post-section tomorrow if they can get a 3 here. While we're waiting though, I'll read out some results, Dave.
All right, what have we got?
Tell you, I can confirm that Gary Lawson's qualified with 5 out of 5. And I think we mentioned yesterday Michael Solomon, Liam Hill, Jim Madden and Neville Hill, who I think Neville's due a national title, also qualified with 5 out of 5.
You didn't pick him for the title, but you did say
said he's due. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll call it, when they do, if they do win, I'll call it a success as we see 3. 3 to Dennis Bruce's team. 15-10 now after 13 ends. That's good.
That's a relief for them, just to escape a little bit.
It is.
Feel that 5 points. I mean, the thing is, even though we have seen a 7, getting 5 and getting it, well, any time is very difficult. We've seen 1 in this game, but we don't see them very often.
So if you can be 5 or 6 up, you're feeling okay.
Yeah.
The other interesting thing about that section 4, Dave, is that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams going into the last game with an opportunity to qualify. And they are teams skipped by Martin Kreft, Alan Brash, Brendan Gibson, Dean Mower and Graham Cook. So all 5 of those teams have the opportunity to qualify. Some of them will be playing each other, but they need to win this next game if they want to be playing bowls tomorrow. See on the back end, start off, Phil Austin. May have overplayed this one, I think.
Yeah, wow, that one's just, cause it's almost like it's got a supercharged end and just carried on. Put too much on for behind it.
Bowl by Barry Green just running out of oomph, and Phil Austin with an opportunity to make his correction.
This one seems a lot better there, Alex. It's got enough.
Does seem more accurate.
Curves around late.
It was the right weight, just a bit narrow. Barry Green now on his forehand. Willing this bowl back in, not to beat.
Well, I think we're going to have another spread out, real shotgun kind of end.
That's how it's starting, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is after those first 2 bowlers. Let's see. Oh, they're really picking to go on that backhand side.
Here we go. This one not far away. If it pulls up in time.
This is
great
much,
shot.
much better.
Yeah, it's a lovely bowl.
It was just more of a subtle bowl than anything else. It wasn't trying to push too much.
Yeah, beautiful shot, really. Ted Walker just with the arms. Waving around a little there. Just waiting for someone to play a ball, I think. On the forehand side, Ted Walker. That bowl's just being pushed a bit wide.
Not enough.
As we see Brent McEwen on the back end again, just looking to back up his first bowl.
Yeah, this one's hit. Put down a few. Yeah, just finishing inside there to count. He is 3/4 of a man.
You want last one to be Chris
Ted Walker now on the forehand. Willing it down. I don't think it's going to happen for Ted Walker here.
Just too far. So that jack is really open to the world. It's almost saying, okay, I'm here.
Yeah. And
Put your bowl next to me.
If you're Dennis Brewster's team, you're now 15-10 up. Picking up a 3 on the previous end. This is a good end to score again on. You sort of want to go back-to-back in the scoring stakes. Ross Stevens on his backhand. Willing to clean run on. Has done so. Holding 3 now.
That's fine.
They just have to draw. Grant Keat opting to play his backhand, I think. Just has to draw. There's nothing else on here. Just a draw shot. On the backhand, Grant Keat. This is Grant Keats.
Well, just a reminder that post-section play tomorrow from midday. We'll have 2 contests in this one.
Oh, he just about trailed the jack back there. I think we were going to ask Colin what his call was, weren't we, Dave? Yesterday we were going to ask Colin who he thought would win the men's and women's fours.
I think Colin is, he's trying to stay neutral as he presses all the buttons here. We might ask Sarah as well. Sarah's going to help us out with some predictions, and we're going to get predictions all the way through.
Taylor Horn, did you say, Colin? Yeah, Taylor Horn's is picking the fours.
All right. So, well, that's one. You've got to have 2 predictions, don't you?
Probably 5
And Val Smith. Taylor Horn and Val Smith.
Okay, well, there you go. And we'll ask Sarah for those predictions maybe tomorrow.
The look of pure terror we just got, that was worth it. That was great. As we see now, back to the action. Grant Keats on the backhand side.
Did you name your female competitor since World War II to be the best New Zealand competitor?
No, but I can tell you that it's Jo Edwards, in my opinion.
Okay, so there we go. Interesting.
I think it's a hard one, though, because we've had lots of exceptionally good.
So no one in the female side of bowls actually really stands out way above the other? Because, I mean, you felt that in the men's, Peter Bellis was pretty much the standout.
Yeah, well, he became a name that someone walking in the street might know.
Yeah.
And I think Jo Edwards largely was similar, has done a similar thing. She won the Commonwealth Games. I remember winning the Commonwealth Games singles medal at the 2000 and maybe 2 Commonwealth Games ago in Australia. She came back and won
Gold
that
Coast.
game. Gold Coast Com Games. And that made mainstream media coverage. And I think people know who Jo Edwards is, even if you're not a bowler.
Well, she's actually over at the Australian League at the moment,
she is. She's playing BPL. So I think for me, Jo Edwards, in the same vein as a Peter Bellis, their fame sort of leaked outside of the bowling community. I think they became known just by Joe Bloggs, and that's a hard thing to do. Here he is, Dennis Brewster on the backhand side. Nice delivery, very smooth. Holding 2, maybe 3 on this head. Having picked up a 3 on the previous one. They'll be looking to score again.
Meet him, mate.
But David Ball with room to draw, really.
Well, this is another end where we don't have a gathering of bowls close to the jack. It's very spread out. It's very open.
Well, that's sort of why the draw shot's the only thing on, because there isn't a collection of bowls which you can hit. There's gaps everywhere. David Ball here on the backhand, looking to rest on anything, but he's found fresh air. The way he played that with would indicate he was looking to trail it back, didn't it, Dave? I think he was going for the jack.
So with a bowl edge, it looks as though we have a 1. And what do you think? What have we got here, Alex? Is it just a 1 at the moment?
I think it's
run hard.
2.5.
Well played, buddy. Very
2.5.
good.
3 based on that.
Well done.
This is good. This is good. It is. Oh, and there we go. Right out in front, or just about in front. And a yellow bowl. And there's something dramatic happens here.
He's close.
It's got to be...
Oh, it's going for a walk, that bowl. Look at it.
Oh, that's
just
no good.
Drifting out. He gave that a chance. What about some late swing around the corner and back up the rink a little bit?
Almost.
Oh, just about. I got a bit excitable there, I think, and I think we're going to see At least 2, maybe 3 to Dennis Brewster's team.
3? Yep.
3, yeah.
3.
18-10 now. It's been a close game all the way,
Well,
but they're starting.
These last 2 ends are 3 and a 3.
They're beginning to
That's
ease
what they
away,
needed.
aren't they? Yeah.
They got a little bit stuck there for a while. It was just like they couldn't really go forward. They were stuck in neutral, and they managed to find gear now.
Yeah, it was
It's a manual car.
That would go poorly for me.
Yeah.
But it's been a...
Or maybe it's a Tesla and out in the countryside with nowhere to charge.
Nowhere to do anything. It's been a high-quality game, really. We've seen some pretty good bowls, but...
Although it has surprised me that we haven't had that bulk gathering of bowls around the jack quite as often.
Yeah, not as the game's progressed.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a scattergun of, the jack has been almost lonely.
I suppose the shots become harder to play, and because they're harder to play, you miss them, and then the next shot becomes harder again, so it's sort of a spiral. And we saw the jack overthrown by Phil Austin, so Barry Green getting to deliver the jack to a length that he wants it to be at, and he's opted for a short one. As we see on the backhand side. Beautiful line. Sorry, beautiful weight, bad line from Phil Austin. And Barry Green with a chance to get one close now. Just ducking across. I think the green has sped up this afternoon. And now with a chance to make a correction, but it's not looking good at the glance. Yeah, poor start to this end. Beautiful weight. If you look at all 3 of those bowls, they were within 2 feet of the jack weight-wise, but just narrow on the narrow side. So a chance for Barry Green. But he hasn't taken it. Look at that swoop across the head.
And where's the directions going there? Sort of a point across. Let's have a look at the green.
Brent McEwen on the backhand.
And looking at the,
he's seen those 4 balls be narrow, and he's gone, I'm not going to.
Well, I'm not going to put it there.
I'm not going to do that. Now, how much is it going to turn at the end? That's the question.
We're just going through these full teams. We've got Carlton Cornwell, David Ball, Grant Keats, Ted Walker and Barry Green, and that is the full team there. They are out of the competition as such.
Yes.
The composite team, well, that's Dennis Brewster, Ross Stevens, Brent McEwen and Phil Austin. They are still in with a chance if they win this, and so far it's looking good as we go through, well, the 14th of 18, as you can see. However, it's not a foregone conclusion just yet. It's just the last 2 ends. They have got a 3 and a 3.
That's the thing. So they're feeling more comfortable now. They have an 8-point lead with 3 ends to go after this one's played, 4 ends to go after this one's played. So an 8-point lead's more comfortable than an all-square situation, but we'll see what happens. Carlton Cornwall again, like we've said before, you just want to be within 4 or 5 points on the last 10, and pressure can do funny things, particularly when Dennis Brewster's team has everything to lose by not winning. We see McEwen here. Yeah, this is a very loose head. Ted Walker, there's plenty of room to draw the shot. Opting to play his backhand, I think. It's a fair effort there if it's got the weight.
Yeah. Yeah, nice, Ted. Thank you.
Great bowl.
Easy game.
Easy, says David Ball. And it does look it sometimes. And a good shot from Ted Walker. And now it is the turn of Ross Stevens on his back end with his red bowls. Yes, nailed it.
Well, this has got plenty of gas on it, but I think it's got to go too far.
Yeah.
The actual direction wasn't too bad. It just was pushed along too much and into the drink.
Macy Grant on his forehand now.
I'm loving this device.
It's fascinating.
I
isn't
want
it?
one.
Yeah, we'll have to have a go. If there's Paul Durham was telling us they have got a few. I've seen them with my own eyes. Maybe have a go with them when the bowls is finished. Got the right weight. Doesn't have the right green. Grant Keats.
Just one down, mate.
It'd be interesting to have a go with the bowling arms. And now time for a correction from.
Have you tried left-handed?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm actually okay left-handed.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. It would probably be one of the sports where you could change hands probably a little bit better than other sports, like racket sports, for instance. You probably could, because you're not doing anything too creative with it. It's your release.
In the indoor bowls world, there's a man called Darren Baker. No, he's not. Darren Bell. There is Darren Baker as well, but Darren Bell's my story. And he was a very good bowler. He was player of the championships in 2008 at the National Indoor Championships. Made a couple of finals and semi-finals or something, and he was right-handed, and he had his right hand crashed in a forklift accident. So his hand was ruined. He couldn't play with his right hand, so he switched to left-handed bowling and has since made like 3 more national finals, which I think is absolutely incredible. He had his right arm crushed, switched to be a left-handed bowler, is just as good.
Well, just think about it, that you potentially you want to have an established arm movement with your lead arm.
Yeah.
However, if you changed, it's not a significant change, is it?
No, well, I have seen bowlers play backhand both ways. If you have a shoulder injury or something and it becomes painful to play away from your body on your forehand side and easier to play across, I've seen bowlers play backhand across their body.
Is that
both
allowed
ways.
in the rules?
It's fine. The bowler just has to leave a hand.
Right.
So you can go backhand both ways and be fine. And the only difference would be that you'd notice your bowl would take a different track. As we see this bowl here from Dennis Brewster. A good effort, which would suggest he hasn't quite made the shot. He hasn't made the shot, so there's still
quite.
one to that Carlton Cornwall orange bowl. Your left-handers take a slightly different track because of where their bowl hits the ground first, is on the other side of your body. So the bowls do slightly different things, but you learn it. Or I'd imagine that you'd figure it out if that's how you played a bowl. David Ball, be careful, David. Nearly set Dennis Brewster's bowl up and over for the shot.
2 feet off, mate. Draw again.
And Dennis Brewster not making it. So a chance for David Ball to draw a bonus here. Good green, someone says. How's your weight though, David? He's not far away. He's still not far away. Oh, just found the gap.
That's tight. And we're going to get 1 point to David Ball and his team from Carlton Cornwall. Is that correct?
Yes, so it's going to be 11-18 after 14 ends. 7 points the difference.
And coming up to the 15th of 18.
4 to go.
It's still looking like the composite team with Dennis Brewster should go through. However, it's not reassured, is it?
No, they have the advantage, but you would expect to see them play the last end.
But they really wanted a 3 or so there, didn't they? If they had got a 3, then it would have been not impossible on the score, but it certainly would have been extremely difficult for the Carlton Cornwall club to come through.
Oh, your goal is always to be more than 8 points up when it gets to the last end time so that you can't lose. And anything less than that could be stressful. So they're only 7 points up to Ennis Brewster's team, so it's still, the realm of possibility is still there. You could still lose this game.
How many 8s in a row have you seen?
How many full scores?
Yeah, full scores. Have you seen it more than twice in a row?
No, I haven't. I've seen, I could probably think of less than 10 8s that I've ever seen scored.
Right.
So you witnessing, or you didn't witness an 8 because it was a 7. I can think of maybe less than 10.
It's still being talked about.
You see sometimes momentum happen where you might see 15 points scored in 3 ends sort of thing. That happens a little bit. But to get a full score more than once, that's pretty rare. I can't think of anything off the top of my head where I've seen that. And the leads have gone off the boil, really. The last 4 or 5 ends, they haven't had one within Cooey. Barry Green might make a liar of me now. It's like a reverse commentator's curse if this bowl's close. Yeah, good shot. Barry played very well for the first half of this game. We did just see just a slight loosening of the first 4 bowls played. As we see Phil Austin here on his backhand.
And a message from the chief executive of Squash NZ. He said, you'll be able to see the Alexandra Squash Club just next door. He said, I've played at that one. Go and have a look.
Yeah, coming in through there.
And yes, we can actually see across to the Squash Club, a 2-court club.
Why not?
Loves Alexandra.
Ted Walker on the forehand.
Sort of almost dances his way down a couple of steps.
Can't tell if he likes it or not. I think it's a no.
I'm not sure. I don't think he's going to like it in the end.
Good weight.
Not ideal, but not so far away.
Now we have Brent McGowan on his backhand.
And tomorrow from midday, it is the post-section play. It'll be live on Sky, on the pop-up channel, and also on YouTube. That is the Bowls New Zealand YouTube. And don't forget that on Sunday, and led by John Macbeth, commentary from midday. That'll be firstly the women's final, I believe, followed by the men's final. And from Monday, we're back with the, well, it is the mixed pairs. It should be a lot of fun. And a bit of intrigue, just how the pairs themselves, as we just clean that bowl, how the pairs react to each other, how they use each other's strengths. Looking forward to that. Should be a very interesting tournament from Monday through until Thursday.
It will be. It'll be some good games. I'm looking forward to it. And, of course, looking forward to the finals day being held here at the Alexandra Bowling Club. Paul said they were well and truly prepared for that, so it should be a good day of bowls, and the bowls will be top standard.
I don't know if we're going to get a car park, Alex. I mean, you usually drive, I walk, so I should be okay.
We just have to turn up earlier than everyone else. Ted Walker there made his correction on his weight, but not his green.
We might have to check again on a couple of those results before this match finishes, and maybe even check to see how Macbeth has gone in his last one. Did we check on that? We know that he's not going to make the finals, so that's okay. He will be here on Sunday.
Yeah, he was looking for a W next to his name the last time I checked.
I'm not sure he's going to get that, is he?
We'll see if they've managed it. Brent McGowan, what a shot there from Brent.
Oh, and nudges it in. Just a little nudge.
Very good bowl. Grant Keats on his backhand.
The very distinctive strip around the bowl, the black strip, but it's quite a way short. And this is Ross Stevens here with the red bowl.
John Macbeth has had a win.
Oh, well, we're
27 points to 4. John Macbeth defeated.
Goodness.
Andrew Weir, Duncan Cotton, James Martin.
Oh, we're going to hear
and
about
Phil
that.
Dowling.
I like this shot here.
We can't call it a
Grant.
mistake and accidentally
Coming
put it the
through
other
here,
way
you're
from
looking for
Macbeth.
that ball.
Can you imagine if
If
it
you give the
is,
jack, we've got catches back here.
having announced that? John Macbeth has had a win, and he's playing the role of Carlton Cornwall here, because John Macbeth cannot qualify, but they're playing Stephen Sanders' team from Southland, and if he defeats, or if they are defeated, they won't be qualifying. So John Macbeth still with everything to play for in this last game before he gets his commentary boots on.
He'll be
later
very
on this
happy
week.
with the W next to his name, a win next to his name, when he joins the commentary on Sunday. We'll probably hear a little bit about that fantastic victory.
We'll ask about it for sure. And even if we didn't ask, we'd hear.
I'm sure we will. And he'll call you a whippersnapper.
Been called worse.
Yes. Ross Stevens here. And what damage can he do? And it's his team which needs those points. They've got that 7-point lead. We can't quite see it, but we can see where the jack is.
On his backhand side, Ross Stevens here looking for a clean run. He got a clean run. Good bowl. And an interesting head here for David Ball. He's holding the one. Brilliant bowl there from Grant Keats, which I neglected to talk about.
So Keats, he's going to give the advantage to Carlton Cornwall, who don't actually need it as such to stay alive, because they're out of the post section running. So in the meantime, the Dennis Brewster-led composite side, well, he's going to have to do something about that Keats bowl.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw weight played. I think there's more percentages for Brewster and co than there is for David Ball, with weight up the middle. Looks like there's almost a plant to remove Grant Keats' bowl if we just wait for a second. Oh, it's sort of hard. I was thinking about on the forehand onto the red bowl, which is next to the blue bowl, for the blue bowl to hit the stripy bowl. But I may be getting a bit ambitious with that call.
Oh, that almost worked. Just,
I think David Ball's just made it too.
Yep.
And my shot's gone. So
exactly. Your little ping pong, well, pinball that is, or
right
your
there, mate.
snooker shot
Hit the
is
ball.
not going to work. So he's going to have to be quite assertive with
I
this.
think we'll see weight played. Dennis Brewster, yeah, on the forehand, reaching through, looking to get. Oh, I'm not sure if he's got the weight. I think he had the green. He was certainly.
Oh.
That wasn't the plan, Dave.
Oh, goodness.
That's the first bit of pressure we've seen. Show.
So if you were Dennis Brewster on his last shot, coming up after this, where are you going to go?
Still on the forehand side, the same side, see David Ball's bowl, similar to that but wider, about a metre to the left as we see it, and then you turn Grant Keats' stripy bowl into your jack. So if you can rest that, you'll draw the shot, and there we go.
There it is. There's the advice.
Pleased that Ross Stevens was listening to what I was saying.
Indeed, he listened to it. Let's see if it comes off.
On the forehand, little tap of the foot, Dennis Brewster. He still looks like he could be close here. Needs a little feather. Oh, great effort from Dennis Brewster.
Well, he's going to cancel it to 1, maybe 2.
Just half a bowl away.
There you go.
2. 5 the difference now, Dave. I think we're going to see the last end played.
I think we will. We still have enough time. We are at 5:30 with 2 ends. We've got a 17 and 18 to come.
Pink shirts are a bit bright.
Certainly a lot more considered with their bowls compared to the previous match that we saw, where it was pretty much let's get it over and done with and let's get it going.
Yeah.
This one is a lot more considered. We're going to judge and work it out and have another look. And again, while we're waiting, we'll just say a very much a thank you to everybody around all of the 13 different clubs, all the volunteers. There's a few paid staff, but certainly all the people have really helped out. And in particular, the greenkeepers, most of them are volunteers. full of their time and effort in. These are the clubs being used around the central Otago area. It's Alexandra Bowling Club, Alexandra District Club, Arrowtown Bowling Club, Bannockburn Bowling Club, Clyde, Cromwell, Omakau, Patearoa, Queenstown, Ranfurly, Roxburgh, Waipiata, and also Wanaka as well.
And just like the results are in my head, those clubs, it's incredible you've just got them just at the tip of your tongue, Dave.
I think I've said them a few times now. We should have them.
And another loose end here, starting off from the leads. Barry Green looking to remedy that. Just needs to make a correction on his weight. How's your weight, Barry?
Hold up.
Hold up, says David Ball. I think he should have said swing. He missed to the right. As we see it, not the left, and Barry will be disappointed with that.
So talking about post-section play, Alex, and for those teams which don't make it through, what do they do?
Watch.
There you go,
They
mate,
watch the
right?
bowls. It's an opportunity to experience Central Otago hospitality. I would imagine there's some wineries around the place, aren't there,
Oh,
Dave?
there is. There's a Sam Neill winery, which I'd love to make an appointment to go to.
Yeah.
I think it's also another winery that's here is Hinton, just around the road, actually. There's a few others around as well, and as you travel back between Cromwell as well, between Cromwell and where are we? Alexandra, there's quite a few little vineyards just hidden away.
Yeah, it's one of the things about the national events that we have is it's yes, it's a competitive event, and it is for competitive bowls, but it's also a great opportunity to have a holiday with a group of friends, and particularly in somewhere like
cycling as well.
Oh, like like Central Otago. Why would you not? Why would you not sort of experience some of the sights and sounds that you can find here as a holiday destination, as well as a place to play bowls? Brent McGowan on his forehand. No bowls close
This
at
one
this
could be
stage.
pretty good there.
Get up.
Was it turning fairly dramatically in the end?
Yeah, it's a poor head so far.
So what it
Someone's
means
gotta
is
get-
tomorrow
metre
we
short
should
last
have
time.
quite a number of teams here watching. Encouraging. I'm expecting a little bit of noise.
Yeah, generally that's what happens, and particularly by the time we get to a finals day, you find, because often clubs send 2 or 3 or 4 teams from the same club will come and play national championships, or from the same centre at least. You'll find that the people who get through have strong contingents of supporters
Right.
who are well hydrated and ready to
I was gonna miss.
offer their support, and the atmosphere is
everything.
pretty special.
That one just curving away. And really difficult to say who's closest at the present time. Need a few more bowls to come on down.
You'd like to think that none of them will count at the end of the end, wouldn't you?
No, looking at them, it's, oh gee, looking at around about 1.5 metres away.
I think the players would accept that as well. As we see Brent McGowan here now, this is a good bowl. Very good correction, that's a good shot.
Much better.
Follow him down.
13-18 the score.
And Alex, you know that I like to test you.
Go on.
No, this is an easy one. So how many competitors taking part over the 2 tournaments?
There's about 800 individuals taking part over the 2 tournaments, and off the top of my head I would say that there's 120 men's teams and 67 women's teams, Dave.
All right, well done, Alex.
Thank you, and my piece of paper.
Exactly.
Now, Ross Stevens here, I think he's probably been one of the standouts for me.
Yep.
He's played some very, very good bowls.
For the composite team. You know, you'd have to feel confident being in the composite team, albeit that they're only 5 ahead again.
They'll expect, they've got themselves to 18-13, as we see. A great shot there from Ross, proving me right, thank goodness. 18-13 in front. It should be a score that you can manage. You can manage that sort of lead to the point
Well,
where
when
you
you
win
only
the game.
have the 17th, which we're in, right? sorry, the 16th that we're in.
2 ends to go.
2 more ends to go. You should feel confident, although, well, gee, you know, if David Ball's team, the Carlton Cornwall team, managed to come up with a 3 here, you'd feel a bit worried.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of, they're not really threatening to do so.
No, at the moment it's Ross Stevens with his red ball there as the closest. And then the next one,
it'll be the blue bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack. See Ross Stevens looking to make a correction, following this one down. He's got the right line down to his weight now.
It's coming down on this, the 16th end, and the skip's about to have their turn.
Try.
And let's see the conversation between the players as they come on down.
I'd like to see someone hit Ross Stevens' last bowl.
You just draw, mate.
It's a plant. It'd be cool, wouldn't it, Colin?
Otherwise, I might just smash
It's on. You can see there that bowl, that red bowl, that sits at 6 o'clock on the screen.
Yeah.
Hit that, it hits whatever colour bowl is next to it.
You are
straight onto the jack.
You are playing snooker again. I think
Beautiful
that's where you've got
shot.
to remember.
It's on, Dave.
No, I think you're expecting a trick snooker shot.
Is it the right shot to play? No. Is it a shot that's on? Yes.
Well, what about something
closer,
a little more straight?
Yeah, yeah.
A little straight. Mind you, you're going to have to.
You go underneath it. Go on, David. Play the plant. On his forehand side. I can't tell if he's winding up or not. Not.
No, he doesn't listen to you at all.
Looking to draw around it.
There's plenty of pace on this delivery.
Well, maybe he was trying to.
Oh, now it's holding up, and it's holding up well.
Is it turning? That's definitely the shot to play.
Yeah.
If it sits down.
So we're still saying that the red ball, Ross Stevens, is the closest by the looks of it.
Yeah, you can see it from there. The
Got
plant
one
is just,
leeway, mate.
it's just
Draw.
more on. Well, you could try
In
ripping.
fact, that's Ross Stevens himself saying you can bring it around.
The other option is to try and rip Ross's bowl off underneath the plant. With Dennis Brewster now looking to make it 2. He's on the right track.
Let's wait for the turn, waiting for it. It's coming.
Very good bowl, mate.
Oh, I just want to see that front bowl hit. That's a great shot there from Dennis Brewster.
Well, that's good. They're now on 2 for Brewster's team. It's got the red and the yellow.
Yeah.
So they're on at least 2.
And they're looking to hit something. I'm looking at the plant. I think they were looking at bowls closer to the head, which is probably making more sense, to be fair. David Ball on the forehand with weight. He's heading for the plant, Dave.
And it's...
He's got the jack, though.
Oh.
Great shot there from David Ball. Great bowl.
Well, that just changes everything, doesn't it?
That's a very, very good bowl from David Ball.
Well, it's
2 down, he says. Still bowls to come, Ted. The excitement got to him. 2 down. Great shot from David Ball.
There's a lot of...
2 down, you got to play here, mate. That's yours, you beat yours by a couple of feet. Under the number.
Okay. You hear the...
Hey, there's the jack.
There's the jack, he says.
Beat yours.
Can we have a look from his view that he's going to be seeing? And
So
there
that's
we
what
go.
you
That's
can
what he's
see.
seeing.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah, good luck on that. Goodness.
Dennis Brewster around the corner on the back end.
Two down.
2 down.
2 down, so 15-18.
That
It's getting
changed so
exciting,
quickly.
Dave.
That changed from 2 up to 2 down.
Oh, brilliant bowl.
Or at least 2 up to 2 down.
Magnificent shot from David Ball. I was pleased they went for that, for the aggression, although they didn't go for the shot I was calling.
No, they didn't, but that's
because
okay.
Mine was insane, but the aggression going for the jack. Great
that
shot.
Makes it a lot tighter in this, the penultimate end.
Top 3.
Remembering,
It's changed everything.
the pressure is not on David Ball.
No.
They can't qualify. You know,
No,
they're
but-
just having a good time out
Well,
on rink 1 at Alexandra Bowling Club.
I don't even know if it's just a good time. They're being competitive because every team wants to win, no matter what. You want to get that W next to your name.
You do, and you particularly would like to say, well, we didn't qualify, but we stopped someone else from qualifying too.
Well, I think you're hooked on the spoilers a lot, but I think it's just that people want to win. Whenever you go out to play anything, you want to win, right?
Correct, yes.
If it's spoiling someone else, well, that's, you don't dislike them. It's we wanted to win this, and we wanted to win more. It didn't take us through to the championship as such. However, it did make us winners of that one particular contest. Let's have a look. The Jack, there's a good position. It's about halfway up.
Metre short of the 2 metre, I would say.
You've got to have your ones and twos in there.
And looks as though we'll have a bit of a spread to start with. And we do.
Barry Green now on his forehand.
What he's trying to do is either recover or cut down. Not here. Come on.
And just saying thank you very much to our producers, Sarah on the cameras, and there we go, just Colin there pressing the buttons.
Yeah, you've got to be diplomatic, don't you?
We'll have a look at the turn here. Slowing up dramatically there, Alex.
Yes. Definitely paying attention. Well, we have seen the leads. This is an okay end, but
I don't think they've had their best.
Not in the last
best game.
half.
Yeah,
the first
exactly.
half, brilliant. Second half, not so good.
Let's see how the number 2 here can go.
Yep.
Can't quite see it just
Get
yet.
out of the way,
Oh, they
Dave.
like it. They like it. We just can't see it.
There we go.
Much better.
Great shot,
Oh,
Ted.
shit. There we go. Thank you very much for running out of the way there, David.
Thanks, Dave.
And that is fairly close, the orange ball there.
Brett McEwen now. So all the pressure in the world on Brewster and co. They led by 8 at one point. They now lead by 3 on at the penultimate end. They need to win this game to qualify. Lots of thoughts running around their heads for sure.
They're going to take us right up to 6 o'clock by the looks of it as well.
They certainly are.
Oh, just a little nudge on the jack.
Ted on the back end. On a reasonable line, down to the weight now. Yeah, he's fallen short this time, so Brent McEwen stealing that 1 point. Might be very important bowl.
Just a little nudge, but it's helped. It really has helped there.
That couldn't have gone any better. Brilliant shot. What a bowl.
Yeah, finished up very nicely in the end. Checking the distance.
Here, you're looking for either of these 2 bowls. Inside the Ted's bowl, you get the jack. Happy days.
Yeah, there's options galore here. There's actually an opportunity to move both blue bowls. There's the blue bowl that's the closest to the shot. To the jack is low of the next one, so you get the inside half of that. You could remove both blue ones. Grant Keats on his backhand side. He's very close. You can get rid of both of them. They'll both go, Dave. Inside half, they both go. 1-2. Happy days. Good shot.
Oh, that has to be annoying for the, for the Dennis Brewster team.
You would imagine so.
Yeah, he just bounced off one to the other.
Yeah, great shot there.
It's like 10-pin bowling when you've got a pin
split
at each.
save.
Yeah, you've got split
bang,
pins,
bang.
and somehow you managed to get them.
Great bowl. Hit it perfect.
Well, it does leave the jack completely open, doesn't it?
It does. It's reset the head, and that short orange bowl at the top right of your screen, it's going to be a pain for the players trying to draw one close.
Yeah, that's right. It's sort of sticking out there, saying, go around me. It's like one of those road cones.
Yes, yeah, the witch's hats, as we see Ross Stevens on his backhand, and I think it got in his eye, that orange bowl. He's level with the jack, but wide.
Well, Ross Stevens has been very consistent of late, but that one's probably not something he likes.
Yes, I think being the player of the game for me, Ross Stevens.
Well, let's see whether he can come back from that last one.
Grant Keat now on the backhand.
Yep.
Great shot here from
Good
Grant.
bowls, Grant.
Two very good bowls. Very good bowls
Now he's
indeed.
got the roll on. Is it going to sit anywhere? No, it's going to stay there. So what is Ross Stevens going to do here? He has to do a lot of correction.
That's a hard one. I think all you have is a draw, really.
And well, it wasn't a bad second bowl from Stevens.
No,
Just
didn't
not
quite make
quite
it.
as much as what he needed.
And chances here for David Ball's team, holding two, trailing 15 points to 18.
So if you're Dennis Brewster, what's your plan? And it stays like this, you come up, what are you going to do?
It's
Coming
hard
in from the
because
backhand or the forehand? You're going to come in from the backhand, right?
yeah, but it'll be tempting. There's a temptation to just go jack in the ditch. And if you narrow, you're removing the bowls. Because it's such a hard draw bowl to play, particularly with the bowls in your eye on the backhand side. It may seem easier to Dennis just to hit it on his backhand side. Remove the bowls that are close. If you're wide, you've got the jack. I'm not sure what they'll opt on playing, but they'll think about playing with weight for sure. So we see David Ball on his backhand as well, but he's looking to add a bonus now. He's tight. This could... Well, he's not tight. I take it all back. He's very close to perfect. David Ball, how's the weight? Very good shot. I think Dennis has to hit it. I think he has to play with weight. You're just going the bowls.
It's very nice.
Looking more for the bowls than the jack. You can get rid of two of the bowls. Yeah, he's winding up here, Dave.
Okay, so here's perhaps a silly question. If you hit the jack, it bounces off the wall, back in.
Which wall?
The back wall, sorry. Bounces off the ditch and comes back?
You're fine.
Okay.
Doesn't happen.
Oh, no, that's not what he wanted.
That's probably not the plan.
No, that was the wrong ball.
This is incredible.
So if he came through it and hit the jack there,
Yeah.
it goes to the back,
Yeah.
like really off the back wall, and comes back in.
Stays alive. The jack stays alive, and you're just extremely unlucky. Or you could argue you've hit it too hard.
Well, yeah.
But mainly you're just unlucky if that happens. I don't have a drive quick enough for that to happen to me, Dave. So
No, that would have to be one heck of a drive, wouldn't it?
It has to be pretty quick. David Ball, look at this. Calvin
Oh.
Cornwall holding 4, sorry. Oh, maybe 5. 4.5. 4.5 shots to Calvin Cornwall on this penultimate end, trailing 15-18. Huge pressure on Dennis.
So what's his shot? Select his shot. Oh, it's a drive.
His shot is hit. He's tight.
And he missed everything.
I called that early, and I was right by about an inch.
Okay, let's look at the scoreboard now. We're going 4, 5.
I think we've just seen a 4 there to David Ball's team. So they take the lead for the first time in this game.
Exactly.
For the first time in this game, they take the lead. 19-18.
Coming into the last end, and you're been leading all the way, and now you're down by 1.
The psychology of it is incredible, and if you're a Dennis Brewster supporter, panic stations. I like the cricket 4. I think that's good. 4.
It is. That is.
19-18, Dennis Brewster's team. They will have expected themselves to get over the top on this one, particularly, I think they were at 18-10 at one point. They led by 8.
I think it was, yeah.
So 18-10, they would have felt like they were going to win it. They would have felt like they could manage the score enough. But 18-10 up, and they haven't scored many points since then. And I think it's because the lead started playing loose bowls.
Yes.
Last
And
in,
it just
guys.
gave the opportunity, just sort of, they fell away for Brewster's team.
Hit.
David Ball just reminding his team it's the last end. That's good skipping from David.
Yeah,
No,
that's a good point. I mean, you think that people competing in any sport should
Last in.
remember the score or
Barry.
know how far or
Nice and
how much
focused.
time they have left. But sometimes when you're in the heat of the battle as such, or the heat
Get
of the
caught up.
competition, you forget. Gee, I remember playing club rugby games when I had to say to someone,
Right.
we're winning, aren't we? One of my teammates was like, I think so. But that's, or you know that you're winning, but how much are you winning by?
Yeah, yeah.
Not that it should
absolutely.
matter, you should play until the end whistle. And this first bowl, well, it's not a bad bowl, is it? If it stays in, it stayed in.
So the danger of David reminding his team that it's the last end is you might accidentally put pressure on them. So it's a 50-50 call.
I think it actually puts more pressure still on Brewster's, Dennis Brewster's.
That would have been why he asked.
Yeah, I would say it loud enough for them to hear.
That's
Because
why.
the pressure goes on them. Gee, we're behind on this final end.
That's exactly why he asked that question. But equal to the task is Phil Austin.
Oh.
That's the best bowl Phil has played in
And
about
it may
7
even
ends.
sit to go even closer. You know, if he blows it really strong from one end.
Yeah, great
If,
shot.
if his skip blows really hard.
Great shot. Barry Green now with a bit of work to do. David Ball's team leading for the first time in this entire match, 19-18 on this final end.
Well, Barry Green's got one deep, and this one's going to go short.
Yeah, well, it was
Yeah,
short
good
by
ball.
about a bowl.
Let's go,
Second
guys.
shot. Let's go, guys, says David Ball. He wants to win this game, and fair call.
Well, why not? You're not going to put all this effort into it and go, well, we don't care.
Oh, we've seen some clutch bowls. David Ball's played some incredible shots, really.
And Phil
we saw
Austin.
The jack in the ditch for 3, removed the bowl for 5. Phil Austin now looking to make it 2. Looking at, he needs it to hold or to swing. Oh,
Gee.
that was a roller coaster.
If he had one just in front and one behind,
Ted.
perfect.
Let's go. Nice
So
ball.
who's up now?
Ted Walker now on the back end. Played some good bowls in this game. Here's Ted.
Almost a little bit of a smile on his face.
Yeah, they want to win this game.
Dry smile.
It's not a good bowl.
No.
And
Yeah,
here we
good
go
ball,
with
Green.
Phil
Good.
Austin
Come on.
just making his way down. Making his
Good
way
position
down
there.
to the jack. We just see him wandering down in front of us. A few little comments to someone on the sideline. It's like his job down the other end, I think, is done. So he's coming down to watch from this end.
We saw Brent McEwen play 2 very good bowls on the previous end, although they were then destroyed by
Yeah.
Grant Keat. So he'll be feeling like he's in good touch. He plays his bowl on his forehand side, willing it on.
And very difficult for the players who have already bowled because they've done their job,
Yeah,
good or
That's
bad.
it. Make sure your greens.
And
Good.
so what are they to do? They're like, well, I did my job, and then someone comes along and, well, destroys it, ruins it.
what you're supposed to do is try and support your team, try and keep them calm. But having been in the position where I've been part of a very stressful game leading, you put your 2 balls
That
close.
wasn't against
hold
Shannon McElroy,
No, it
was
wasn't, no. But sometimes you just go for a walk. I've gone for walks before. So, well, I can't do anything about what's going to happen. I've played my 2 bowls. I just go for a wander and come back and see what happens. But your best practice is to stick with your team and try and give them some support. Make sure that the bowls that are
Phil
coming are
Austin
coming
just
from happy
wandering
people.
back again, actually. Interesting, coming out of the hand, almost out of the back of the hand then. I don't think
Yeah.
he's very happy with that.
He's got a delivery that sort of
Doesn't seem happy.
struggles with occasionally.
And the orange ball is swinging out of our shot. And who's this coming down? We're seeing quite a few in yellow and black. There we go. That is Barry Green.
Barry Green wandering down to have a look. And Brent McEwen now on his forehand
I
side.
guess you can't blame them when it's come down to this.
I would, yeah. We may even see an extra end yet because, of course, if there is a draw in section play, another end is played to decide a winner.
And they'll keep on playing until they get the winner.
Yes, they will. And look at that. That's a great bowl.
It's a nice response, but it's still not the closest.
Grant Keat's going to go jack in the ditch on the forehand side.
Yeah,
think
coming down
so?
this way.
Yep.
You can
Jack
look
in
for
the
it if you
ditch.
like.
Look for it. Here's what he sees. He sees that. Jack in the ditch. May as well have a go at it, Grant. 1918 up, last end.
Looking at whether he can actually generate the power from this device.
You would imagine you would be able to, just getting the timing right. So Grant on the forehand, he's very close here, Grant Keat. David got out of the way of the camera. Thank you, David. Right half of that.
Oh, it worked.
Good ball.
That was precise.
Great shot. Good ball.
Did a fantastic job of getting the ball there. And then it just comes along, we're just going to knock it out the way.
Yeah.
But and it is Ross Stevens.
Grant gave his ball every chance in the world. So Dennis Brewster's team still holding one on this end. 1918 last end. Ross Stevens has been one of the standout players in this match, looking to put a ball past the head to dissuade the jack in the ditch approach.
Looks a little bit too far.
Okay, you can draw down in here.
So let's
Nice channel to
take a
come
look
through.
here with to the direct right, or almost direct right. Now, whose bowl is that one?
That's Dennis Brewster's team's bowl, Brent McEwen's bowl. So
Right, so they're okay with that. They'll be happy.
they're holding one. So they're holding the draw as it sits, and Grant Keats has.
They
has
had one
missed
that
the
was even
line.
closer, which was knocked out. But they still got one.
Yes. An opportunity to make
Which,
it two
if they
here.
stick with one, though, that does take it to the draw that
That's
you
the
just
draw in
mentioned.
the extra end as it sits, yep. So 3 bowls from each team, or 3 bowls from this team,
Well,
and 2 bowls
if it does
from the
go
other.
to that extra, we're going to be very tight in our timing.
I'm sure they'll allow
We're
us
pretty
to
tight
keep
in our
going.
timing just now, actually.
If you are watching, it'll be fine. As we see this bowl here on the forehand.
So we're going to come down to the skips. Pretty much either way, we're going to come down to the skips if we want to finish in regulation time and regulation ends.
Yes.
So we're at 1 at the moment, and
Yeah.
that is for Dennis Brewster's team, the composite team, that if they do win, well, they are through to post section. If they lose, they're gone.
Yeah, we're down to the last 4 bowls now of this match.
And nice considered looks there by the skips as they walk past. And just for those who may have joined us late, well, the skip for the composite team in the blue there is Dennis Brewster, and in the yellow and black for the Carlton Cornwall team, well, that is David Ball. Now, David Ball's team can't make it through to post section. However, they're enjoying really giving it a good go here.
Just making his decision.
And they're certainly taking their time.
Opting to play his... He's opting to play on one
I
of the
got to
hands.
promote hers.
Doesn't want to hit the opposition up for 2.
I'll just try this hand first.
Okay, well, first, we've only got 2, so don't take your time. You've only got 2 bowls.
David Ball on the backhand now. Oh. No, it's going to be the forehand. Or is it the... What's he doing? Backhand, yeah.
Yeah, the backhand in the end.
Now, when is it going to come back? He's close here, David Ball. He's still close. No
And
cigar, though.
Too much.
Great effort. Dennis Brewster with an opportunity now to win this game here. On
And
this
where's
end.
Dennis Brewster going to go? He's pretty ready for it. Is he going to go on his forehand?
Yeah, he's on his forehand side and he can move his own ball up.
And a few very interested parties behind them, and certainly to the side of the rink as well. This one doesn't look too bad. Alex, it's too far.
Oh, just missing.
So at the moment we're just on the 1 still,
Just the 1. So at the moment the score is
and he's coming
Oh,
down
come on,
as
look,
David
wait.
Ball. Just to take another look,
Yeah.
bit of advice.
I thought, yeah, I'm just coming in. I hit
so
it hard
David
then.
wants to play the forehand side.
And wandering back again. These are the last 2 of regulation ends. So we'll just have to see if there is a point which goes for the Brewster-led team. As we wait now, it's David Ball.
So a huge roll here. So he's 1 up on the card, 1 down on the head. He's opted to play with weight on the forehand side. Looking for a good result. David Ball. He's close. Willing the bowl to hold. He's willing to hold. Whose bowl is that? Is that his one? He's promoted something. Nothing's happened really. So what we have now is a situation where the draw has been held as it sits. Brewster has an opportunity to win the game. And if Brewster draws a second shot here,
Yeah, I
his
think,
team qualifies
yeah,
for tomorrow.
dead draw, mate. We touched it, fine.
If he doesn't, we're going to another end. And if you want to watch that other end,
out, they've still got a continuing on the next rink, so that's why he just pulled out for a moment.
on his back end, Dennis Brewster to qualify for the National Fours. This bowl needs to make it into 2 to qualify.
I think it's going to happen.
He needs to
It
make
is.
it to qualify. I think he's done it. I think Dennis Brewster's done it.
Great shot,
He's
mate.
made it 2 and qualified
Well
for the
done.
National Fours tomorrow. Well done,
Oh,
Dennis
came
Brewster.
down to the last
What a
ball
game.
there
Well done.
between Dennis Brewster and his composite team against David Ball and the Carlton Cornwall side. And so they will go through to post-section play. And we are going to come back tomorrow for midday for the knockout rounds of post-section here at the, well, the Summerset Open National Fours.
Cheers, bro.